everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the thriller fantasy films from 2019, titled The Room. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie begins with a married couple named Matt and Kate. They have just moved into their newly purchased home, which is located in a remote area. Shortly after, the couple begins cleaning the house while playfully fooling around with each other. We then learn that Matt is a struggling artist, and Kate is an underpaid translator. So, they are not financially secure, and this house is the best they can afford. Later, Kate is in the kitchen, and discovers a dead bird on the floor. Matt is also clearing out some furniture when he comes across a vintage, cross-shaped key. Kate decides to bury the bird, but she's startled when Matt throws furniture out the window, and then she notices that the bird has mysteriously vanished. Later, while ripping off wallpaper in the house, Matt comes across an old-fashioned door with a hole in the center. He quickly retrieves the earlier key from the trash, and unlocks the door. He and Kate try to head into a dark room, but the lights suddenly begin to flicker in the entire house, so the spooked couple promptly leaves and calls the power company for assistance. The next day, an electrician comes to check the cables and heads to the basement with Matt. To their shock, the wires in the basement are ancient and tangled strangely. The electrician says he has never seen anything like it in his life. Matt asks if there's anything he can do, but the electrician explains it's too complicated. Before leaving, he tells Matt how surprised he was that the house has been purchased so long after the incident. Matt doesn't understand, so the electrician reveals that the previous owners of the house were murdered. Later, while searching the internet, Matt discovers that the previous owners, a married couple, were murdered in this house by a man in the 1970s. The perpetrator was eventually arrested, but his identity is unknown, so he is referred to as John Doe. This worries Matt, and he drunkenly begins sketching a portrait of John Doe based on his picture. Afterward, he heads to the secret room and finishes a bottle of liquor. He then wishes he had another bottle, right when this happens. A bottle of alcohol suddenly appears in front of him. The following morning, Kate awakens to the sound of flickering lights in the house. She then finds Matt in the secret room, which is now filled with paintings. He seems very excited, and shows her original Cézanne and Van Gogh paintings. Matt then asks a confused Kate to make a wish, so she randomly wishes for $1,000. And then, moments later, several bundles of cash appear, which confuses her even more. Thinking her husband is playing a trick on her, Kate wishes for $1 million. But to her shock, it also appears immediately. This unsettles Kate and she tries to leave, but her husband stops her. Matt informs her that the room has a special power and suggests they have fun with it. Following this, the couple begins to ask for everything they've ever wanted, and has a lot of fun. Every day, they enjoy luxurious meals, designer dresses, jewels, and lots of money. At one point, Matt even showers Kate with diamonds. Later, when they're in bed, she wonders how the room works, but Matt says it doesn't matter. Days pass, and the couple continues dancing and partying all the time. They eventually stop working as well, since they see no point in doing jobs when they can easily get everything they desire. However, after a period of enjoyment, Kate begins to feel empty, realizing that all of this is an illusion with no real value. To cheer her up, Matt surprises her with a crib, and suggests that they try to have a baby. But Kate, who has been through 2 miscarriages, refuses out of fear of being hurt again, even though the doctor said there was nothing wrong with either of them. She becomes very emotional and storms out of the room. Soon, Matt also feels bad for mentioning it, and heads outside to clear his mind. But surprisingly, when he returns home later, he is shocked to see Kate with a baby boy. This enrages Matt as he knows she created the baby with the help of the magical room. He demands that they get rid of the baby right away, and Kate has no choice but to agree. The couple then enters the secret room, where Matt asks her to wish for the baby to disappear. But Kate is too emotional and begins to cry, so he takes the baby to do it himself. At this moment, the room flickers, and the baby also starts to cry. Seeing his innocent face, Matt realizes he cannot do it, and ends up changing his mind.
What do you want me to do? It's the middle of the night.
So go to the room!
Thank you.
The next day, he reviews the old newspapers again, and discovers that John Doe ended up in a mental institution after his arrest. He claimed that the room made him commit those heinous acts. To learn more about the room's mechanisms, Matt goes to the facility to meet him. When he arrives at the reception, the nurse informs him that no one has come to see John in 45 years except reporters. This stuns Matt, so he lies that he's a reporter as well. But later, when he meets John, the murderer instantly recognizes that he's not a reporter. Matt then tells him about the house he's living in, and John Doe responds by saying he has been waiting for him for a long time. He adds that Matt must be enjoying the luxurious life, jewels, meals, and tons of cash. When Matt asks why he killed those people, John reveals that it was the only way. He suddenly advises Matt to forget about the room and leave the house now before it's too late. Before leaving, John also says, the only thing more dangerous than a person who can't get what they want, is a person who gets whatever they want. After this, a disappointed Matt heads home and stops at a gas station. But then, when he's about to pay, he realizes that the money taken from the mysterious room has turned into dust. This worries him, so he immediately rushes home. Matt then takes a pile of cash, and throws it out the window, which turns to dust as well. He also tries to place a Van Gogh painting in the doorway, half inside the house and half outside. The part that's outside immediately fades, while the rest remains intact. Witnessing this, it finally dawns on Matt that the objects created by the room quickly vanish once they leave the house. Shortly after, when Kate tries to exit the house with the baby, Matt stops her, warning that it's dangerous. But she doesn't listen to him and ends up leaving anyway. This causes the baby's body to burn, and it begins crying in pain. Hearing Kate's screams, Matt eventually rushes the baby back inside. But by this time, the baby also miraculously matured into a young boy, baffling the couple. After Kate puts him to bed, Matt finally tells her about John Doe and his past. He also explains that everything the room creates will age, and turn to dust if taken outside the house. Kate insists that her son is not an object, but Matt claims that he's just a figment, like something from a giant 3D printer, regardless of what she believes. Despite everything, Kate begins to raise the child as her own, and names him Shane. She homeschools him, and never allows him to leave the house. One day, while Kate's teaching him, she mentions camping, and Shane says he wants to go camping as well. But Kate tells him that he can't go because he's sick, and it would be deadly for him to go outside. This only annoys the boy, and he starts throwing a tantrum. When Kate goes outside to pick the things he threw, he rudely slams the door on her. Later, a deliveryman arrives outside the house, and hands Kate a package. She then hands it to Matt, and it is revealed that he had ordered a gun for some reason. The scene then cuts to a few days later, where Kate is busy in her own world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shane goes to the front door and sticks his hand out to feel the air, so Kate frantically pulls him inside. She examines his hand and is relieved to find him unharmed. After the incident, Kate becomes anxious, and begins boarding up all of the windows with wooden panels. The next day, while Matt is practicing shooting outside, Shane sneaks into his studio and grabs a snow globe. He then accidentally drops it on the floor, shattering it to pieces. At this moment, Matt walks in and is furious to see him in the studio. Kate arrives, and the boy listens to their conversation from outside, when Kate asks Matt to treat their son with more kindness, but Matt doesn't care, claiming he's just a figment and not their child. Later that night, the confused boy wanders around the house, and eventually arrives at the secret room. The next morning, when Matt wakes up, he notices an intact snow globe next to him. He rushes over to Kate, and asks if she created it, but she denies it. The couple then goes to the secret room together. And to their surprise, they notice Shane has built an entire forest inside. It turns out he has figured out the magic of the secret room. The boy is excitedly playing with his snowman, and this impresses Kate. However, an angry Matt drags him out of the room, and forbids him from going back in anymore. He then locks the door, leaving Kate to console her son. Later, the couple argues in a room while Shane listens intently through the door. Kate is frustrated with her husband's behavior, but Matt explains that a little boy shouldn't toy with such power. He emphasizes that there is a strong possibility Shane might wish for something foolish and dangerous, such as a dragon, or something that will hurt them all. Just then, the landline rings, so Shane picks it up and speaks. It turns out to be John Doe, who is shocked to hear a kid's voice, but Matt immediately grabs the phone and scolds the boy for answering it. He wonders how the man found his number, and the murderer congratulates him on having a son, and learns that his wife wished for it. Matt then asks if there's a way to stop the aging process, and get the boy out of the house. Meanwhile, Kate overhears their conversation from the other phone. Here John finally explains that Shane cannot become a normal human being, until his creator dies. He further reveals how the previous residents of the house wished for a boy child and received one, who was none other than John himself. It turns out that they wanted him to have a normal life, and they knew they had to die for it. As a result, the woman murdered her husband, and forced John to kill her as well. Hearing all this, Kate is devastated and immediately storms out of the house. In the evening, Kate still hasn't returned, so a worried Matt leaves her several voicemails. Meanwhile, we see Kate deliberately trying to get into a car accident so her son can live a normal life, but she gets scared and changes her mind. Back at home, Shane asks Matt where his mother is, but the latter responds that he has no idea. The boy then asks what a figment is, and Matt tries to ignore him, but Shane continues to pester him with questions, which irritates him. In the end, Matt angrily reveals that they are not his parents, and he's not a real person. He also reveals that if Shane goes outside, he will continue to grow until he becomes dust and dies. Shane accuses him of lying, but an enraged Matt grabs him, dares him to go outside, and even asks if he remembers anything before the past 3 months. Matt emphasizes that he's not a real person, so the scared boy immediately retreats to his room. Afterward, Matt feels terrible and goes to apologize to Shane, saying he didn't mean anything. The child also forgives him, and they eventually start bonding. Later, when Kate arrives home, she is pleased to see the two sleeping together. Matt soon awakens, and they share a kiss and end up making love. Unbeknownst to them, Shane is creepily watching them through the door. Later that night, while they're sleeping, Shane takes the house key from his dad's pocket. The next morning, when the couple wakes up, they go to Shane's room, only to find it empty. They are horrified to see the front door open, and Shane's clothes scattered on the floor. The couple soon notices a teenager in the distance, and it turns out Shane had only gone out for a moment to allow his body to mature.
Look, Mommy. I'm big now.
He abruptly points a gun at his dad and tries to shoot Matt. He explains how much he hates him, but Kate approaches the boy and tries to calm him down. Matt then uses this moment to attack Shane, while Kate accidentally hits her head on the floor and passes out. When she awakens sometime later, she anxiously asks about her son, to which Matt reveals that while they were fighting for the gun, it went off, and the boy accidentally died. He also says that he has buried him outside. Hearing this, Kate rushes out with tears in her eyes, as she loved her son dearly, so Matt comforts her and carries her back into the house. Then, to our surprise, we see the real Matt, who has just woken up from the fainting spell elsewhere. It turns out the version of Matt with his wife is actually Shane, and he used the room to look like his dad. Matt can't find anyone in sight, and he tries to enter the secret room, but discovers it is locked from the inside. In a desperate attempt, he begins to destroy the wall to reach the other side. On the other hand, Kate and Shane are having lunch when she tells him that she wants to leave the house. But he refuses, saying they can't survive outside as they have no money or job. Kate also notices him clumsily eating like a child, and even crunching ice like Shane used to do, but doesn't think much of it. Meanwhile, Matt finally breaks through the wall, and travels through a tunnel of cables to reach the secret room. He then arrives at the fake forest that Shane had created, and begins walking through it to find his wife. Elsewhere, Shane and Kate are playing a board game when he suddenly starts touching her breasts. Kate is startled, so he reveals that he often saw them doing it and wants to experience it as well. This finally makes her realize that the person in front of her is not her husband. Meanwhile, Matt, who is still running through the woods, soon notices a replica of his house, and heads toward it. Turns out Shane has created a duplicate house inside the room, where he is currently with his mother. In the meantime, Kate tries to hide from Shane, but he soon finds her and knocks her unconscious. He ruthlessly undresses her and launches an assault, causing the poor woman to awaken. Soon, Matt shows up outside and breaks the window glass, so Shane leaves to take care of the matter. Afterward, Kate gets up and tries to leave, but she soon comes across Matt. He asks her to leave with him, but just then, another Matt appears, claiming to be her husband. This causes her a lot of confusion, so she comes up with a clever idea. Kate calls out Shane, and the man holding her arms turns around, so she immediately pushes him down the stairs. This causes the freak to gradually transform into his real self. The couple tries to flee the house, but they discover that Shane has turned it into a labyrinth. The freak soon catches up to them, and doesn't waste any time in stabbing Matt. He then approaches a distressed Kate and assures her that everything will be fine. But to his shock, it turns out to be the clone of his parents, and not actually them. The couple has escaped the replica house, and is running toward the forest already. They soon arrive at the mysterious room, and then to the real house while being followed by Shane. Next, Matt and Kate reach the front door and proceed to leave, but Shane also arrives with a knife. He immediately runs to attack Matt, so the latter brings him outside. Realizing he can't be out, Shane tries to re-enter the house, but Kate shuts the door. This causes Shane to age quickly, and soon he turns into an old man. Kate then steps out to observe, as the aged Shane finally lies down and dies, turning to dust. She tearfully touches the ashes, and grieves for her son. The scene then cuts to a month later, where we see that the couple has left the house. But during this, Kate is seen in shock, while holding a positive pregnancy test. She suspects that she's pregnant with Shane's child, which means that the horror isn't over yet. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video.
Are you telling me you had time to come inside of you? No.
By cutting 1 medium onion. In a large skillet, add 1 drizzle of oil, the onion cubes. Meanwhile, cut half red bell pepper. Cut it in half, then into small cubes. Cut 1 yellow pepper. Cut it in half.
Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the horror slasher films from 2024, titled Spit Hood. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie opens in a mental hospital, where a group of staff members has gathered in the main office. The group includes security personnel, Jeeves, Noob, Stephanie, Mel, and 2 nurses, Hickey and Fiona. Today is their last day of work, as the government has decided to shut the place down. A cleaner named Andy mentions that he's worked here for 30 years and will surely miss the place. However, most younger employees are happy because they dislike this place, and are moving on to better opportunities. But the old security guard Jeeves says he's looking forward to his retirement, as he's done with working his entire life. In another room, we see a psychiatrist named Ashley, and her boyfriend Mason, who is the chief security guard. She suggests that they should reveal their relationship since the place is closing, but Mason responds that everyone knows about it anyway, which leaves Ashley surprised. Soon, Mason receives a radio call from an old woman named Maisie, who works as a superintendent in the facility. She immediately summons him to the office, and instructs him to bring Ashley as well. Maisie reveals that they are expecting a new prisoner tonight, whom Ashley is required to evaluate. This order came directly from the state, as they need to decide how to handle the prisoner's insanity plea. Ashley is annoyed, because she doesn't have enough resources to conduct an accurate evaluation. But there's no time to hesitate, and later the security team is seen waiting outside the elevator for the new patient to arrive. The doors soon open, revealing two officials, and a huge man wearing a mask over his head. Mason instructs his team to take the patient to his accommodation, while he handles the paperwork. One of the officers then warns Mason not to remove the patient's mask under any circumstances, and don't ask why. Later, Hickey arrives at Ashley's office and hands her the file of the new patient. After the nurse leaves, Ashley opens the document, and reads something that leaves her in shock. Maisie soon enters the room and asks what's wrong and why she looks so tense. Ashley responds that the patient from tonight has shockingly murdered 5 women. On the other hand, we see the security team escorting the new patient to his cell. They pass by Clara, a mentally disturbed woman who is now the hospital's only remaining patient. After securing the patient in his cell, Mel heads to the monitoring room to observe the CCTV cameras. She soon notices the new guy breaking things in his room, and appearing to have a mental breakdown. Elsewhere, Ashley informs Mason that she can't review this patient, but doesn't provide any valid reason. Mason receives a call from Mel, who says that the new guy is losing his composure, so he quickly sends someone to investigate and leaves. Shortly after, Noob arrives to check on the patient. He then presses a button and releases an annoying sound to torture the guy, and watches him with amusement. Afterward, Noob heads into one of the toilet stalls to relieve himself. Suddenly, someone enters the bathroom, and turns on all the faucets, before blocking the sinks with tissue papers, which causes the loud sounds of running water. And before Noob can figure out what's happening, the new patient gives Noob like 100 brutal punches until the poor guy stops moving. In the control room, Mel soon notices that the new guy has somehow escaped from his cell, so she immediately announces over the speakers that the deranged patient is out of confinement. This leaves all the employees visibly shaken and confused, while the killer also hears the announcement. Mason then decides to prepare the building for lockdown, and activates a system that seals all doors and windows so the patient cannot escape. Meanwhile, Ashley is in her office with Maisie and Andy, and they have locked themselves in for safety. Elsewhere, Mel checks all the CCTV cameras, but is unable to locate the patient, which leaves her increasingly worried. Mason instructs her to contact the police, and advises her to lock herself in as well. The scene then cuts to a patrol car driving down the street with 2 officers inside, who receive an urgent call about an emergency at the mental hospital, and they are instructed to investigate. In the next scene, Mason reaches the meeting room, and locks himself in with the rest of the employees. He tries calling Noob, but he doesn't respond, and the group begins to fear the worst. Maisie then informs Mason that they will be staying in Ashley's office. All of a sudden, the killer turns off the electricity, but the backup generator kicks in and the lights come back on. Following this, the employees mention that although they have locked themselves in, there is still Clara in her cell, whose life could be in danger. They suggest waiting for the police to come, but Stephanie mocks them for being cowardly. Here, Mel suddenly informs Mason that the deranged patient has been covering all of the cameras with black spray paint, to ensure that he can't be seen. Worried, Mason urges Mel to come to the meeting room and join them for safety. The latter obliges, and carefully descends the emergency stairs. But then, she is confronted by the killer. Her screams are heard by the team through the walkie-talkie, but they are helpless to do anything, and Mel ends up being brutally murdered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jeeves suggests they make a discreet exit, and let the cops handle it. But Stephanie is confident that they can handle one man and suggests attacking him together, but Fiona doesn't agree with this. Mason then contacts Ashley to ask about the patient, and what's written in his file. She responds that his name is Paul Atkins, and he's accused of killing 5 women in cold blood. The guy also lost his wife and children, who died in a hit-and-run accident. Upon hearing all this, Mason realizes that they can't just sit around and need to find the killer. He then divides the group into 3 groups to begin their search around the facility. Elsewhere, Maisie asks Ashley why she looks so tense, and the latter reveals that it's for a personal reason, which she will share someday. Maisie then comments that although Paul has done some monstrous things, she feels empathy for him because he lost his family in the accident. This is because Maisie herself lost her family in a hit-and-run accident. Her husband died instantly, and her traumatized daughter spent 10 years in this facility, before she also passed away. In another scene, we see Jeeves and Hickey walking down the corridor in search of Paul. Jeeves reveals that in his entire career of working here, he has never encountered anything like this before. He then asks Hickey to check one of the rooms alone, and the young guy has no choice but to oblige. Hickey uses his keycard to enter inside, and is relieved to find the room empty. But then, the door is locked from inside, leaving Jeeves outside, and the psycho proceeds to kill Hickey. After successfully murdering Hickey, Paul exits the room and corners Jeeves, so the old man closes his eyes and begs God for forgiveness. But moments later, he surprisingly finds the killer gone and breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Ashley's office, she is worried that Paul will find his way in. Ashley then asks Maisie what she would do if she found the person who killed her family, but the question leaves Maisie bewildered. Elsewhere, we see Fiona and Stephanie searching for Paul. They are gossiping, when suddenly, Paul sneaks up on them, and drives a meat cleaver into Stephanie's head. A terrified Fiona manages to run away from the scene, while being chased by the psycho. She eventually arrives at the garage, but the door is closed due to the lockdown. Unfortunately, Paul soon arrives, prompting Fiona to hide behind a car. It seems like she has succeeded in evading him, but the killer eventually finds her. He uses a trash bag to suffocate her to death. On the other hand, 2 officers arrive at the hospital in response to the emergency call earlier. They inspect the area, and suspect that someone has pranked them because the place appears to be empty and uninhabited. This is due to the lockdown procedure, which has barricaded all entry and exit points to the building, which they're unaware of. The officers simply inform their superior that they found nothing unusual, and leave to resume their patrol duties. The scene then cuts to Ashley, who is half asleep, and having nightmares of Paul strangling her. A worried Maisie thus wakes her up, and reveals that she was screaming and sweating in her sleep. Here, Ashley once again asks Maisie what she would do if she found the person who killed her family. The old woman responds firmly that she would seek justice, and kill the perpetrator who caused her so much pain. In the next scene, we see Jeeves, Andy, and Mason arriving at the garage, and Jeeves wonders why the police haven't arrived yet. They then try to contact Stephanie on the walkie-talkie, but receive no answer. They also grow worried about Clara, and decide to check on her, but Mason leaves to attend to another task and assigns the responsibility to the other 2. But unbeknownst to them, Fiona's mutilated head is just inside the trash can there. Shortly after, Jeeves and Andy go to Clara's cell and are relieved to find her safe. They decide to take her to the office, but Andy is startled when he notices Paul in the distance. He then makes the unexpected decision to lock Jeeves and Clara in the cell to keep them safe. Jeeves desperately attempts to open the cell door, but Paul proceeds to brutally kill Andy outside. On the other hand, Clara sees Paul in the distance. Shortly after, Jeeves and Andy go to Clara's cell and are relieved to find her safe. They decide to take her to the office, but Andy is startled when he notices Paul in the distance. He then makes the unexpected decision to lock Jeeves and Clara in the cell to keep them safe. Jeeves desperately attempts to open the cell door, but Paul proceeds to brutally kill Andy outside. On the other hand, Mason enters Ashley's office. He informs them that they can't find Paul, and suggests calling the cops again. But Ashley explains that it doesn't matter because the facility is designed to ensure that once lockdown is activated, no one can get in or out. Mason then contacts Jeeves, who delivers the heartbreaking news about Andy's death. He also mentions that he's stuck in the cell with Clara, and asks for the cell door to be unlocked. After the call, Jeeves begins to grow increasingly tense, so he takes some medication to calm himself. Meanwhile, Mason talks about Paul, and learns that the driver who killed his family had run off. Mason believes that something or someone in the facility must have triggered Paul, causing him to go on such a violent rampage. Next, Mason uses the speakers to address Paul, saying he knows about his family and feels sorry for what happened. He tells Paul that he needs to meet him for a conversation, and assures him that he has no intention of hurting him. Mason then heads downstairs, where it seems like Paul wants to cooperate, but the idiot Maisie abruptly asks Mason via walkie-talkie if he trapped the killer. This enrages Paul, so a terrified Mason flees with the killer in pursuit. Fortunately, Mason manages to deceive him, and flees from his sight. We then return to Ashley, who approaches Maisie and reveals a shocking truth. It turns out she was the one who accidentally killed Paul's family and drove away. This leaves Maisie flabbergasted, as she didn't know that Ashley was the reason all these employees died. The psychiatrist says she didn't mean for any of this to happen. She begs Maisie not to tell anyone, but the old lady wonders how Ashley can sleep at night after everything that has happened. Ashley continues apologizing, so Maisie says it's not her she should apologize to, but to Paul and the families of all those people who died tonight. The scene then cuts to Jeeves, who has now been released from the cell and is in the elevator. He is so disturbed by the events of the night that he begins to suffer a heart attack. Jeeves tries to take his medication, but unfortunately, he's too weak and eventually passes away. Elsewhere, we see a mentally disturbed Clara dancing in the corridors, unconcerned about the chaos around her. In another scene, Maisie calls Mason, and claims she has something important to tell him. But he asks her to take the facility out of lockdown, and then put it back under his command. Ashley tries to stop Maisie, saying it's her job to handle it, but the old woman doesn't care and insists that either she tell Mason the truth herself, or she will. Maisie then goes to the control room, and presses a button to temporarily lift the facility's lockdown. Elsewhere, Mason arrives at one of the cells, quickly followed by Paul, and he orders Maisie to reactivate the lockdown. He actually plans to sacrifice himself and trap Paul in a room, so that he is unable to commit any more murders. But then, Ashley arrives at the cell and uses her keycard to enter. She speaks to Paul, saying she knows his wife's name is Sarah, finally revealing that she was the one who hit and ran over Paul's family. Hearing this, Paul approaches to attack her but is stopped by Mason, so the killer relentlessly stabs him until he dies. He then leaves the room without hurting Ashley, because he wants her to live with the consequences of her actions. In the final scene, Maisie lifts the lockdown, and opens the garage door. Suddenly, Paul approaches her, and she reminds him that she promised to get his work done. In a shocking twist, we find out that Maisie was actually helping Paul all along in his violent rampage. She then asks him to hand her a keycard and a sharp object, which he used to open his cell door, and move freely throughout the facility. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the horror mystery films from 2017, titled Part8. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie opens in a forest, where a girl is heard chanting a spell and performing a ritual to summon someone. The scene then cuts to a high school, where we meet a teenage girl, Leah, and her best friend, Janice. After the classes, Leah gets into a car with her friend Erin. It seems they have a crush on each other, and Erin drops her off at her house. Later, we see Leah having dinner with her mom. The atmosphere seems very gloomy, and they don't exchange a word while eating. Inside her room, Leah starts watching her picture with Erin while smiling. We also notice several satanic symbols in her room, implying that she is fascinated by black magic and occult practices. Moments later, Leah hears her mom crying in another room, but mom tells her to get out. Leah takes the opportunity to ask if she can go for a book signing tonight, but the woman responds that Leah can do whatever she wants, and she doesn't care. Afterward, Leah, Janice, Erin and their other friend Rob arrive at a book signing by an author named Rowan Dove. He is an expert in the occult, and has written a famous book. Leah wishes he would go into more detail about the rituals in his book,
can't hear
but
the
Rowan
stream.
warns her that what is written is enough, and advises her to be careful when following such rituals. After the book signing, Leah and her friends discuss the occult book. Rob reads a passage from the book that states that the devil's role is not to create evil, but to expose the evil in people's hearts and test their loyalty to God. Meanwhile, Janice suddenly remarks how people idolize their parents, but in reality, they're just humans who make mistakes and mess up. Everyone agrees with her, and Leah finds herself thinking deeply about the statement.
Exactly the writers were going.
Later, Aaron drives Leah home again, and he tries to make a move on her, but he gets too nervous, so Leah exits the car. Upon returning home, Leah finds her mom angry about her coming home late. The woman claims that she knows when the book signing ended, and scolds her daughter for being reckless. But this seems to snap Leah, and she reveals how abandoned she has been feeling, as her mother has been distraught since her father's death, and barely notices her. Upon hearing this, Mom tearfully says that she is trying her best to move on. She has now decided to sell the house and relocate, because this place reminds her of her late husband. But Leah doesn't take the news well, as she's reluctant to leave her life and friends behind. In her room, Leah has an outburst while playing loud satanic music. She later opens the occult book, and begins reading it. Trying her best to move on. She has now decided to sell the house and relocate, because this place reminds
That's real.
which seems to calm her. The next morning, when Leah wakes up, she finds her mom in a better mood than the past few days. Mom says they're going to see their new house today, and that she'll pick Leah up after school. Once she leaves for work, Leah heads to her mom's room, and checks under the bed to see what's hidden there. She finds several pictures of her dad, which makes her feel very emotional. Later, at school, Leah informs her friends that she is moving somewhere else, which makes them very upset. Afterward, Leah and her mom are on their way to their new house, which is on the outskirts of town. It's located in the middle of the woods, in an isolated area, which Leah doesn't really like. Days later, we see the family moving into their new house, and settling in. On the way to school, Leah questions mom about her job, and she reveals that she can work from home. She also suggests Leah attend a new school, but the agitated teenager claims she doesn't want to leave her friends behind. Hearing this, the mother is willing to let her stay, and drive Leah to and from school, even if it means a 2-hour drive each way. After school, Leah is about to hang out with her friends, but gets annoyed when her mom arrives to pick her up. She then apologizes to her friends, and angrily gets into the car.
What?
Upon returning home, the mother and daughter get into a tense argument. Mom doesn't support Leah's interest in the occult, but the girl reveals that it's her own.
I don't know. The what? No, it's okay. I thought you
Only
were
source of
talking about
comfort
my
since her
dad.
father died. In response, Mom tearfully admits that it's difficult for her to move on because every time she looks at Leah, she sees her father's face. She wishes she could just wipe away Leah's face, which deeply hurts the girl's feelings. In her rage, Leah runs to the woods, and begins kicking a tree while wishing her mother was dead. Moments later, she comes up with an idea, and immediately returns home. She takes out the occult book, and writes a ritual on a piece of paper. Leah then grabs her mom's hairbrush, and takes some of her hair from it. Afterward, she collects other items, including milk, and a bowl, and heads back to the woods. Leah finds a circle of trees, hits a tree 3 times with a stone, and begins reciting an incantation. She then ties a red rope around the trees, and summons an evil entity called Part8. Afterward, Leah cuts her arm, mixes the blood with the milk, and buries it with her mom's hair in the ground. It's clear that she has performed the ritual to summon Part8, and asked it to kill her mom. After the ritual is completed, we can see that something begins to follow her. Following this, Leah returns home and immediately cleans up her wound to avoid suspicion. But during dinner, her arm starts bleeding again. This worries Mom, so she rushes her to the bathroom to treat the wound. Mom realizes that Leah hurt herself, so she tearfully apologizes for what she said earlier, and assures Leah that she didn't mean it. They hug each other and reconcile, while Leah gets scared about what's going to happen next. The next morning, Leah wakes up early, and heads downstairs. She is shocked to discover that the front door is open, with dry leaves and soil scattered inside, so she immediately cleans it up before her mom wakes up. Leah then checks on her mom and is relieved to see that she is peacefully sleeping. In the afternoon, the two head to town and come across an antique store. Mom asks the owner if there are any job openings that she can work on weekends. During this, Leah walks around the store, and soon comes across a card that seems to serve as a warning to Leah about her own situation. Moreover, she already regrets her actions from last night, realizing that she has no one else but her mother. Later, while the two are heading home, their car almost collides with another vehicle. This incident makes Leah even more worried, and she fears that the ritual might be taking effect. Upon returning home, Mom reveals that today's incident reminded her of a time when Leah's dad drove 13 hours straight on the day she was born. Mom describes how thrilled he was, and how he thanked her every day afterward for giving birth to Leah. He used to claim that Leah was the best thing that ever happened to him. Upon hearing this, the girl feels deeply touched, and we see a smile on her face for the first time in a while. Later, around midnight, Leah is sleeping peacefully in her room, when she is woken up by a loud thud in the attic. She begins hearing footsteps and loud banging, which scares her shitless. Leah thus wakes her mom up, and claims that there's someone else in the house. Mom says she can't hear anything, but Leah is sure she heard the footsteps. They both then check the attic, but there's nothing there, which leaves the girl bewildered. In the next scene, we see Leah crying because of her actions. She is fast asleep in her room, right when a shadowy figure suddenly appears in the corner of her room. It silently watches her, and approaches her during her sleep. To her horror, the following morning, she mysteriously awakens in the forest where she had performed the ritual, with her arm bleeding again. This shakes her to the core, and she immediately rushes back home to clean up the blood from her arm. In the afternoon, Leah finally reveals everything about the ritual to her friends. They are shocked that she would try to kill her own mother, and Rob even calls her psychotic. He claims that if the ritual actually worked, maybe she deserves to be haunted like this. Leah is triggered by his words and, seeing this, a concerned Janice volunteers to stay with her tonight and see what happens. In the evening, Mom expresses her delight about Leah's friend coming over. Later that night, while Leah sleeps in her room, Janice sleeps on the couch in the living room. But then, around midnight, we see a mysterious figure approaching Janice, right when she awakens. The next morning, Leah is woken up by her mom, who asks where Janice is. To their surprise, they find her in Mom's car, completely terrified and shaken. They ask her what happened, but Janice cries and pleads to be taken home. Leah invites her inside the house to talk, but her friend warns her not to touch her.
Yeah?
Later, at school, Leah becomes extremely worried when Janice doesn't show up. She sends her numerous texts asking if she's okay, but receives no response. Hence, while heading home, Leah's mom calls Janice's mom, and she learns that Janice has locked herself in her bedroom all day. Mom then informs Leah that she will be working at the store tomorrow, and will be unable to pick her up from school. She asks Leah to take the bus, which the girl agrees to with some hesitation. Upon returning home, Leah contacts the occult book writer, Rowan Dove, and sends him an email asking for help. She soon receives a response from him, and they schedule a phone call for the next day. The following day, Rowan explains to Leah that Part8 is an evil entity that is now using Leah as a bridge to enter this world. He claims that once it is done with her mother, he will pursue Leah as well. Rowan claims that to return Part8 to its world, she must repeat the ritual in reverse, this time asking for forgiveness. He also mentions that Part8 has the ability to shapeshift into many forms, and may use it to try to disrupt the ritual. Following this, Leah rushes home to prepare the requirements for the reversal ritual. She senses someone following her on the way, but doesn't dare to look back. She runs as fast as she can, and, when Leah gets home, she looks for her mother's hair on the brush, but this time finds nothing. She fortunately discovers a few strands in the sink and takes them. She then gathers the other ingredients, and heads back to the forest, right before she notices her mom arriving and calling her name. The terrified girl proceeds to the forest, and arrives at the location. As usual, she hits a tree with a stone 3 times. She proceeds to tie the trees with red rope, but then is interrupted when she notices a body in the distance. Leah is horrified to discover that it is her dead mother. At this moment, she continues to hear her mom's voice calling out to her from the distance. But Leah believes it's Part8. She anxiously calls 911 and reports that her mother has been found dead in the woods. However, the operator states that they can hear someone calling Leah in the background. Not knowing how to explain her situation, Leah hangs up the phone. She instead calls Aaron, asking him to come immediately and help her. After this, Leah holds a knife to protect herself. She's certain that her mom is dead, so she doesn't see the point in completing the ritual anymore. Meanwhile, in the distance, her mother's body suddenly opens its eyes. Not long after, Leah receives a text from Aaron stating that he's outside her house. She thus rushes over there, but doesn't see him anywhere. And then all of a sudden, Mom goes outside and talks in a monotone voice, asking her to come inside. Leah believes that it's Part8, but she obliges to what it says. Once inside, Mom asks where she was, and why the knife is with her. Leah explains that she was in the woods, and promises to put it away. She then goes straight to her room and locks herself in. Her mother soon follows her, and aggressively demands that she open the door. In the end, Part8 returns to its original form, and breaks inside, causing the girl to jump out of the window. She manages to flee the house, and hides behind a tree outside. But to her horror, Part8 sees her, and begins relentlessly chasing her. Leah runs back into the house, and hides in the attic, hoping for help to arrive. And then, shortly after,
Get away from me!
her mother arrives in the attic and is shocked to see her holding a knife. Seeing her condition, Mom tries to calm her down, and takes the knife from her. Up next, Mom asks Leah what she was doing in the woods earlier, and what's going on with the knife. But Leah doesn't respond, as she's certain that this is Part8, and not her mom. Later that night, Leah decides to confront Part8, who is disguised as her dead mother. She sneaks out of the house, and takes a bucket of gasoline from her mother's car. She then heads to her mom's room. The girl doesn't say a word, and instead does this. Leah watches in horror as the woman screams in agony. Shortly after, Aaron arrives at the house and notices that it is on fire. He finds Leah unconscious on the ground outside, and decides to get her help. Sometime later, Leah is at the police station, where she listens to the recording of her 911 call. An officer informs her that they couldn't find her mom's body in the woods, as she claimed. They instead found her body in the house, burnt to ashes. Before the film ends, Leah is horrified to discover that she fell victim to Part8's tricks, and murdered her own mother. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the horror mystery films from 2023, titled Home for Rent. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie opens with a woman named Ning arriving to check on her leased apartment.
I didn't go sleep, did
The
I?
real estate agent, Tom, shows her the condition of the place, which has been vandalized by the previous tenant. Tom also
Everything is
reveals that the
gone.
tenant has left the country, and isn't replying to his emails. Upon hearing this, a frustrated Ning asserts that she can't pay the mortgage without the apartment rent. Tom then comes up with a solution. He mentions that he has a client who's interested in Ning's large house.
Dang it.
He suggests that her family move into this apartment, and rent out the house she's staying instead, which would bring in more money. However, Ning says that the house is actually owned by her husband, who won't agree with this decision. We later meet her family, which includes her husband, Quinn, and their daughter, Ing. While having breakfast, Ning talks to her husband about renting their house and moving into the apartment. But he is clearly opposed to the idea, and says that it's better to sell the apartment for good. He is also worried about their big house getting vandalized, but Ning assures him that won't be the case, since these new tenants are
pillow is
doctors.
getting checked.
In the next scene, Ning arrives at a job interview, when she gets the news that the tenants are arriving to see the house. She requests Quinn that he meet with them and show them the place. He is still hesitant, but she convinces him to chat with the tenants before making a final decision.
Hello? Non? Maman, t'as appelé Diane? Peut-être un matin. Sûrement. Peut-être, je sais pas. Ben, j'espère, je sais pas. Ouais. Ah non. Hmm. Ok, mais pas de problème. Pas de problème. Ouais, 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 ouais. C'est correct, mais je voulais pas de tomates, là. Ouais, ouais, je sais. Ah. Ouais? Ah! Hmm. Ouais. Ok. Ok, parfait. Bien. Merci beaucoup. Ah. Maman! Maman! Ok, bye, Diane.
Later, when Ning returns to the house, she notices Quinn talking to an elderly woman named Rattray, who is handing him a book. Tom introduces Ning to the tenants, Rattray and her daughter, Nutch, saying they are both doctors. They inquire about when they can move in, but before Ning can respond, Quinn suddenly says next month. A month later, we see her family packing their stuff and moving out of the house. Before leaving, Ning says goodbye to their neighbor, Aunt Forn. Ning urges Aunt Forn to contact her if the new tenants cause any problems. In the evening, the family settles into their apartment, and coincidentally, it's also Ing's birthday. They have a small celebration, and Ning gives her a little doll as a gift. However, Ing doesn't like it, and says she actually wanted a Guri doll, with purple hair. Ning apologizes to her daughter, explaining that such dolls are no longer manufactured. Afterward, we see Quinn preparing to sleep on the couch. Ning invites him inside, but he refuses, saying he doesn't want to disturb them by snoring. Ning thanks him for agreeing to move into the condo, and tries to get intimate with him. Suddenly, she notices a triangle-shaped tattoo on his chest, so Quinn quickly explains that he got it after getting drunk and losing a bet with his boss. Several days later, Ning returns to the house to retrieve some photo albums from the storage. Nutch doesn't seem too thrilled to see her, but she lets her in anyway. As they open the storage room, Ning notices the same triangle-shaped tattoo on Nutch's neck, leaving her in confusion. And as Nutch goes inside, Ning receives a text message from Aunt Forn, who invites her to visit her house before she leaves. Later, Ning goes to the aunt's place, and a worried Forn explains that the new neighbors don't appear to be doctors at all. They stay at home all day, and there are crow feathers hanging by the door, as if they practice black magic. Aunt Forn reveals that every morning at 4 a.m., she hears chanting noises coming from Ing's old bedroom. She also recalls that one night, her dog was barking very loudly, and when she looked outside, she noticed a flock of crows flying over Ning's house. The next morning, she discovered her dog brutally ripped apart and dead. Aunt Forn breaks into tears upon saying this. When Ning returns home, she checks the medical database, and enters her tenants' names. To her shock, neither of their names are listed, which means they are not doctors. The next day, she calls her police friend, Nut, and requests that he conduct a background check on the tenants. Nut asks if they have done anything illegal, to which Ning suspects that they might be cultists. In the next scene, it is around 4 a.m., and Ning wakes up to find that her sliding door is opened. But as she closes it, she soon receives a text from Aunt Forn, who says the neighbors are performing another ritual. The old woman has even sent a video of Rattray chanting in a room, but the video abruptly ends when Rattray stares directly at Aunt Forn. A terrified Ning immediately asks the aunt if she's okay, but receives no response. Following this, Ning goes to check on her husband, but the couch is empty. She calls him, but hears his phone ringing from nearby. Not long after, Quinn appears from outside, and explains that he had gone to discard a rat he had caught. Ning notices that he's carrying the red book given by Rattray and asks about it. He casually responds that he used the book to trap the rat, and he will throw it away. But as Ning enters her room, she notices her husband putting the book into his bag and locking it. The next morning, Ning goes to see Aunt Thorne since she hasn't replied to her text. No one answers the door, and instead, she is approached by Nutch. Nutch claims that Aunt Thorne has gone to see her relatives outside the city. Hearing this, Ning states that the old woman did not have any relatives elsewhere, but Nutch says Aunt Thorne told her that. When Ning returns to her apartment, she finds her daughter's belongings scattered everywhere. Enraged at the sight, she goes to scold her, but finds a doll sitting on the chair instead. This is the same Guri doll that Ing desired, and is no longer manufactured. Suddenly, it begins speaking. Ing hurriedly takes the doll from her mother, and reveals that it was a gift from her dad for her birthday. In the next scene, Ning awakens from a nightmare, to discover the creepy doll staring right at her. Startled, she puts it away, but then she hears an alarm from Quinn's phone outside. Ning realizes that it's 3:45 in the morning. She peeks into the living room, and notices Quinn getting ready to leave with the red book. Ning then grabs her phone and decides to follow him, but her charger falls to the ground, making a loud noise. Suddenly, she sees Quinn go back to sleep on the couch. A confused Ning then tries to remove the distracting hanging cloth, right when she notices a ghost in the mirror, but doesn't see anything in reality. Ning then looks in the mirror again, and still notices the ghost touching Ning. This sends her into a state of panic, and she eventually turns on the lights, after which the ghost disappears. The next morning, Ning notices some scratches on her daughter's chest that strangely resemble a triangle. She realizes that something very sinister is going on, so she stays awake until 3:45 a.m., and hears Quinn's alarm go off. Ning peeks into the hallway, and sees her husband leaving the apartment with the red book. She proceeds to follow him, and eventually arrives at the rooftop. The woman then steps outside, where she sees a swarm of crows flying around. At the same time, she notices Quinn sitting on the rooftop, and performing a cult ritual. Ning decides to record this on her phone, but a ghostly figure blocks her camera. She can't see the ghost in real, but when she uses the camera, it is right in front of her. A freaked out Ning attempts to touch the ghost. At this moment, the crows suddenly begin attacking her, so she rushes back to the apartment, and pretends to be asleep. Soon after, Quinn also arrives and calls her name, but when she doesn't reply, he leaves the bedroom. The next morning, while Quinn is in the bathroom, Ning goes through his bag, and takes the red book. And as soon as he gets out, she hides it in her clothes, and rushes to the bathroom. She then attempts to read the contents, but is surprised to discover that all the pages are blank. Just then, Quinn begins banging on the door, asking if she took something from his bag. Ning gets scared and opens a cabinet to hide the book. But to her shock, she finds the cabinet full of totems, drawings, and amulets used to perform cult rituals. In the afternoon, Ning arrives at her daughter's school to pick her up. Surprisingly, she notices Ratri with Ing, who is reading the same red book. This enrages her, and she rushes toward them, but the two vanish in an instant. Her daughter shows up moments later, and when asked if Ratri was here, Ing denies it and claims she just came from her class. But at this moment, Ning notices a triangle-shaped mark on her daughter's neck and is horrified. Having had enough, Ning drives home with Ing, and tells her to stay in the car. She then heads upstairs to gather some of their belongings. But when she returns to the vehicle, she is shocked to find Quinn inside. Ning says they're leaving him. She further explains that Ratri is attempting to harm their daughter, but Quinn finds it ridiculous. He calls Ratri a mother, and says she would never do such a thing. Ning is repulsed by his behavior and proceeds to leave, but Quinn urges her to leave their daughter behind. This results in a physical altercation between the two, but the security guards eventually restrain Quinn, allowing Ning to drive off. Later, we see the mother and daughter in a hotel room, and Ning is clearly upset for some reason. She says that she wants to go back to help her father. This makes Ning realize that the girl knows something and asks what she means, but Ing doesn't respond and simply cries. The next day, Ning and her cop friend Nut meet in the hotel lobby, and it turns out he has discovered some crucial information about the tenants. Nut reveals that their IDs have been forged, and Ratri's real name is different. There are no criminal charges against her, but it's still suspicious that she forged her identity to rent the house. Afterward, Ning returns to the hotel room, and is shocked to find her daughter missing. She begins to panic, and a staff member informs her that Ning went with her father. Upon hearing this, Ning rushes back to the apartment right away, but finds no one there. She then notices blood dripping from her bed, and when she removes the mattress, she finds a blood-stained triangle. Horrified, Ning rushes to the house to find Ratri, but it turns out the place has already been vacated, leaving behind a lot of ritual items. She then calls Tom, who reveals that the tenants moved out yesterday, and her husband was aware of this. Ning explains everything to Tom in a panic and asks for his help. Shortly after, they head out to find it. But midway through the journey, Ning notices a triangle tattoo on Tom's hand, making her realize he's also a member of the cult. Filled with fear, she pretends that she needs to vomit, and urges him to stop the car. Tom then approaches to check on her, and she uses this opportunity to rush inside, and lock all the doors. But then, the cultist breaks the car window, and as she tries to run away, he knocks her out, and takes out a suitcase. He then takes the heavy suitcase, which seems to have Ning inside, to an isolated lake house. Coincidentally, his alarm goes off, and it's 3:45 a.m. Following this, the scene flashes back to 11 years ago, where we see Quinn living with his eldest daughter, Ja, in the same house. It turns out her mother has already left, and it is only the two of them as a family. We also learn that the Guri doll with purple hair belongs to Ja, and is a gift from her father. The two are very happy with their lives, but one day, an unfortunate incident takes place. The father asks Ja to take a shower, claiming that he had just fixed the water heater. However, while Ja is showering, the water heater suddenly explodes, killing her tragically. In the aftermath of this incident, Quinn goes into a deep depression, and begins to treat the doll as if it were his daughter. He frequently speaks to it, and even prepares food for it. But his life takes a positive turn one day when Ning knocks on his door as an insurance agent. They soon start a relationship, and eventually get married. They also have a daughter together, but despite everything, Quinn still misses Ja, and often grieves for her. One day, he shockingly notices Ing singing and talking to Ja. However, the little girl claims she was simply talking to her bunny. Over time, Quinn observes how Ing behaves exactly like her sister, even sharing the same preferences in food and toys. Days later, while he is showing the house to Ratri, the woman immediately senses that Ja passed away here. She reveals that her spirit still lingers around because she died so young. Ratri then gives him the red book, saying it might be of help to him, and promises if she's able to move into the house, they will have a chance to talk more. In the following days, Quinn becomes increasingly involved in cult rituals, hoping to reconnect with his daughter. However, after so many efforts with the devil, Ratri informs him that it is time for Ja's spirit to move on, as she cannot remain here forever. Quinn desperately begins to cry, explaining that he still hasn't seen his daughter. He begs Ratri to bring her back, and she reveals that it is possible, but it would require the body of another girl of the same age. She suggests that Ing is the perfect candidate, and assures him that two spirits can coexist in the same body. After hearing that Ing won't be harmed in the process, Quinn finally agrees to the plan. Later, he gifts the Guri doll to Ing, and explains the situation to her. The girl in turn admits that she has been seeing Ja's spirit, but hasn't encountered her since they moved into the apartment. Nonetheless, she is on board with her dad's plan as she, too, wants her sister back. The next day, Ratri explains to Quinn that for the ritual to work, Ing needs to have 3 marks on her body. She reveals that she has already made 1 mark, and plans to make another at school today.
Yes.
The 3rd mark, however, has to be made by Quinn himself, as he is the one who created her. Ratri then approaches Ing in school, and marks her neck with the triangle symbol. Later, when Ing is taken to the hotel by her mom, she calls Quinn, and gives him the address. Following this, the two head to the house to meet Ratri. And when Ning arrives looking for them, they all hide inside Aunt Thorne's house, and watch her leave. They then go to the main house, where they begin performing the cult ritual. As the ceremony starts, Quinn uses his blood to make a mark on Ing's forehead, preparing her to host another spirit inside her. Not long after, he notices the shadow of a little girl in the distance. Quinn believes it is Ja, and feels a surge of happiness. But as the shadow grows, Aunt Thorne suddenly opens the door and enters. Quinn is relieved to see her, but she unexpectedly stabs him, and her eyes turn completely white. He tries to run away, but she catches him, and stabs him one more time. A worried Ing rushes to her father, but Nutch arrives and pulls her away. Next, Rattray takes out a wooden doll. She introduces the doll as her youngest daughter, Prey, who died when she was 7. It turns out Rattray never intended to help Quinn. Instead, she has been searching for a suitable body for decades to revive her daughter. Through a series of flashbacks, we see how the cultists had been stalking Ing for months to use her. They then vandalized the apartment with the help of Tom, and made it look like the previous tenants did it. On their first night in the big house, Rattray discovered Ja's spirit walking around the house. She also found the Guri doll in the attic, and eventually trapped Ja's spirit inside it. This is the reason Ing stopped seeing her sister after they moved out. Every night, the cult performed a ritual to reawaken the dormant spirit of Prey. In the present, we see Tom taking Ning to the lake house, when his alarm suddenly goes off. He notices that Ning's phone is also ringing inside the suitcase. Tom throws the phone away, but when he turns around, Ning is already gone. He then aggressively begins looking for her, while Ning hides under his car, and prepares to attack him. Back at the house, the ritual with Ing has started, and Quinn, on the verge of death, desperately tries to save his daughter. In another scene, Ning suddenly emerges with a pair of garden shears and attacks Tom. Quinn and Nutch also get into an intense fight, but she eventually overpowers him. After Quinn finally collapses, Nutch receives a text message from Tom, saying he wants to join them and ask for the location. But she is unaware that it is actually Ning who has killed Tom. Shortly after, Ning arrives at the house, and she grabs a hammer. She then creates a small explosion by putting spray paint in the microwave, and turning it on. Nutch rushes downstairs to put out the fire, allowing Ning to head upstairs. Upon arriving at the room, she notices her daughter unconscious in bed while Rattray is performing a ritual. Ning tries to strike the witch with her hammer, but an unseen force stops her. In the mirror, we see a group of ghosts grabbing her, and preventing her from harming Rattray. Ning then turns her attention to the wooden doll next to her daughter, and begins striking it repeatedly. Moments later, a rotting ghoul emerges from the doll and tries to strangle Ning. But she eventually uses the hammer to smash the main symbol on its forehead. This causes the doll to vanish, and Ning tries to escape the house with her daughter. However, she is confronted by Rattray and Nutch, who try to stop her. Ning begs them to let her child go, but Rattray responds it's not her child, as Ing is already dead. And then all of a sudden, the roof collapses. Later, everyone is trapped underneath the wreckage. Rattray then witnesses Ing open her eyes, grab a sharp object, and jab the sharp object into Notch's skull. Following this, the scene shifts back to when Quinn was dying. In his last moments, he had seen Ja's spirit in the Guri doll. He used his blood to mark the doll and asked her to save her sister. In the present, Ing approaches Rattray, and repeatedly spears the old woman until she dies. Shortly after, the police arrive, and find Ing hugging her dead father, sobbing uncontrollably. The scene then shifts to some time later. When Ning visits her daughter in the hospital, she is shocked to hear the girl calling her auntie. The girl then cries, and reveals that she is actually Ja, and she doesn't know what happened to Ing. Upon hearing this, Ning bursts into tears, and Ja apologizes for replacing her daughter. Despite this, Ning hugs her, and asks her not to apologize, as she's still her daughter. The movie then ends with the mother and daughter heading to school on a bicycle, hoping for a fresh start. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the thriller mystery films from 2022, titled Good Boy. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie opens in a suburban home, where we see a man named Christian carefully cooking a steak. Once he's done, he divides the dish into 2 portions, placing one on a plate, and the other in an iron bowl. Christian then puts the bowl on the floor and commands his dog, Frank, to eat. Shockingly, we discover that Frank is not a typical dog, but rather a human dressed and acting as one. He excitedly begins eating the food. During this, Christian checks his Tinder profile and scrolls through several blondes until he comes across a woman named Sigrid. He finds her very attractive, so he promptly sends her a super like. We then proceed to see Christian's typical day, which includes taking care of Frank by giving him snacks and cleaning his teeth. He soon receives notification that Sigrid has also liked him.
Spit.
Later that night, Christian sends a text to Sigrid before falling asleep. In the morning, Frank approaches him in bed and awakens him with panting and sniffing sounds. An amused Christian then gives him his breakfast. He also notices that Sigrid has replied to his message, and starts chatting with her. They spend the entire day talking, and she eventually invites him to meet. The next day, we see Christian dressed in a business suit for his date, and he asks Frank how he looks, but the latter just whimpers. After getting ready, Christian kisses his human dog goodbye and leaves the house. He soon arrives at a posh restaurant, and waits for his date. But despite waiting for a long time, she doesn't show up, leaving him frustrated. After some time, Christian decides to leave, when Sigrid suddenly shows up in her sweatpants. She apologizes for being late, and they engage in a casual conversation. However, Sigrid suddenly begins using her phone, which seems a little impolite to him.
That's just because you're
He wonders if it's
patient.
important, but she apologizes, saying that it's just a bad habit. Following this, Sigrid reveals that she's a student, and also works part-time as a cashier. She then asks what he does, to which Christian nervously admits that he isn't doing anything right now. He also confesses that he's a bit antisocial and struggles to get along with people, unlike her, who seems very outgoing and carefree. As evening falls, Christian musters all his courage to invite Sigrid to his house. She promptly agrees and, upon their arrival, Sigrid is blown away by the luxurious house, and realizes that Christian is not an average guy. Christian pours wine for her, and reveals that his parents are dead, and he inherited the house from them. In turn, Sigrid reveals that her parents divorced when she was a child, so she's not close to them. Here, Christian reveals that he has a dog as well. Sigrid is excited to hear this and inquires about the breed, but Christian responds that it's a bit complicated, and that she'll understand when she meets him. Meanwhile, we see Frank listening to their conversation from the door. As the two continue talking, Christian suddenly takes the initiative to kiss her, and they start making love, while Frank creepily observes everything. When Sigrid wakes up the next morning, she notices Frank in front of her. This scares her shitless, but Christian acts as if nothing is strange. Sigrid is shaken to see a man dressed and acting like a dog. She asks Christian what's happening, and who this person is. However, he responds that it's his pet, and acts as if it is a normal thing. Terrified, Sigrid immediately leaves the house, saying she has some work. Frank tries to explain the situation, but Sigrid refuses to listen to any of it. Instead, she asks Christian to give her a ride to her place. When Sigrid arrives at her apartment, she meets her roommate, Aurora. The latter asks how the date went, and Sigrid is filled with mixed thoughts. She reveals that the guy was attractive and they got along really well. However, the strange part is that he has a pet who is a person dressed in a dog costume. This shocks Aurora and she asks to see a photo of the man. And as soon as she does, she recognizes the guy as the son of a famous multimillionaire. Aurora can't believe her friend went on a date with such a rich man. Even Sigrid is surprised, as she was unaware of this information. Next, the two friends watch a video on YouTube explaining a term called puppy play, where people dress up and embody the characteristics of a dog. Sigrid finds it strange, but Aurora insists that people can do whatever they want as long as they don't harm others. She urges Sigrid not to be so narrow-minded and let this handsome millionaire slip away because of her prejudices. After this, Sigrid begins to reflect on her friend's advice, right when she receives a call from Christian, who wants to make amends. She also apologizes for leaving so abruptly, so Christian reassures her that it's his fault for not explaining everything beforehand. To make it up to her, he invites her to dinner at his place tomorrow, which she gladly accepts. The following day, we see Aurora and Sigrid studying, but Sigrid appears distracted. Sigrid reveals that she and Christian have patched things up, and he has invited her to dinner. This excites Aurora, and she jokes that if Sigrid marries him, she could live off his fortune, and won't have to study anymore. Not long after, Christian arrives to pick her up, and they head to his house. As they enjoy dinner, Sigrid asks about the human dog, so Christian explains that, while it may appear strange to her, it is completely Frank's choice to be like this. He doesn't have anyone else in his life, and wants Christian to take care of him. Sigrid understands his situation and asks if she can meet Frank. Christian agrees, but warns her not to treat him like a human but as a real dog.
Vad vill säga?
Although Sigrid is scared, she decides to give him a chance and pets him. But then, Frank climbs onto her lap like an overjoyed dog and starts sniffing her. This makes Sigrid very uncomfortable, so Christian scolds Frank and orders him to back off. Christian appears upset about what happened, so he offers to take Sigrid home, but she prefers to stay with him and accepts this crazy situation. Sigrid then asks how the two of them met, so Christian explains that he met Frank in his childhood, and that both of them were loners. He technically had friends because he had expensive toys and sweets. But once that stopped, everyone left his side except Frank, making him his true friend. Sigrid spends the night once again, and the next morning, Christian surprises her with breakfast in bed. Shortly after, he brings Frank in, saying the dog wants to apologize for yesterday's actions. Sigrid is slightly spooked by this, so she promptly forgives him. She then realizes that she's getting late for class, so Christian drives her to college. In the next scene, Aurora invites Sigrid to hang out with their friends, but our girl apologizes and says she has plans with Christian. Aurora advises Sigrid not to be too easy, because rich guys like him are used to getting what they want. Later, when Sigrid goes to see Christian, he shows her his collection of books that belong to his mother. During this, Sigrid suddenly remembers her friend's advice, and asks him to drive her home since night has fallen. But Christian insists that she stay at his place, and in the end, she ends up complying. Later on, Christian tells her that Frank has been through a lot, and that no one has been there for him. He admits that he doesn't understand why Frank chose to live as a dog, but he still supports him. Christian then suggests a trip to the countryside with Frank in it, which Sigrid agrees to. The next morning, Aurora jokes with Sigrid about playing hard to get, and they both hug before Sigrid leaves for her trip with Christian. The three of them set off on their trip, leaving the city behind. After a long drive, they arrive at a beautiful house in the middle of the forest. Sigrid is amazed by the location and decoration. But during dinner, she keeps scrolling through her phone, which irritates Christian. He suggests that they spend time together without the distraction for just this weekend. Sigrid is a bit hesitant, but eventually hands him the phone, which he places in a box, and locks somewhere. In the evening, we see Sigrid and Frank playing in the living room, while Christian watches them with delight. He then heads to the kitchen to get some wine. But then, during this time, Sigrid is stunned by the revelation, and at the same time, Christian returns with the wine. She's still processing what she just heard. Overwhelmed by the situation, she says she's too tired, and heads to bed upstairs. Sigrid wakes up very early in the morning and notices that Christian is still sleeping. She quietly makes her way downstairs and tries to escape. However, when she reaches the front door, she is shocked to find it locked. Sigrid begins to search for the keys, but she's unfortunately discovered by Christian. He explains that he always locks the door for safety, and asks what she's doing. The girl nervously responds she wanted to get some fresh air, so Christian accompanies her outside. Sigrid then asks Christian for her own key, saying she doesn't like to wake him up. But he explains that he only has one copy, and assures her that he doesn't mind being disturbed. He then proceeds to kiss her. Sigrid is so disgusted that she immediately vomits upon returning home. During breakfast, Christian notices how disturbed Sigrid is. She doesn't eat anything, and requests for her phone. Christian refuses as expected, but she claims that her mother is sick, and simply wants to check on her. Upon hearing this, Christian reluctantly brings the phone, but calls Mom himself and puts it on loudspeaker. This leaves poor Sigrid with no choice but to nervously start talking. From their conversation, it quickly becomes evident that Mom is fine and healthy. Christian then says he's disappointed with Sigrid for lying. He thinks she's addicted to the phone and takes it away from her again. Soon after, Sigrid asks her boyfriend if she can take Frank for a walk. Christian agrees without hesitation, and the two head out for a walk in the forest. After reaching a bit further, Sigrid asks Frank if she should remove his leash so he can walk normally, but he says she's being too loud and tells her to be quiet. He then speaks in a low voice and warns her that Christian is probably observing them. Frank asks if she has a plan, and Sigrid reveals that they could run away right now. But Frank warns that Christian is ready for such a situation, and that the only way out is to kill him. This freaks Sigrid out, and she asserts that she would never do anything like that. Shortly after, they return to the house, and Christian finds out that Frank hasn't gone to the bathroom. He decides to handle it himself and takes him outside. Meanwhile, Sigrid seizes this opportunity and grabs a kitchen knife. She quickly heads upstairs to the bedroom, and hides it under her pillow. But moments later, Christian unexpectedly appears, saying he wants to change the sheets. A terrified Sigrid offers to do it herself since he does all the housework. Christian is hesitant at first as he expects everything to be perfect, but eventually agrees. After changing the sheets, she heads to the shower. But later, she is called by Christian, who says he wants to talk. She nervously steps out, and Sigrid fears he has discovered the knife, but it turns out Christian found a wrinkle in the sheet. He yells at her, saying she promised not to leave imperfections. But Christian soon laughs, and says he's just joking. As if that wasn't enough, he starts kissing her and tries to get intimate. Sigrid is reluctant and says she's wet, but he tries to force himself on her. In the end, an enraged Sigrid slaps him hard. Christian feels very embarrassed by this, but he simply leaves to prepare dinner. In the next scene, we see the two of them having an awkward dinner. Sigrid compliments the wine, and inquires about Frank, to which Christian responds that he is asleep. Shortly after, she tries to get up, but suddenly feels dizzy, and falls unconscious, so Christian immediately puts her in bed. Sigrid wakes up early the next morning, and frantically searches for the knife under her pillow. To her horror, it's not there anymore. All of a sudden, Christian wakes up, and says he wants to show her something. He then takes her downstairs, where he plays a recording of the conversation in which Frank asks Sigrid to kill him. He also pulls out the knife she hid, and says he's very disappointed in her. Christian reveals that, even though he could have tied her up, he decided not to because he still considers her to be trustworthy. Next, Christian takes her to a back room, where it is revealed that he has kept Frank in a cage. He says that he didn't need the recording, because the loyal dog confessed everything afterward. He then tells Sigrid that, unlike the dog, she will receive her punishment for betrayal. After this, Christian opens Frank's cage, and even takes off his mask. He begins to pet him, praising how good a dog he is, but Frank takes advantage of the situation and bites Christian, leading to a fight between them. Witnessing this, Sigrid abandons Frank to his fate and immediately steals the keys to escape the house. She runs into the forest and starts screaming for help. Christian is about to strangle Frank to death, but he finally releases the poor guy after he promises not to fight back again. However, he soon notices Sigrid has escaped. Frank apologizes for causing this, but it only makes Christian angry. He scolds him for speaking like a human, and decides to punish him. Following this, he drags Frank to the nearby barn, while the poor guy continues to scream and beg for mercy. The insane guy ties him to a chair, and blindfolds him. He then shoves a gag in Frank's mouth, and puts headphones around his ears. After this, Christian proceeds to pour water on him. He then puts a plastic bag over Frank's head and suffocates him. On the other hand, Sigrid can't find her way out of the forest, so she collapses on the ground and begins to cry. Back at the barn, Frank almost dies due to the lack of oxygen, so Christian finally removes the bag. He then locks Frank in a cage, and puts on the headphones himself. After this, Christian tortures him by playing loud music through big speakers all around the barn. He starts pounding on the cage, and barbarically yells for Frank to start barking. Meanwhile, Sigrid hears the loud music, and feels really bad for the damn dog. So, she gathers her courage, and decides to head back and save him. Sigrid grabs a large piece of wood and prepares to enter the barn to confront Christian. In the meantime, Christian moves on to the next punishment, which is slapping the dog's ass multiple times. Upon her arrival, Sigrid is horrified to see him slapping Frank's ass and torturing him. Determined to end this, she sneaks up behind the crazy loner and strikes him hard in the head. The blow causes a serious injury, and Christian immediately collapses on the floor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sigrid tries to help Frank escape. The weak dog is so physically and mentally damaged that he can barely stand. And unfortunately, Christian recovers just in time and strikes both of them hard in the head, knocking them out. Overcome with frustration, he collapses on the ground and begins to cry like a child. In the next scene, some time has passed, and Christian is preparing breakfast. He's still at the forest house, and now Frank is no longer given human food. Christian takes a bowl of food to the room, where Frank is confined in a cage. After this, he heads to the barn, where Sigrid turns out to be his new pet. She is wearing a dog costume of her own and is fully complying, showing no signs of defiance. He gives her the food and promises that if she behaves well, she will be allowed to sleep in the house. Christian then returns to the house, and lets a dog out of its cage. He prepares a third bowl of dog food, and places it on the floor. Moments later, to our horror, a poor little baby crawls in, dressed in a dog costume, and starts eating the food with his hands. And this is where the movie ends. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the psychological thriller films from 2023, titled Cat Person. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie begins with a college student named Margot who works part-time at a movie theater in the evenings. One day, during her usual shift, she meets an older guy named Robert, whom she finds attractive. She quickly develops a crush on him and tries to strike up a conversation about movies, but Robert doesn't seem interested and ignores her as he heads into the theater. Later, while Margot is returning home at night, she fears someone might attack her, so she updates her best friend, Taylor, about her location. Upon reaching her dorm room, she suddenly comes across a dog outside, who seems to be abandoned. Margot realizes that it's going to rain soon, so she decides to take the dog with her. But as they head inside, her landlady spots them, and reminds her that pets are prohibited here, so she reluctantly sends the dog back outside into the rain. The following evening, Robert arrives to see the movie again, and Margot attempts to make small talk with him, but he again doesn't respond properly. Later, in the theater, Margot stalks him, stares at him, and imagines herself sitting and conversing with him. After the movie ends, Robert exits the theater, but soon has a change of heart and approaches Margot. He then asks for her number, and she excitedly gives it to him. Over the next few days, the two continue to exchange flirtatious text messages. Margot also informs Taylor about this, who asks about the guy's age. Margot lies and claims that he is 25, but in reality, he is much older than that. She also begins rambling about how funny Robert is, and that he has 2 cats as well, which means he is a caring person. However, Taylor advises Margot to be cautious and not to move too quickly to maintain control over their relationship. One evening, Margot is working alone in the college laboratory when she begins texting Robert again. She tells him that she's hungry, and he suggests they go out to eat. Although this excites Margot, she also feels that she barely knows the guy. She decides to meet him on her own terms and invites him to the lab instead. Not long after, Robert shows up there with her favorite snacks, making her really happy. After handing her the snack, Robert proceeds to leave, but Margot invites him inside and shows him the laboratory. Margot then begins eating the snacks, and there's a stupid ant thinks that the snacks are for her. Robert then decides to check the storage room, while Margot decides to text Taylor that Robert was here, and jokes about him possibly being a serial killer. Upon seeing the artifacts, Robert becomes so intrigued that he summons Margot to the storage room to ask about them. Margot complies and starts talking about the artifacts when suddenly, the door shuts on its own, She blames Robert when the door is locked, but he says it must have locked itself. At this moment, Robert suddenly begins assaulting her in the storage room, but it turns out to be only Margot's imagination. Seeing her in distress, Robert also becomes scared, and ends up breaking the door. This results in significant damage to some artifacts and destroys a whole ant colony. Shortly after, a teacher scolds Margot and explains how she cared for this colony for 17 long years, and Margot destroyed it in a moment. This leaves Margot deeply regretful, but she can do nothing more than apologize. Outside, she thanks Robert for the snacks, and apologizes for her reaction in the storage room. She mentions that she's leaving for her hometown tomorrow for fall break, and suggests they keep texting. They decide not to consider this encounter their first official date. Before parting ways, Margot tries to kiss him on the lips, but he just kisses her on the forehead, so she thinks that he must be a gentleman. The following day, Margot heads to her hometown to spend the vacation with her parents. During this time, she and Robert continue to exchange texts and flirt with each other. Her parents also notice her change in behavior and ask if she is dating someone. Margot then tells them everything about Robert and mentions that he is slightly older than her. Afterward, Margot's mother tells her daughter that it's still too early for her to get into serious relationships, especially since she doesn't really know Robert. One night, Margot decides to spice things up, and sends a seductive picture to Robert, but he doesn't even reply to her, making her feel embarrassed. The next morning, Margot claims that she didn't mean to send that picture and apologizes. She leaves him lots of texts afterward, but he still doesn't reply, causing her to panic. While she is returning from her hometown, he finally texts her, explaining that he was busy at work. Margot then realizes that she doesn't even know his profession, and imagines him working various sorts of jobs. After returning to campus, Margot tells Taylor everything, including how Robert has been avoiding her since she sent him that picture. Taylor scolds her for being so desperate and warns her to take control of the situation, but Margot replies that she really likes him and doesn't want to play games with him. Just then, Robert suddenly texts Margot, and asks her out on a movie date. Despite her friend's warnings, she enthusiastically accepts his invitation. In the evening, Robert arrives to pick Margot up, and they get in his car. But on the way, the door suddenly locks, and she suddenly gets choked by Robert, which turns out to be her imagination again. Later, they end up watching Robert's favorite movie, which Margot finds boring. Margot watches enviously as couples romantically share popcorn from the same bucket and cup. Meanwhile, Robert is completely focused on watching the movie, and doesn't notice Margot's attempts to get closer. After their awkward movie date, Robert decides to take her out for drinks. They go to a bar, where Margot tries to gain entry with her ID, but she is denied. At this moment, she finally admits to Robert that she is 20 years old, and he is mad because he assumed she was a little older. Margot then begins to cry, thinking he will end things with her, but Robert doesn't mind her age and gives her a passionate kiss instead. Despite her happiness, Margot is disappointed that a grown man can be such a bad kisser, and she quickly figures out that he must be inexperienced. Following this, the two drink some beers, and in the restroom, Margot calls the friend. Taylor realizes from Margot's voice that she's drunk, and advises her to call a taxi immediately, but Margot has very different plans. She and Robert then decide to go to Robert's house. Upon reaching there, Margot begins looking for the cats he mentioned, but strangely doesn't see them anywhere. Her imagination suddenly starts running wild again. She thinks that Robert's house has a torture chamber where he will hold her captive. Taylor is also surprised that she went home with him. Shortly after, the two begin making out, but moments later, her alter ego asks her to stop this and leave the house, but Margot claims that the guy is sweet when he kissed her forehead. When they are about to start, Margot realizes that she doesn't want to sleep with him, but it's too late now. She thinks that if she says no, it could trigger Robert to hurt her. Margot eventually becomes intimate with him, which is even worse than the kiss. She realizes that this is the worst decision she's ever made in life. After they're done, Margot realizes that this guy is not worth it, and she just wants to leave. She then asks him how old he is, and Robert replies 33. He asks if that is a problem, but she assures him that it's okay. Robert thinks they were committed to each other because of their regular texting, and something truly sincere started between them when they slept together tonight. Margot is the girl of his dreams. But she feels suffocated after hearing this, and claims she must return to her dorm room. Robert is upset. He thought Margot would stay until morning, and he would make her breakfast, but the girl claims her roommate would be worried. Robert then drops her off in his car, but during the ride, Robert is mad at her while demanding to know why she dislikes him. But it's Margot's imagination again, and he safely drops her off at her dorm. And as soon as Margot enters her room, she receives a message from Robert. The next morning, Margot confides everything to Taylor, and declares she doesn't want to see Robert again. Meanwhile, Robert continues to send Margot messages, so Taylor suggests blocking him on her phone, but Margot thinks it's too harsh. She also reveals how he didn't have any cats, and Taylor suggests that maybe he lied about it to come across as a harmless and nice person. Throughout the day, Robert continues to send numerous texts to Margot, but she ignores them. She believes this will only end when one of them dies, and imagines him dying in various ways. In the evening, she composes a long message about being busy with her studies to end the fling, but Taylor believes it's a little too mild. Eventually, Taylor steals her phone, and texts him, "I'm not interested, please stop texting." Margot thinks it's a bit harsh and gets worried, but Taylor reassures her that it's done and advises her not to stress over it. A while later, Robert replies to her, saying he doesn't understand her because he thought they had a good time together. But he still respects her decision and asks her to contact him if she changes her mind. The girls are relieved that it's finally over and Margot can go back to her former life. The scene then shifts to days later, when Margot is at a restaurant celebrating one of her friend's birthdays. She is having a good time until she notices Robert in the same place, drinking alone. Margot doesn't want to confront him, so she informs her friends about her situation, and quickly sneaks out. Later, she receives a text from Robert, claiming that he saw her at the bar. Robert then begins sending her constant messages, expressing how much he misses her. He asks what he did wrong to upset her, or if maybe he was too old for her. Robert's frustration soon turns into aggression and he begins abusing her through text messages. He even accuses her of sleeping with many guys, and he ends the abuse by calling her a whore. The following evening, Margot is working at the theater, when she suddenly notices Robert outside, after which he quickly gets in his car and drives away. Later, Margot heads home alone, but she feels like Robert is stalking her or waiting around. Unfortunately, her phone battery soon dies, and when Margot hears the sound of a car engine, she returns to the theater and calls the police. Margot tells them about her relationship with Robert. She explains how he sent her abusive text messages last night, and today he was outside her workplace. However, the officer says that Robert hasn't technically broken any laws by being outside the theater, so they can't arrest him on that basis. Margot knows that the cops are not going to help her and she is all on her own. So, she contacts Taylor, and the two head to a store to buy some tools for her to defend herself. They also purchase a tracking device, and decide to install it in Robert's car to keep tabs on his movements. Later, at home, the girls look at the tracking device, and wonder how they'll get the job done. But then, the friends get into an argument. Margot doesn't like how Taylor tries too hard to control everything. After a brief argument, Taylor storms out of the room, leaving Margot to install the tracking device on her own. In the next scene, Margot rides her bike to Robert's house to plant the tracking device on his car. She enters Robert's garage and begins the mission. But then, she comes across a dog, which is the same one she found outside her dormitory on the first night she met Robert. Margot is horrified as it finally dawns on her that Robert stalked her that night, and has been obsessed with her since then. Moments later, Robert arrives at the garage and questions Margot about her presence. She accuses him of stalking her and claims that she recognizes his dog. Robert simply asks what's in her hand, and Margot proceeds to use pepper spray in his eyes. Unfortunately, she gets overpowered and ends up spraying herself. Margot wakes up inside Robert's house with burning eyes, and he scolds her for trying to plant a tracking device in his car. Margot requests that he let her go, but he claims that if she gets out like this, he will be blamed for the situation and arrested, no matter what he says in such cases. Robert asks her to sit still until he comes up with a plan that would make him look less like a perpetrator. After this, he begins accusing her of making a fool out of him, as she was the one who approached him first. Margot also gets mad and accuses him of stalking her. Robert admits that he followed her that night, but only because he liked her and wanted to know about her. He reminds her of how she used to flirt with him in the movie theater and make advances. Robert demands to know what he did wrong and, if she didn't like him, why she lied to him. Margot replies that she liked him at first, but after that night, she realized that they were different people. The girl then requests water, but he insists she needs a proper saline solution. Hearing this, Margot wonders if he's been sprayed with pepper before. Robert responds that it's actually because he's a nurse and knows about these things, but Margot never bothered to ask what he did for a living. Here, Margot again pleads with him to let her go. She won't tell anyone about this, and they can go their separate ways, but Robert doesn't trust her. He then heads to the kitchen to get something to ease her stinging eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Margot tries to leave, but she notices the dog at the door and gets scared. She then sneakily calls 911, but Robert catches her in the act. Following this, a brutal fight ensues between them in the house. Margot tries to leave, but he drags her back into the house because everything would be over for him. When he tries to hold her hard, she bites him. During the struggle, a cat escapes, which means Robert did not lie about having cats after all. They continue to fight, and they both end up falling down the basement stairs. Here, Margot accidentally sets the room on fire with a space heater and causes a fire. The fire has blocked the door, and the windows are all locked. Fortunately, Robert finds a safe spot, a drain chamber on the floor. He gets inside and asks Margot to come with him, but she refuses. However, she soon realizes it's the only way she can survive and reluctantly climbs into the crawl space with him. The rest of the house burns down, and the police soon arrive to extinguish the fire. Taylor also shows up, and after the firefighters have extinguished the flames, they tell her that they didn't find anyone in the house. Taylor asks them to check thoroughly. Fortunately, after a while, the cops announce that the two people have been found unconscious in the crawl space, but still alive. Weeks later, a fully recovered Margot rides her bike past Robert's old house with Taylor. The two discuss that Robert has shifted to the coast after leaving his job at the hospital. It turns out she hasn't disclosed the events of that night to anyone, so Taylor tells her she wants to hear the full story one day. In the final scene, Margot is back working at the theater when an older customer strikes up a conversation with her. He appears interested in her and asks for her number, but before we see her response, the movie comes to an end. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the psychological thriller films from 2018, titled Greta. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie opens in the bustling subway of Manhattan, New York, where a woman has just got out of the metro. On the other side of the town, we are introduced to our waitress, a charming and beautiful young woman named Frances. After work, she catches the metro as usual to head home, but then she spots an unattended bag nearby. She picks it up with the intention of returning it to the owner. Inside, she finds an ID card, revealing that it belongs to a certain Greta Hitty. Frances goes to the lost and found to hand the bag, but the department is closed. In the next scene, we see Frances at home, where she lives with her best friend, Erica. The latter curiously opens the bag and finds cash, and she proposes that they use this money to treat themselves to a spa. But the good girl Frances asserts that she's going to return it to the owner. The following day, she arrives outside Greta's door, using the address from her ID, and explains her predicament. Greta, a lady probably in her 50s, claims that she had been looking for her purse all around and is extremely grateful to Frances. She invites the young woman inside for some hot tea. Once inside, Frances reveals that she is originally from Boston, and that she has relocated here very recently. She says that she's staying at her best friend's apartment in the city. As the two continue talking, some banging noises come from the wall near her piano. This annoys Greta, so she asks her neighbors to keep it low. She claims that they are remodeling the place. After this, Greta reveals that her husband passed away several years ago due to a disease. Her daughter's picture is also in the room, but she doesn't talk much about her. Here, Greta starts playing the piano, while explaining that she used to have a dog in this house, but it died. Now, she is left alone and lonely. Hearing all this, Frances feels sad for the woman, so she offers to help her find a new dog. Greta believes that she's not ready for it, but Frances gives her number in case she changes her mind. Later at home, the apartment phone rings, and it is none other than Greta. She says that she has changed her mind, and now wants to get a dog. Greta asks Frances if they can meet during the weekend, to which the latter happily says yes. After the call ends, we see that Erica is a bit skeptical about the meeting. The scene then cuts to the weekend where the two visit a dog pound. All the dogs here are put to sleep if they aren't adopted within 5 days of their arrival. Greta asks if any dog is serving its last day here, and the owner directs her to a lovely boy named Morton. Greta likes the dog right away and thus, she adopts it. Later, the two hang out at a park, where Frances clicks several pictures of Greta on her phone. The lady claims to be bad at technology, so Frances teaches her how to send those pictures to other contacts. Here, Frances reveals that her mom died a year ago, and this makes her visibly emotional, so Greta consoles her and offers some words of wisdom. That night, while at home, we see that Greta isn't exactly clueless when it comes to technology, as she is now stalking Frances' social media meticulously. The next Friday, the two once again meet, and go to a nearby church. Later while heading home, Greta is seen talking on the phone with her daughter, Nicola. After the call ends, a curious Frances asks about where Nicola is, to which Greta claims that she's studying in Paris. The two then go to her house where Greta starts playing the piano beautifully. Greta once again gets emotional and says that everyone leaves her, but Frances, who has started liking the old lady, claims that she will always stick by her side. A few days later, Erica is excitedly getting ready for a party. She hopes that her best friend will join her too. However, Frances apologizes and says that she has already promised to hang out with Greta. This obviously enrages Erica, and she believes that the whole situation is weird. She calls out Frances for befriending the old woman, just because she lost her mother last year, but Frances ignores her comments and abruptly leaves. Following this, she goes straight to Greta's house where they start preparing dinner. Once everything is ready, they proceed to set up the table. But when Frances goes to get the candles from the nearby cabinet, she accidentally opens the wrong drawer and sees several handbags, similar to the one she found on the subway. What's weirder is that there are names of the people who returned Greta the bag. One of them is a girl named Samantha, and Frances also finds her name. Shocked to the core, she immediately grabs the candles and pretends that she didn't see anything. However, during dinner, she doesn't engage in conversation, and when asked what's wrong, Frances claims that she's not feeling well. Greta suggests that she take a rest here, but Frances insists on going home. She then hurries towards the door, and storms out. That night, Frances confides everything in her best friend. They find it very creepy and decide to stay away from Greta.
No! Not again!
Unfortunately, while Frances is at work the next day, she sees a barrage of messages and missed calls from Greta. She also learns from Erica that the crazy woman had called the house landline about 80 times. And then all of a sudden, the manager tells Frances that someone is looking to meet her. Frances pleads with her manager to send Greta away, but the arrogant boss is too busy for that, so Frances gathers her courage and confronts the freakish woman. Greta, as usual, tries talking in her sweet nature, but Frances gets straight to the point and calls out Greta for her deception. She reveals that she found the bags in the drawer, and one of them had her name on it. Hearing all this, Greta tries to explain herself, but Frances doesn't listen and abruptly walks off. That night, she keeps on receiving texts and calls from the lunatic. In the morning, Frances listens to one of the voicemails, where Greta apologizes and admits that what she did was wrong. But she claims that she did all this due to loneliness, as her husband died, and now her daughter is away. At work, however, as Frances is about to serve drinks to a customer, she suddenly notices Greta standing by the road. Even worse, the crazy woman remains there until night, so Frances decides to call the police. But to her dismay, the officer says that Greta has done nothing wrong. It is well within her rights to stand by the road as long as she doesn't harm anyone. That evening, after her shift ends, Frances looks around the place but doesn't find Greta. Frances then heads to the subway and boards a metro. But to her utmost horror,
I said I was sorry.
Greta claims that she is sorry and just wants to talk, but Frances doesn't want any conversation. She then reaches home by a different route, thinking that she's safe now.
Please. Jesus, what?
Unfortunately, Greta shows up here as well, having tracked her house address. Greta says that she's lonely and that she deserves a friend. But when Frances still doesn't listen, the crazy bitch spits a chewing gum in her hair and leaves. Fed up with the situation, Frances heads to the police station along with Erica. She wants to file a restraining order against Greta. However, the officer says that in Manhattan, it may take months for the judge to even review her case. This means that Frances is left with no choice but to simply ignore her tormentor. However, the next morning, she starts fearing for Morton's safety. To check if the dog is still alive, Frances arrives outside Greta's house and hides in a corner. She soon notices the woman going out with Morton. And then inside the trash can, she finds a returned mail, which had been sent to Nicola. But the address says that Nicola lives in Brooklyn, contrary to what Greta had claimed. Frances wastes no time and sends a voicemail to Nicola, hoping they can meet and talk about the situation. One night, when Frances returns home from work, she learns that Erica has left for a party. The place is eerily quiet, so she's definitely scared a bit. Just then, her dad calls her to ask how she's doing. Turns out Frances isn't on good terms with her workaholic dad after the death of her mother, and this is probably why she came to New York to be on her own. Still, Dad loves her a lot and would do anything to be with her. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted when Frances receives a message from Greta. To her utmost horror, the crazy woman is now stalking Erica and has sent a picture of her. Frances immediately calls her best friend and warns her of the situation. Erica cannot see the woman, but still, she decides to leave the venue. She walks through the back door, and then through an alley, but Greta keeps clicking pictures of her secretly. Frances receives all these pictures on her phone, making her even worried. At one point, Erica enters a public bus. However, Frances receives another picture which reveals that the bitch is on the same bus. Erica finally sees her as well but gets off the bus quickly. Erica continues to see Greta on the street, but the tense situation finally comes to an end when Frances arrives to pick up her friend in a taxi. The next day, Frances finally receives the call that she has been waiting for. It's from the crazy bitch's daughter, Nicola. But upon reaching the meeting location, she finds a woman named Alexa waiting for her. This woman reveals that Nicola actually killed herself 4 years ago due to her mother's sadistic behavior, and she had never studied in Paris. Alexa was her counselor as she was suffering from alcoholism. The counselor further reveals that Greta is a sick woman who used to confine her daughter inside a box. Later that day, while she's at work, Frances's dad calls and tells her that Erica has told him what has been happening, warning her to be careful. But then all of a sudden, Greta shows up, having booked a table. Frances urges her boss to kick her out, but the rude man isn't going to do that to a customer. Our poor girl reluctantly obliges and goes to serve the deranged woman. She tries to do her work, but Greta insists that she only wants to talk. Frances refuses, and this is when Greta becomes aggressive and charges towards her. The situation only comes to a halt when several restaurant employees restrain her. In the aftermath, the cops arrive at the scene and take her away. However, the very next morning, she is released from custody, because why not? At this
Because why
moment,
not?
Erica comes up with an idea, which is to use the slow fade technique to Greta. She suggests that Frances apologize to Greta, and says that the problem is her, not Greta, and pretends that she has her own problems to deal with right now. The two friends can then go on a holiday to Mexico, and by the time they arrive, Greta will already have moved on with someone else. Heeding to the advice, Frances approaches Greta at the same church and apologizes to her. She pretends to be sorry for ignoring her, and claims that she was just upset because of her mother's recent death. Frances also says that she'll be going away for a while to clear her mind. Greta understands her situation, and gives her a big hug before departing. In the next scene, we see the lady mixing some chemicals in a bowl of milk. She then feeds it to Morton, which he happily consumes. On the other hand, Frances arrives home after cycling around the city. She nonchalantly prepares a cup of coffee and drinks it. But soon after she does, she becomes dizzy and falls to the ground. During this, she notices Greta approaching her.
Seems you forgot to pack. Now, which shoes would you like to bring?
This crazy bitch drags Frances outside the house and puts her in a taxi, pretending that she's sick. Upon reaching her home, Frances notices the dog lying unconscious on the floor. Greta then opens a secret door, which turns out to be behind the piano, and takes her inside. She unlocks her phone using her fingerprint, puts Frances inside a toy chest, and shuts the door. Just then, Frances realizes that it was all just a nightmare. She becomes relieved to see her friend in the house, and her dad also shows up downstairs to pick her up. Frances then hurries to meet her dad, hoping he can take her away from all this madness. However, as soon as she enters the elevator, it suddenly malfunctions.
What the hell?
Unfortunately, Frances wakes up inside the chest. It turns out she has been kidnapped after all. Greta then opens the chest and locks her in the room. Frances can hear Greta playing piano outside. She can only cry in hopelessness when she sees Samantha's ID. Frances realizes that Samantha was kept as a prisoner in the same room she's in, which adds to her lack of hope. Afterwards, Greta uses Frances' phone to text her dad and friends separately. She sends a picture to Dad, in which Frances and Erica are enjoying their holidays. Then, she sends another one to Erica, in which Frances and her dad are having a fun time. This gives both of them the false impression that Frances is safe and sound. After a few weeks, Dad eventually decides to visit town as he hasn't heard from his daughter for long. But when he meets up with Erica, they finally realize that Frances is missing. Panicked, Dad immediately hires a private detective named Brian to find his daughter. They learn that Greta was a nurse at a local hospital, but she was fired for the misuse of anesthetics. On the other hand, Greta is slowly asserting her way of life onto Frances. She teaches her how to play the piano and punishes her when she makes a mistake. One day, during a cooking lesson, Greta is talking with a cookie cutter in her hand. Frances then strikes her hand, causing her little finger to be chopped off, and strikes the bitch in the head, knocking her out. After this, Frances runs throughout the house, trying to find a way out, but it seems that all the doors and windows have been boarded. She runs to the basement, where she shockingly finds Samantha, who is still breathing. But then, Greta suddenly shows up from behind and suffocates her to unconsciousness. When the poor girl wakes up, she is tied onto a bed by both her hands and feet. Afterwards, the detective, Brian, shows up outside Greta's house. Brian then gets straight to the point and asks Greta about Frances, but Greta claims she hasn't seen Frances for a while. As usual, she puts on her charming demeanor and invites him in for some tea. From her room, Frances hears them talk, so she starts screaming and banging her bed with all her might. The sound is faintly heard in the living room, but Greta plays some music and claims it's her hungry dog. She then grabs a bowl and pretends to go upstairs to feed him. While she's away, Brian suddenly spots that the piano is moving slightly, and finally realizes that there's someone behind the wall. But then, the bitch shows up and injects him with a sedative. This causes Brian to slowly pass out and he struggles to keep balance. He brings out his gun, and fires several shots at her, but each of them misses. Eventually, he is knocked out cold, and Greta uses his own gun to kill him. As the days pass, Greta returns to the subway, and plants her green leather bag to find her next victim. We then see that another innocent girl finds Greta's handbag and take it. Just like Frances, she makes the same mistake and decides to return it personally. Greta welcomes her like always and starts her routine. When Frances hears them talking, she starts banging again, but Greta dismisses it as her neighbors, who are remodeling the house, just like at the beginning of the film. Greta then gets back to her chair and takes a sip of her tea, and as soon as she does so, she feels dizzy. And then this happens.
Hours and hours, I searched the goddamn subway for that bag.
In a crazy turn of events, we get to know that the innocent girl is none other than Erica. Turns out she spiked Greta's tea with a sedative. Erica then searches through the house, and finds the secret door behind the piano. Without wasting any time, she goes inside and unties her friend. But as they are about to head out, they hear Greta playing the piano again. Realizing that she has regained consciousness, Erica grabs a blunt object and heads out to confront her. Frances also peeks through the door, and this is when Greta grabs her from behind. However, she is so weak from the drug that she soon passes out. In the end, the girls put the psychopath in the same toy chest, and lock it with a small Eiffel Tower trinket. But as they head out to call the police, Greta suddenly regains consciousness, and starts banging on the chest from inside. Okay guys, thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the thriller drama films from 2014, titled The Dark Valley. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. A long time ago, during a period of moral crisis in the society, a loving couple was being pursued by their cruel ruler for disobeying the village's laws. The terrified young couple seeks shelter in the basement of a wooden building. As footsteps draw near, the man desperately seizes an axe, but his resistance proves futile as a ruthless group of men brutally assaults him, forcibly taking the couple away from the basement. The woman gazes upon her fallen protector, her anguished screams echoing through the air as they cruelly drag away his injured body. The man is taken captive, subjected to cruel treatment, and finally sacrificed to the birds by being crucified high above the valley. Meanwhile, the woman who is forced to... Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the psychological thriller films from 2010, titled Boy Wonder. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie starts with a conversation between a young boy named Sean Donovan and his lovely mother, Mary Donovan. The story then shifts to a gripping scene, where young Sean Donovan and his father witness a horrific carjacking, with his mother's tragic demise unfolding before his eyes. 10 years later, the haunting image of his mother's head being blown off by a bullet continues to affect his life, shaping him into a serious person who doesn't feel like making friends, even throughout his high school years. The impact of that incident has made him hypersensitive to violence, unable to oversee even minor instances like a senior ragging a freshman, or he will go crazy. In order to soothe his nerves, he discreetly takes medications concealed within his bandage container, allowing him to keep them hidden from his father. Despite his internal battles, he consistently excels academically, delving into subjects beyond his syllabus, such as chemistry. However, when his father, Terry Donovan, inquires about his academic performance, their conversation lacks interest. This behavior stems from their strained relationship, which feels more like that of strangers than father and son since the death of the mother. Despite Terry's attempts to bring normalcy into Sean's life, he has been unsuccessful so far. One day, as Terry pays a visit to his wife's resting place, he apologizes to his wife for not visiting for a while. He tells his wife that Sean has made a new friend, and intends to attend a party with him. Witnessing his son gradually re-emerge into life, Terry experiences a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sean boards the train, and suddenly experiences a vivid childhood flashback. During those difficult times when his alcoholic father Terry would subject him to beatings, his mother Mary became his pillar of support. She would accompany him to his music classes, providing a much-needed distraction from their abusive environment. Back to the present day, as Sean strolls past a park, he becomes a witness to a drug-addicted woman pleading with her dealer for more time to pay for the drugs she got from him. Once the woman departs, Sean catches the attention of the dealers, Tony and Stretch, who notice him standing nearby. When the mobsters start to threaten Sean, the boy suddenly accuses Tony of being responsible for a child's murder. Hearing this, Tony loses control and unleashes a violent assault on Sean. Here our once quiet kid shows who he really is, and starts to fight back, defending not only himself, but also the memory of the deceased child. He manages to wrest control of Tony's pistol, and in a stunning twist of events, he shoots him. The focus of the film then shifts to Teresa Ames, a police officer coping with personal difficulties like her persistent ex-husband's intrusive calls regarding their son. On top of that, she is tasked with a crucial case involving Larry Childs, a drug dealer convicted of murdering 2 people. Despite her diligent efforts, the court hearing for Larry's case is unexpectedly postponed, granting his lawyer more time to pursue his release. Teresa's exceptional track record in the Anti-Crime and Narcotics Unit leads her promotion to the Homicide Unit, where she will work with her colleague, Gary. Coincidentally, within the same unit, Officer Bill Baldwin is present, someone whom Sean has known for a long time, and occasionally visits to use his computer. As night falls and Teresa prepares to depart from the police station, she stumbles upon Sean, who is using the printer without any supervision. The boy reveals his connection to Officer Bill, and then leaves the premises. Piqued by curiosity, Teresa examines the printout left behind by Sean, and discovers the unfamiliar term trislarin written on it. Dismissing it, she returns to her car, only to find one of the tires punctured. After witnessing her struggle, Sean steps in to lend a hand, sparking a conversation about her ongoing case. Sean knows Teresa from the news reports about Larry Child's trial, so he asks if the person who did this will escape justice. In response, Teresa admits it is out of her hand if Larry manages to make a deal. Once the tire is repaired, Teresa kindly offers him a ride home, but Sean politely declines the offer, opting to take the train instead. The following morning, as Sean diligently practices his punches on the punching bag, Terry joins him, offering guidance on how to strike with more force. Despite Terry's earnest efforts to be a father figure in Sean's life, the haunting memories of his abuse towards Mary and him continue to plague Sean's thoughts. In one vivid flashback, a drunken Terry is seen engaging in a heated argument with his wife over Sean's piano practice. Mary bravely defends her son, pleading with Terry to spare the child from torment. However, Terry's actions turn violent as he beats his wife, and demands her silence if she wishes to continue living in his house. Despite the passage of time, Sean continues to be haunted by the memories. The plot thickens as Stretch, the drug dealer, files a report regarding the murder of Tony, the man whom Sean killed, but there is no evidence. Gary believes they shouldn't focus on the case due to Tony's involvement as a drug-dealing pedophile, potentially making him a target for many, but Teresa remains unconvinced. She then questions Gary about Sean, and discovers that his mother got her head blown off right in front of his face a decade ago. Sean visits the police station daily with Bill's approval, and meticulously goes through mugshots, desperately hoping to spot the face of the person responsible in case he was apprehended for another crime. Teresa then approaches Sean, offering assistance in uncovering the truth behind his mother's killer. Initially resistant, Sean succumbs to Teresa's persistent appeal, and allows her involvement in the case. The scene then shifts to a hooker who is in her room, attempting to inform her drug-dealing client, Joe, that she is sick and won't be available that night. However, Joe reacts aggressively, forcefully breaking open the door and dragging the woman outside. Witnessing this violence unfold, Sean suddenly shows up and intervenes to save the woman. Both Sean and Joe sustain injuries during the confrontation, but unbeknownst to Joe, Sean's involvement in helping the hooker was not a random act of kindness, but a deliberate choice because Sean had carefully selected Joe from the database to end his cruelty. As Joe threatens him, Sean pulls out a pistol from his pocket and shoots him in the chest, killing him then and there. The following day, Teresa and Gary arrive at the scene to investigate Joe's death, where they are met by the hooker. It is revealed that Joe had even been involved in the murder of a 13-year-old girl, but he managed to escape conviction and secure his release. The woman only tells the officers about Sean's black outfit, and refuses to share any further details as she believes that God sent Sean to save her life. While pondering over the case, Teresa arrives at a theory that the killer responsible for Tony's murder might be the same individual who ended Joe's life. Teresa and Gary then visit the morgue, to ascertain if the bullet recovered from Joe matches the one retrieved from Tony's body. Here Teresa is struck by a sudden realization that Joe might be the same individual Sean was searching for the day prior. She then queries Dr. Coroner about tricellular, the word she had glimpsed on the paper printed by Sean. The doctor and his assistant then confirm that tricellular is a poisonous substance capable of triggering a severe reaction in the esophagus, leading to swelling and suffocation within one's own body. Dr. Coroner finally confirms that the bullet recovered from both victims matches, proving that the same person is responsible for both murders. To get close to Sean and assess him further, Teresa extends an invitation for lunch. Engaging in conversation about her personal life, she takes him to a Chinese restaurant, where a couple is seen hurling abusive remarks in Chinese. Much to their surprise, Sean reveals his fluency in Chinese, and sternly warns the couple. Here Teresa learns that Sean's mother had encouraged him to master multiple languages. As the topic shifts to Sean's mother, Teresa suddenly informs him that her case appears to be a random carjacking with no leads to pursue, and advises Sean to move on with his life and embrace a normal teenage existence. Frustrated, Sean questions Teresa about what she would do if he knew the identity of the murderer, and so, Teresa emphasizes the importance of due process and a need for evidence before charging someone with a crime. This only further enrages Sean, as he highlights the flaws within the system, and the injustice of a criminal like Larry Childs evading punishment due to these shortcomings. Later that night, while Teresa and Gary are at Bill Baldwin's retirement party, Teresa keeps making connections between Tony and Joe's cases, pointing out that both men killed someone and got away with it. Teresa then approaches Bill to inquire about Sean, but to her surprise, Bill responds rudely, accusing her of following them. He instructs her to leave Sean alone and allow him to resume his life. As the colleagues board a train home, a Chinese woman suddenly requests assistance from the officers to stop a fight between two men. We go back a few minutes before the complaint, when a drug addict boards the same train and begins harassing a woman.
That's what you think, don't you, idiot? You want me to please you? Is that what you want? Die early for you filthy fucking fuck!
Sean, seated in the same cabin, discreetly applies a black substance to his face. He then instructs a Chinese boy to escort his mother out of the train, as he doesn't want the kid to see what's going to happen. Just then, a confrontation with the drug addict leads to a physical altercation. This insane boy gains the upper hand against the drug addict, while the Chinese woman reports the fight to the train officers. They catch sight of Sean wearing a black outfit, but they don't recognize him. Teresa makes an attempt to apprehend the boy, but Sean manages to escape. Afterwards, Teresa receives information from one of the officers that the attacker spoke Chinese to the boy, asking the kid and his mother to leave, before initiating the fight. This revelation leads to Sean becoming a suspect in Teresa's investigation. The following day, Sean wakes up only to find Teresa arresting him, but it turns out to be a dream. It turns out that day is Sean's birthday, so Terry takes him to his mother's favorite restaurant for some cake to celebrate. Unexpectedly, they encounter Terry's old friend, Aaron, who instantly recognizes him as Rock, a nickname from his boxing days. Now that Aaron is the restaurant's owner, she tells Terry that she still has some old photos of Terry and his friends in the back. The woman keeps Sean company, and when asked, explains where the nickname came from. She also reveals that 10 years ago, Terry was an alcoholic who befriended some bad guys and frequently got into street fights. In a hurry, Terry apologizes for cutting their reunion short, and leaves his contact information for Aaron to have a meetup sometime again. He leaves the restaurant only to take Sean to a boxing match, and spends quality time with his son after a long time. As a final surprise, Terry takes him to the street, where Mary tragically lost her life, and helps Sean understand that he should forget the past and embrace his life. He apologizes to Sean for the suffering his addiction and violent nature had caused. He acknowledges that he cannot change the past, but promises to support and care for his son from now on. The next day, Teresa visits Bill's house, and demands an explanation about Sean. Reluctantly, Bill invites her inside, and reveals the truth about that fateful night. Bill explains that Sean was so traumatized after the tragedy, that he couldn't express his emotions through tears or screams. When Bill showed Sean the mugshot lineup, Sean immediately recognized a person, but when they showed the photo to his father, Terry dismissed his claims, denying any knowledge. The father then lectured the son about the consequences of his action, and when Sean took another look at the photo, he said he made a mistake and his father was right. Sean remained silent about that night, until he recently saw the criminal's photo again in the news. He still firmly believes his mother's murderer is Larry Childs, the same man Teresa is determined to bring to justice. Later that day, Sean approaches Teresa and expresses his gratitude for her support, revealing his determination to move forward with his life. With these words, he leaves with a friend to attend a party. Meanwhile, Teresa, unwilling to let go of the case, follows him to the party and waits outside. There, she learns from Gary that Larry Childs has struck a deal with the district attorney. He only faces a 2-year prison sentence, followed by entry into witness protection, effectively evading punishment for his string of murders. Inside the party, Sean experiences a flashback of Larry Childs, referring to his father as Rock, on the night of the incident. Realizing that only Terry's friends use that name, he senses something isn't right. Suddenly, another act of violence captures his attention. It is the bully from his school. Since he finds this kind of behavior intolerable, he goes completely insane again, and savagely beats the bully who has been harassing a female friend. Then, after being stopped by his friend, Sean rushes to Aaron's restaurant, while Teresa gets ready to follow him. On his way, he is still haunted by the echoes of Larry's voice and revisits the haunting memory of that night, when Terry abruptly halted the car in the darkness. The incident occurred after someone rear-ended their vehicle. It was Larry Childs who had confronted Terry, and he said something to Terry, before approaching Mary and tragically taking her life with a gunshot. The puzzle pieces start to fit together in Sean's mind, and he even breaks into Aaron's restaurant, but by the time Teresa arrives, he has already left. As she moves deeper inside the restaurant, she stumbles upon some old photos of Terry and Larry Childs together. Meanwhile, as Terry arrives at his house, he notices that his house has been messed up, and he immediately contacts the police, reporting a break-in. During his investigation, he enters the basement, and discovers Sean sitting in there, heavily intoxicated. At this moment, Sean suddenly bursts out, and says that he remembers when Terry was drunk all the time and used to beat him and his mother. He then retrieves a gun, and accuses his father of conspiring with Larry Childs to murder his mother. He believes Terry orchestrated the crime to claim her life insurance money, and use it to get out of the slums he was living in and maybe pay off his debts. In a tense turn of events, Terry manages to overpower Sean, and he admits to knowing Larry Childs, but insists that Sean must have misunderstood the events of that night. Sean keeps insisting that the murderer called Terry Rock, but Terry is adamant in his denial as he tries to reassure his son. Consumed by disbelief, Sean points the gun at his father's chest, and tragically ends his life for his crime. As Teresa confronts Sean, he claims that Terry hired Larry Childs to kill his mother, while the gun remains on the table. In a moment of decision, Sean pleads with Teresa for assistance. Realizing that not all justice can be obtained through the court's legal process, Teresa ultimately decides to dispose of the murder weapon in the river. Sometime later, Sean composes a letter addressed to Larry Childs, who is currently serving his 2-year sentence. Instead of harboring anger, Sean offers forgiveness, aiming to ease the burden of guilt Larry carries from his victim's screams that haunt him daily. All he wants to know now is the truth regarding his father's involvement in the murder so that this can ease Sean's pain, and he has provided 2 stamps and a return envelope. In a simple instruction, he asks Larry to use a black stamp if his father is guilty, and a red stamp if he is innocent. But it's clear that Larry is a scumbag, and isn't going to give Sean any satisfaction. He lies to Sean by sending the letter back to the boy with a red stamp, which, to our surprise, Sean already knew someone like him would do. It turns out that Sean has laced the stamp blue with trislarin, and because of that lethal chemical, Larry dies of swollen esophagus and suffocation. At the end of the movie, we don't even find out if his dad is actually innocent, or if Larry is just trying to mess with Sean's head. Thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of an action thriller films from 2013, titled Vendetta. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. As the movie starts, we see an airplane landing on the runway. The scene then cuts to a car, where the protagonist of the story, Jimmy Vickers, a special ops interrogation officer, is listening to an old message from a woman who sounds like his mother, who is expecting to see him soon and hopes he reaches home safely. The man appears to be in great distress while he's going back home. Once he reaches home, he listens to another voicemail from his friend, Griffin, who consoles him and feels sorry about the loss. It is suggested that some tragedy has occurred, and Jimmy is in great distress due to it. Later on, Jimmy goes to a bar. He then inquires to the owners, Debs and Terry, if they know anything about the incident. Terry denies having any information, so Jimmy claims that Terry lives only 50 yards away from Jimmy's parents' house, enough for him to hear their screams. Terry seems displeased about it, and asks Jimmy to leave if he is here to cause some trouble. Depressed and furious at what is happening, Jimmy grabs Terry by his collar, and fights with a stranger. Debs then stops him and asks Terry to tell him what he knows. Terry finally informs Jimmy about calling the fire service that night, and he reveals that he saw 4 of the gang members. They broke into the house, and he heard the scream of Jimmy's dad, but only watched from the window because he was scared to intervene. The events so far are adding up, and later we see Jimmy in the burnt garage at the house where supposedly his parents were killed. He looks around and
Just lumps of flesh everywhere. It's...
So this guy stole a dead body, and Gene Hackman watched him get arrested for it. This story is wild. So it all starts with this guy, Graham. And Graham is a rock country musician living in California, and he's not super famous, but he influenced some very famous bands. He influenced the Rolling Stones, he influenced the Eagles, but Graham has a problem. He really loves drugs, like the hard stuff. Bro is always high on something. And one day in 1973, he and some friends take a little trip out to Joshua Tree. Joshua Tree is a desert in California where hippies like to go and do drugs. So he and some friends end up in this hotel around Joshua Tree. Now, one of his friends is supposed to be in charge of making sure Graham doesn't overdo it with all the drugs he takes. This guy, Michael Martin. And Michael Martin is Graham's friend and his assistant. However, at one point, Michael Martin leaves the hotel to go pick up some Zaza, and he leaves Graham there alone with 2 ladies. And so Graham is there, and he starts trying to talk his lady friends into drinking tequila with him. And the 2 ladies are like, nah. And so Graham's like, cool, more tequila for me. And he drinks a ton. Then, once he's all wasted, he decides it'll be a good idea to do some morphine. So then he does a ton of that. Then, as you can imagine, I guess he does too much, and suddenly, boom, Graham becomes unresponsive. And the ladies are like freaking out, like, oh my god, he just OD'd. Then one of the ladies is like, I know what to do. And she gets some ice, because, you know, hotels always have ice. Yep. So she gets some ice cubes, pulls down Graham's pants, and shoves the cubes directly up Graham's butt. Like, she actually gives him an ice cube suppository. Yep. And surprisingly, this works. It like jolts him awake, and he gets up, and he's like walking around the room, and now he suddenly seems fine. However, shortly after he sits down, he falls back asleep, and he eventually stops breathing. And again, the ladies are freaking out, and they don't know what to do, so they call an ambulance. But unfortunately, it's too late, and Graham has overdosed, and he doesn't make it. And as crazy as that is, it's not nearly as crazy as the attempt to steal his body. So 2 months before this, Graham just happened to be attending a funeral. And he's there with this guy, Kaufman. Kaufman is Graham's tour manager. And at some point during this funeral, Graham turns to Kaufman and he says, man, when I die, just spread my ashes out in Joshua Tree. And Kaufman hears this and he's like, all right. And so fast forward 2 months. And now Graham has died. And Kaufman, I guess, he wants to be a real one and grant Graham his last wish. Scatter his ashes in Joshua Tree. And so Kaufman calls the local coroner's office, and he asks where Graham's body is. And they inform him that Graham's body is actually about to be flown from California all the way back to Louisiana so he can be buried there, where some of his family lives. And Kaufman can't let that happen. So he comes up with a plan to steal Graham's body and take it back to Joshua Tree. First, he contacts Michael Martin and gets him involved in this scheme. Then the 2 dress up like they work at a funeral home. Then they decide they need a hearse to pull this off. And by sheer coincidence, one of the women Graham was with in the hotel room when he died just so happens to own a hearse. And it's a piece of shit, and it's all run down, and it has no license plates, but it's a hearse. So they borrow it. Then they decide that they don't like the way they look in their formal funeral home outfits, and they change into new outfits, dressing up like cowboys for some reason. And then they get really drunk so that they have the confidence to commit the crime that they're about to commit. And so Kaufman and Michael Martin, drunk, dressed like cowboys, they start driving this hearse to the Los Angeles airport to intercept Graham's body and stop it from being shipped to Louisiana. So they get there, and they're at the airport, and they pull up to the loading dock, which is basically just a big airplane hangar. And there's a lot of cargo there, including the casket with Graham's body in it. And then Kaufman uses his manager charm to convince the dock manager that they're there to pick up Graham's casket and body and transport it over to a different airport. And I guess the dock manager's like, hi. And Kaufman signs some paperwork, and they're all ready to take this body and put it in their hearse. But then a police car pulls up, and it's blocking the door of the hangar, which means it's blocking Kaufman and Michael Martin in. And instead of being all afraid, Kaufman is so drunk that he's just like, hey buddy, move your car. And the cop is like, sure, sorry. And then Kaufman's like, and while you're here, can you help us lift this casket into the car? And the cop's like, sure. And so now the police officer is unknowingly helping them commit this crime. And so they all load the casket into the back of the hearse. And they go to drive away, and Michael Martin is still really drunk. And kaboom, he crashes into the door of the hangar. And from there, the cop doesn't do anything. He just lets them drive away. And the 70s were a wild time. But anyway, then Kaufman and Michael Martin drive this hearse from the airport all the way out to Joshua Tree. Now, what Graham specifically wanted was to be cremated and have his ashes scattered across the desert. But he's not exactly cremated. So Kaufman and Michael Martin, they unload the casket and they douche it with 5 gallons of gasoline and they set it on fire. And there, they watch it burn for a bit, and it's not exactly scattering his ashes across the desert, but it's the best they can do. Then, they flee the area, and they start driving back to Los Angeles. But here's the thing, they're both still pretty drunk. And along the way, suddenly, boom, Michael Martin rear ends a car. And this causes a multi-car accident. And so Highway Patrol sees this accident and they pull up and Michael Martin opens the door to the hearse and a bunch of beer cans fall out. And so the Highway Patrol is like, yep, these guys are drunk. And they arrest them and they put them in handcuffs. And so Kaufman and Michael Martin are standing there waiting in handcuffs while the Highway Patrol goes to check on other people involved in the accident. And that is when Kaufman and Michael Martin are like, fuck all this, and they jump in the hearse and they speed away. Here's the thing though, remember the hearse was a rundown piece of shit with no license plates. So the Highway Patrol didn't get their plates and couldn't identify them. So Kaufman and Michael Martin successfully get away. Until 5 days go by, and Kaufman and Michael Martin still haven't been caught. And the police now know Graham's body was stolen from the airport, and they've been investigating, and they've pretty much figured out it was Kaufman and Michael Martin who did it. Meanwhile, Kaufman, for some reason, he decides to rent out his house for people or movie studios to film in. And a studio actually rents out his place, and they're in the middle of filming the movie Night Moves there. And it's a movie starring a young Gene Hackman. And in the middle of that shoot, boom, police bust into Kaufman's house. And Gene Hackman just happens to be standing there watching, shocked, as bam, they arrest Kaufman. Here's a picture of him in real life. Then the next day, Michael Martin surrenders himself to police, and I unfortunately couldn't find any pictures of him online. But here's the crazy thing though. Because it's the 1970s, I guess there are no laws in place regarding stealing a dead body. So, none of this was technically illegal. And police and prosecutors don't exactly know what to charge these guys with. So they get charged with theft of the casket, not of the body, because a human body in this time doesn't have any like monetary value. So they get charged with the theft of the casket. And Kaufman and Michael Martin are each ordered to pay a fine of $1,000 total. So after all of that, they only had to pay like $1,000 fine and no jail time, and they just got away free. The 70s were insane.
Hello, my name is Cinnamon Toast Ken.
And I'm Buff Pro.
And we are back with 90 Day Fiancé. You never thought you'd see it again. You thought the time was over. You know, they haven't had another Big Ed. We tried some other couples and, you know, they're kind of, weird, but nothing too spicy. But apparently, Mary has highly recommended Before the 90 Days Season 7, the same one that had, like, Thirsty, what's her name, Rachel or whatever, no.
Oh, the farmer girl.
Farmer
with
girl.
The chickens.
Yeah,
Chicken girl.
that like had the blonde man, and that was weird.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty weird to cover, but either way, it's from the same season, but the story's supposed to get like way crazier as it goes. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna do some recap of it, right? Usually the way we do this is we'll like experience it with you, we'll watch the whole thing, but there's been a lot of problems with copyright and stuff here lately, so we're going to change the format just a little bit. It's still going to be mostly the same, but just a little less of us just sitting here watching it and then laughing, you know? Because some people hate it when we pause it constantly to talk.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do hate.
They're like, why don't you just let the whole thing play? And I'm like, because I don't want to get my whole face suit off, all right? If you keep it under 10-second clips, they don't care as much, but they're starting to care a little more. Like the Gypsy Rose one was a pretty bad one. They really came after that one.
Yeah.
They blocked it everywhere. It was just blocked.
I don't think they like us very much.
So we start out at the drag club, right? And you see this man right here on the stage picking up all the dollar bills. That's not someone robbing the place. He's not about to get put in jail.
He's just a pimp.
That's Lauren. So Lauren is a drag queen assistant. He says the perfect job for him. That is the job. Getting out there and collecting them dollar bills and giving people drinks, helping the wardrobe, doing all that stuff. Attending to pretty much whatever they need during their performances. They interview three of the queens and they talk about how like Lauren is the glue that holds the club together, right? And then they talk about his face.
So the funniest thing about Lauren is Lauren has a face.
What's that stern look, boy? I wouldn't cross that man in a.
Look how serious he is. Woo! But the thing about Lauren, he loves the job because he's able to make someone else happy, and that most of his life he couldn't please anyone. Which I guess is why he's here on 90 Day Fiancé. Because what better place to not actually please anyone than this show?
Nice.
So Lauren tells us that he grew up in the countryside of Washington State, and that where he grew up, you know, men were manly men. You know, you gotta be man. You gotta be a man. And he was called the gay kid, but he says he's not gay.
I don't consider myself gay. I identify as gynosexual. It means that I find femininity attractive, not necessarily gender.
I think you'd fit in really well with the Mormon group. What was that show called? My Husband's Not Gay.
Yeah.
Yes. Get him in there.
He'd do
Get him
great.
in there. So we're getting to know Lauren a little bit more, and now we're going to get to know what his preferences are, like what he wants in a partnership.
My preference is to date a trans woman with a penis, because a penis is much more fun to play with, as long as it's female. It's a female penis, not a male penis.
What? He's in denial?
Starting to feel like Mary set us up here, Dane. I don't know what we could actually say here. I'm not trying to get canceled or nothing, no, so I'm just...
Is Mary mad at you?
She might be after this video, I don't know. It's fine, it's out of my wheelhouse. I don't really understand, but I'm down. Let's keep going. I mean, there's a big disconnect anyway, because obviously this man is like in a completely, like, working at the drag show and everything, is a completely different world from, you know, your typical straight dudes, right?
Right. For sure.
So I just gotta be like, cool. Because whatever I say out of it at this point is obviously going to be speaking out of ignorance. So I'm just going to chill.
The female penis normally like and smells a little bit different because of usually hormones or like the way that they like take care of it. And so the energy of it is different.
Dr. Squatch. The Squatch don't let you down, bro. Like, what you mean? He's a doctor.
Dude, they just stink. Guys are smelly. I get it. I understand. Dang. Now, the girl that's with him is his friend Esther, and she makes a comment that you've never bought me anything. And then we learn that they have known each other for 7 years, and they used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but it didn't work out. But they still hang out when the cameras are around, maybe. I don't know, maybe all the time. Yeah. So Lauren tells the producers that around age 7 or 8, he knew that trans woman was what he wanted in his life. But his family was not okay with that at all. And so he had to do what anyone else would have to do in that situation and pretend to like... cis girls. I almost messed up. I almost said normal girls. Regular girls. Kid, has your internet training taught you nothing? But anyway, he tried it out and it just wasn't fulfilling. So wasn't it? So obviously he's struggling with dating, but he downloads 2 Filipino apps and boy, finds love quickly.
And falls in love quickly.
A few months ago, I decided to try to find love overseas. So I downloaded 2 Filipino dating apps, and almost instantly I connected with Faith.
I knew it was going to be the Philippines, Dane. Knew it.
Rose.
It's all the memes, man. You know, the Philippines are like, wow, it's the most beautiful one I've ever met. And later on, you're like, oh my gosh, maybe I'm gay. Which I'm going to point out that just before the Faith reveal that he had another relationship and everything was so good and so great. What happened to that one?
Right.
It just vanished.
Fell through somewhere.
Suspicious. And so he meets Faith and they actually start talking. And Faith is 30 years old, lives in Manila. Thank you. They haven't met in person, but like they text all the time, and describes her as pretty much being perfect in every way. Now he says in the Philippines, Faith is known as a
ladyboy, and it's used primarily to describe a transgender woman.
See, I was wondering. I'm glad he said it because I was like the ladyboy thing. I was like, I don't know if that's offensive for me to say. Have you never heard of it?
No.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, I had, but I was like, I didn't want to be like a ladyboy, and then they'd be like, kid. How could you? And I'd be like, crap. Gotta make an apology at the beginning of the next video. Jeez.
Within the first day of chatting, we reached the point of I love you. Day 1.
Move fast. Day 1.
Oh.
I love you. Right out the gate. Now, hopefully, they're not going to show up on an episode of Catfished because...
Scamfish. Yeah.
2 dating apps and I love you later. All of a sudden, he's sending hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Wow. Day 1, though. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, well, the previous relationship, it was day 1 smashing, you know? So
That's true.
You gotta get in there. But we learned something very important about him here. Something very, very important.
But there is some things about me that Faith doesn't know. Like the fact that I'm broke.
Okay, so the fact that he's broke, he spent his entire savings. The lady who's with him is his ex-girlfriend, and she's taking him out to buy him some stuff, I guess.
Or the new girlfriend.
Right, yeah. And if one thing I know about 90 Day Fiance, one thing that happens kind of often is the person that's coming from overseas is like, you're American, you're supposed to be wealthy.
You have money.
And little do they know that we're all broke. We're not broke. Hit it with the rich guy laugh. All right, so he works the drag show, he works in retail in the back room, like I guess like folding clothes and stuff like that, and then also at a gift shop. And these jobs they're all minimum wage, so he can barely afford to pay his rent, much less have someone move in and then like sponsor them and take care of them at the same time.
My ideal scenario would be I go to the Philippines, find a way to live with Faith.
So since you can't live in America, the plan might be just to go to the Philippines
and stay. I bet he's buying a one-way ticket too.
They are cheaper.
He's not coming back.
So Lauren believes that moving to the Philippines is like the answer. Like his financial burdens will be less, and he can figure out how to make money there, which I don't know how he's going to since he only speaks English, but you know maybe. And he can stay there and take care of Faith. And he hasn't had this conversation with Faith as of yet, doesn't know how she'll react, or if she wants to come to America. So, obviously, what could go wrong in this relationship already? What could go wrong?
And if everything goes well, I'll be there forever.
Though we change scenes, and Lauren tells the producers that he's currently couch surfing until he moves to the Philippines. Like, he's already planning to move to the Philippines, which obviously he's going to go there on a visitation visa. So I guess he'll just figure that out when he's there. But he can't. He doesn't even have a place in America right now.
Where I wake up ranges from my best friend's house, one of my ex's house, maybe a new friend's house.
And his plan again is to find a job in the Philippines. Faith already has a job, but he's going to get a job, even though this is his first time even leaving America, apparently. Which is like, I don't know, like it's going to be the same thing with like Rain and Chidi. That's who they were. She goes over there and she's like, oh my gosh, your mattress is on the floor? It's like, Jesus, yes. You forget the things that you have.
Right now in this pot is shrimp, sweet chili sauce, soy sauce, we got garlic. I'm practicing my cooking of Filipino food.
Where's he at?
The bathroom cooking. There's a TikTok channel that does the same thing, but it comes out like it doesn't. Oh gosh, the water's not even boiling. It's just like that's just like warm.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, jeez.
Let's be real. Cooking sucks. Even the best chefs in the world seem to hate it. You think Gordon Ramsay comes home after a 12-hour day of yelling at people and just happily starts whipping up something for himself? No way! He's probably standing in front of the fridge, just like the rest of us, wondering if mustard on a tortilla counts as dinner.
No. He's got a point.
In fact, I personally challenged Gordon Ramsay to cook a meal faster than I can heat up a Factor meal. Seriously, Gordon, you and me right now, buddy. Right now. You make a grilled cheese, and I'll heat up a Factor meal. The first one done wins. And I guarantee you mine will taste better. Ha! 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 Joke's on you, Gordon. You lose. My meal is already done. That's because Factor meals are fresh and never frozen. Chef-crafted and ready in just 2 minutes, which is probably less time than it takes Gordon to find 2 slices of bread to call someone an idiot sandwich. Oh, got him! Got him! But Ken, does it actually taste good? Buddy, these are restaurant quality meals made fresh by actual gourmet chefs. They have over 35 options a week. Keto, Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Vegan and Veggie. And now they even have snacks and smoothies and breakfasts. Oh yeah, that's actually good. And it didn't require me to destroy my kitchen or spend half my evening doing dishes. Take that overpriced takeout. So if you want to eat like a gourmet chef without becoming one, head to factor75.com or click the link below and use the code 50CTK to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. Don't look doing that. That look okay. CTK50 at factor75.com for 50% off. Thank you, Factor, for sponsoring this video. Woo! Yeah. Dang, not only does he cook in the bathroom, man has an entire training montage in the bathroom.
I see that. I see. He's ready to do it.
Doing push-ups. It's gonna be so hot in the Philippines. He's gotta get into a sweat. He's been training like this for a week. That's how seriously he takes moving to the Philippines.
That's just in case he runs into Manny Pacquiao and he's got a problem with it.
The thing that like bugs me about the whole storyline so far is like he feels like going to the Philippines to meet this person he's never actually met in person before is like the answer to everything. Yeah, dude's out here couch surfing, got nowhere to be. Like he's broke, got he's going nowhere. So he's like, Philippines.
He's just going to spring himself up on this other person out of nowhere.
You thought
boom, burden, here you go.
Yeah, you thought you were meeting an American to come to America? Ha! Gotcha, I'm trying to escape. And I'm broke, so support me. So here Lauren is with his boss and some of the other drag queens, and he's helping them prepare costumes before he leaves. He's like, I got you guys, you know. Lauren calls Faith, and they call each other darling and my love, and they're so sweet to each other. And then he asks Faith a question.
Are we still sleeping in separate rooms when I get there at the hotel?
Now Faith is visibly uncomfortable, you know, at the question.
Are you gonna sneak into my room?
And it's like, say that, well, we're just getting to know each other for the first time, you know, like we're dating, come over and, chill out a little bit, and wants to take it slowly. He responds,
I went all the way to the Philippines to be alone. Is that what you're saying?
this is the first time we see that Lauren may not have much respect for Faith's boundaries.
This is gonna be good.
I'm a super sexual person, and I've sent Faith a few sexy-ish photos here and there. But other than that, we really haven't talked about sex.
He says he's aware that Faith wants to take things slowly, and that's fine, and wants her to feel confident that this is about love. It's about love.
I want her to feel confident this is about love. Guys, you want to meet Faith?
Like after he says that, he kind of goes, it has a little head tilt, and they have to cut away.
About love.
It's about love. Kinda.
Sorta.
But he brings the phones to the drag queens and introduces them to Faith. And one of them just like calls him straight out and is like, yeah, he was talking to a lot of girls and just chose you.
He had so many different girls, but he chose you.
Sorry.
Oh my God. He chose you, so you are the special choice.
And then they're like, oh, he chose you because you're special. You're special.
Oh yeah, you're the one.
Yeah,
Shiny.
yeah. You know, they'll be a wonderful fit together.
It's like, oh my God, really?
Goodness gracious. So at the end of the call, Lauren says that Faith gets jealous whenever, you know, other girls are brought up. And they ask if they're exclusive with each other. And then they said that we haven't really talked about it. We don't talk about it. And then he goes on to tell the producers,
Me and Faith aren't necessarily exclusive right now. I don't think she's seeing anybody else, but I am. I've been hinting at me sleeping with other people.
This guy's definitely in
And he keeps saying
true
other
love right now.
people.
You know what I mean? Like,
and so as you're watching this, you may be kind of feeling what we're feeling. It's like, oh, there's maybe something a little deeper going on. There's something that has not been revealed yet. Yes,
Wow.
yes. And so they ask Lauren if Faith thinks that it's a monogamous, if it's like just them relationship, right? It's just them. Like the exclusive question right now has been talked about.
I don't necessarily want us to be an exclusive couple, even after I go to the Philippines, because I don't really believe in monogamy.
Let me read the quote. Because he doesn't believe in monogamy because sex with others is just for fun and sex with your partner is forever and for love.
oh, right.
So either he's a swinger or potentially just using Faith just to like escape his issues in the America and then, you know, just kind of play the scene over there.
Yikes.
But either way, it's just for fun versus your partner who is forever and for love.
I think this dude actually knows what a relationship is.
I don't think he does.
Yeah, just doesn't understand the concept or doesn't care. One of the two. I'm leaning more towards doesn't care.
That's got to be it. Yeah.
It's just the way that everything, like the body, like everything about it, it's just like, yeah,
Love about Faith.
she'll support me while I.
You going to be okay with that?
I mean, I'm gonna have to accept it or try and push her into not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe every 9-day couple is just like,
What the fuck happened to his t-shirt? Why is it so disgusting?
most of them are just like,
Oh, yeah, he did say
I'm
that.
single and this is my last chance at love, but my relationship IQ is like negative 500. I don't understand why I'm single, but this time it's different.
Yeah. He's moving to the Philippines to be with Faith. But he's gonna leave a side piece
I
here.
just want to see Faith. How he looks like.
And
That's
right. I'll be in the Philippines. So they show this printed piece of paper, which Lauren says is his girlfriend test. It's a girlfriend test.
Oh, nice.
You're giving her the test, the
Right.
girlfriend test.
Yep. So the girlfriend test is something I made up quite a few years ago.
All right, so health conditions. Describe first aid and CPR. There's a wall in front of you. What do you need to know to get on the other side? Name a place you don't want to go.
Is this
Describe
language?
a bird.
Korean? I don't know.
What do most plants need to survive? What language is this? Can snakes be found on every continent? What is deoxyribonylate acid more commonly known as? What color is the outer edge of the rainbow? What large green monster often attacks Japan? Describe how you make a scarecrow. Draw a building using only implied line.
Is it supposed to be like a funny thing?
Wow.
If you can answer all these questions correctly, you could be his
I
girlfriend.
don't think that's the
I'm
right
surprised
answer.
he knows what DNA is, actually. I'm a little shocked. I like how it has name and date of birth, because he's going through applications. Okay?
Right.
He's going through girlfriend applications.
Like the very first, describe first aid. If you don't know what CPR is, it's off. It's off.
What's a bird?
Yeah, name a bird. What bird? Come on. You know a bird? How do you make a scarecrow? That's probably why he doesn't have many girlfriends, because he hands them that test and they go,
and run.
You're weird.
And they get in their car and drive away as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah. But of course, in 90 Day Fiance, fashion, Lauren has a ring. He already has a ring picked out. Shows Esther. But Esther's shocked. She's like, you got a ring? You don't even know anything about Faith. Says he's obsessed with getting married, and if this doesn't work out, it's going to destroy him. Tough, right? Oh no. And then Lauren struggles at the airport because he's never been through the airport before.
So even though we've never met, I feel that I'm finally going to have what I've been waiting all this time to have. Trans woman to marry.
And that pretty much sums it up. So again, like Mary's made these notes for us to kind of stay on track here. And the part here is, Lauren doesn't really give a crap about Faith as a human being. He just wants a trans woman, any trans woman, to marry. And he won't even be fully committed to her. He'll attempt to push Faith's boundaries and manipulate her into the sort of relationship he wants to have. He's already lying to and are at the very least withholding information from Faith, and it's only going to get worse from here. Oh my gosh. How can it get worse?
Well, he can get off that airplane, and I can only imagine.
It's always going to be a good one when it's like, it hurts to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Mary says it just gets worse and worse. So, all right, I'm in.
So this guy stole a dead body and
He's 6 foot.
Ow! Sorry to scare you. I know there's a little bit of a jump scare to start the video. I just wanted to make sure you were alert and awake, because guess what day it is? Gee, is it Thursday? Is it Friday? Friday, let me check the Google Calendar here. No, not Friday. Hold on a second. Oh my god. It's Sultry Saturday! And guess what? There's a hilarious new dating show that's been making its rounds on the World Wide Web, and I love it. I love it. So what better way to spend our Saturday morning than watch it together, have a couple laughs, perhaps maybe even a little fun, maybe even learn a thing or two? Gee, I don't know. About love? About relationships? We'll see. By the way, folks, I'm DJing in Vegas at Encore Beach Club on July 19th. Come see me. Ticket link in the bio. All right, let's get into it.
So we're about to bring out some single men. They're gonna come out one by one. When they come out, if he's your type, you're feeling him, you like what he's saying, all that good stuff, do not pop your balloon. But if there's anything that he said that you're like, ooh,
No, don't say it.
red flag, this guy's not for me, go ahead and pop it.
No! Come on! I really don't like when someone pops a balloon in my vicinity. Someone in the room takes a pin to a balloon, and my hair stands up on my arms, and I'm just tense for the rest of the day. I'm like a cat. I hate it. It's just like one of my least favorite things. It's just stressful to me. Okay, so this is kind of like the button, just way more stressful. And it's like fight or flight mode of the button, but I guess it's like all the contestants at the same time. So you potentially could get rejected by 8 women at the same time.
That's crazy.
Fun.
And I'll have you take this.
Sorry.
What's your name?
Cedric.
What was that?
Cedric.
So we did get...
He couldn't even... All right. I'm sorry, this is hitting already for me. I get it now, I get it. He couldn't even say his fucking name. They couldn't even hear his name because someone popped a balloon over him saying his name. Hey, what's up? My name is Cody. What was that? Sorry, it's Cody. Sorry, we didn't get it again. Sorry about that. What was it? Can you just let me say my name and then you can pop, I know you don't like me. Maybe just wait till the balloon. And my name is Cody.
All right, if we can have your name, age, and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Angel, 23. It's just the attraction. I was just not attracted. I'm sorry.
Respect.
All right. And is there anything that in specific?
Cruel question. What specifically about his body, if you could pick out a physical feature right now, now that you're looking at him, or both looking at him, I mean, there's many to choose from, but which do you like the least?
All right. And now, is she your type?
What you looking back at?
Man.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
I'm just saying, like, oh, sorry, like.
Are you attracted to me? You are, huh? It seemed like you're.
No, you cool. Like it's you ain't. Like, you don't look bad.
Mm-hmm. So it's a yes or no question. Are you attracted or you are not?
No, you cool. Like I would talk to you, but like I wouldn't take you like serious.
What the fuck is going on?
Take you serious. You look like a predator.
Why did it take him so long to say that? I would talk to you, but I wouldn't take you serious? That's brutal.
If we can have your name, age, and why you ended up popping.
I'm Leah. I'm 28. The fact that you kind of just told her that you'll talk to her, but you want to take her serious, it's kind of like your agenda is not very clear, and I want somebody who's clear about me.
Respect.
All right, and now is she your type?
Yeah.
Okay. And what makes her your type?
Man, she look good. She look nice.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Okay. All right, cool.
This is so fucking uncomfortable. Holy fuck. The mic movements are really throwing me off. I don't know if you're getting that same vibe, but like, I feel like they're wrong. She was asking the dude a question and then moving the mic to the girl's side. He's barely speaking into the mic. The audio it's adding to the discomfort almost. It's almost like they did it on purpose. It's quite jarring, I would say.
Okay, your name, age, and why you ended up popping your balloon.
I'm Sakari, I'm 30. And yeah, it was just you look straight behind. That was the first thing, and you was just like, that was it. That was it. Yeah.
Respect. I feel like the word respect has been 80% of the words this dude has said.
Yeah.
Respect. I feel like dating in real life is just getting harder and harder these days. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just assuming because, the alternative is signing up for one of these shows and spending all day getting rejected on a soundstage with balloon pops, which is a stressful noise to hear all the time. Could you imagine if dating was easier? Like if dating was as easy as, let's say, checking out as a customer on a Squarespace website, which actually just so happens to be the sponsor of today's video, which I didn't even mean to segue that. That was wild. What are the odds? I mean, I might as well keep going with it now that I've segued by accident. Squarespace's flexible payments accept credit cards, PayPal, Apple Pay, and in some eligible countries, you have the option to buy now and pay later. Squarespace makes checking out for your customer absolutely seamless with their powerful payment tools. Almost as seamless as the segue into this fucking app, which I apologize for, by the way. A little bit of a bait and switch there, I'm sorry. But that's not what you'll get with Squarespace. With Squarespace, it's all perfectly seamless. So if you're interested in learning more and helping out this channel, just go to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then, when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/CodyCo to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Okay, back to the video. Not as quite as good of a segue. Back to the video.
So based off those responses that we got, I'm gonna go ahead and have you pop one of the ladies' balloons. If I can see your toothpick. Thank you. I'm gonna hand that over to you.
You said pop?
Yeah, so you're gonna go ahead and pop one of the ladies' balloons based off of the answers that you've heard so far. So which one out of the three are you feeling the least? Anytime you're ready.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to choose wisely.
Okay, yeah. They're good options. I don't blame you. Or if you have, no, actually, I'm gonna make you pop. We'll have an answer once you pop. We'll have you ask a question once you pop.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Bro, this is so fucking uncomfortable. I can't even imagine what it was like to be in the studio.
Come on, Cedric.
All right. I'm gonna pop her.
Sorry.
So why'd you end up popping hers?
Nah, she look good. It just, I'm just... Damn. Now she popping. So,
Yeah.
see it?
I don't understand what just happened. Both of them didn't pop the balloon, so they were hoping to get chosen for a date or however you win this. But because he rejected the other girl, then both of them popped. It's kind of not fair to him, I feel like. What was the point? How did they both get the ick from him rejecting the other girl when they were hoping to get chosen?
Now they popped. But respect. But no, she look good, you know. It's just out of them two.
They were more of your type.
More my type, exactly.
Okay.
If that makes sense, you know?
All right, why did we end up popping?
I don't feel like he can carry a conversation. It's always respect.
He really has said a total of 3 phrases, and he's rinsing and repeating them. Which, honestly, respect.
I want to talk to you and get to know you as a person.
Okay, respect.
And
I love it. I love it. You couldn't have just picked a different word there?
I feel like you're a little bit shallow, just a little bit. You won't stop staring at my boobs, for one.
I ain't even staring at your boobs.
I'm not staring at your boobs. I'm respecting them. I'm just respecting your boobs.
I'm staring at your face. I'm looking at
Okay,
you
but I've seen
personally.
you go like this a couple of times. More than
I
once,
mean,
more
I'm
than
looking
once,
at-
more than once.
I'm
Okay.
looking at everything,
That's a little
man.
shallow for me, sweetie.
How is that shallow? Is this supposed to look down?
I mean, that's better than getting pissed, honestly. It's better than getting, like, defensive.
Okay.
You know?
Please, move on.
Thank you. All right, Ashley, why did we end up popping?
I ended up popping. One, like the responses, I did want to hear a little bit more to kind of get my brain going and what to kind of feed off of, but it just wasn't anything for me to kind of gravitate to.
Okay. Oh, he's doing the nod. What's he gonna say?
Respect.
Okay.
Nothing this time, okay? Come on, give us one more. Give us one more, come on.
Oh, all right, Cedric, that's all the balloons popped.
No.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
All
you.
right, ladies, let's give it up for him. I'll take that.
Thank you.
God, that's rich, man. Now that is fucking content right there. I love it. I love it. Okay, you know what? I'm a fan of this show. All right, let's get into the next highlight here.
Brother. Shit. You said what? Mar, bro. Nice to meet you, bro. Know that? Know that? Yeah. They call you Know That?
Oh,
Know that, Jay? Know that, Jay? Yeah, ain't that big. Why they call you Know That? Shit,
Was that a cheeky question, or were you really asking that?
My name Know That Jay, but they call me Jay. You feel me?
Where you from?
I'm from Atlanta. Yeah. Southside, shit. What you do? Shit, little YouTube, TikTok, and I got down to be make moves. Make moves type shit? Okay. All right, so like, ladies, how y'all feeling based off
Hey, first time I saw that,
Not cool. That's fucked up. Truly fucked up.
But wait the fuck? I know damn well y'all ain't just probably been on me just like that. All y'all need? It was like a rotation, bro. Like Wait, a whole what? rotation, like boom, 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 boom. Like, that's just like in the beat. That just y'all just did me like that. Like I was just ugly as fuck and it be like, damn.
You give me more like bro vibes. You know what I mean? Like
The bro.
Bro, yeah.
Yeah, he's a friend zone.
I ain't trying to be the bro, but damn, the bro.
Yeah.
Shit. Why the bro though? Like,
That's just what you give.
you don't think I can goddamn get in last time? I can't get in?
I'm not gonna lie to you, no.
Shit, I tell that shit. Oh, you trump, but yeah.
Same thing. Like
What do you mean the same thing, nigga?
He's pressing them pretty hard.
He's so offended.
I kind of like the confrontation.
My name.
the same thing. You really give off bro vibe and a
Oh,
little
y'all
short.
that bro.
A little
Man.
short. A little too short.
A little too short.
A little too short.
Shout out, I'm over you though. And my neck over you.
If I wear heels, I can't.
That fucked up. I ain't worried about that.
I'm just like physically not my type.
What you mean physically?
Physically. You're just not my type.
She ain't fucking with a beanie like that.
It's more of her time.
Why not?
It's just a no.
I'm too
Sorry.
round for you.
It's just a no.
We're gonna do a rate 1 through 10. I think you.
When I get mad, I like to choke them.
Yeah.
You don't have a
At least she's being somewhat honest, and she made a little joke. It's funny.
I'll give you like a 5.
Fire. What the fuck you talking about? Wow, fire.
Because that's bro vibes. Like, you're cool.
I'm saying I could give you a little 7, 8, or 9, 10 pushing it, but
I'm
damn.
gonna give you a 7 based off your personality. Like, you're cool.
Type shit. Type shit. You know what I'm saying? Something like, you know what I'm saying?
Like a 4.
Oh, sorry. This guy's getting kind of shit on right now. The calmness with which he said that was just so brutal. Like a 4. Zero, like, flirting or trying to be charming while she's saying it. At least she was like, because your personality's cool, so I'm going to give you a 5 for that. She's like a 4.
I'll give you like a 3.
A 3?
Y'all going at
I had a little dead in me anyway. I don't even give a fuck. Now, what about you?
Like overall, you're like a 3.
I mean, this guy kind of knew what he was doing. You kind of knew what you're doing, dude. All these girls popped their balloon in fucking a split second. Half a second flat. They're all popped. What do you think they're gonna say? 10? Nah, you're 9, dude.
Who would you want to match with? Who was your type? Who was your speed? Like,
Who my speed?
these ladies like.
Shit. Who out of all them?
Yeah.
Damn, shit, I would say Shawty, but she said I'm the bro in this bit. I'd take the bro, but damn. Shawty got to fuck that feet. I ain't worried about that. See what I'm saying? No. Them dogs, nigga, them bitches barking. But I'm saying.
What's wrong with her toes? I don't understand. He is taking the opportunity to get back at them. Okay, you can say what you want about that. I just feel like the toes is a weird thing to pick on.
You got anything to say to the camera?
Shit. I don't give a fuck about having no net on woman. Still ain't shit. Just like that, you get me? You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead. You good to go, bro. All right. That is a funny guy. All right, so how did y'all feel about Donut?
Hell no. He's funny as fuck. That's bro.
Hell no.
No.
You got it.
Hey, everybody needs some love in their life.
He's funny though.
Okay. All right.
I'd say, like, you know, overall, if I were to rate that clip, that whole clip, I'd probably give it a 4. All right, what else we got here?
Hello, welcome. I'll have you hold this. All right, if we can have your name.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron, how old are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm 29.
29.
She popped before he could even grab the mic. At least let him get a hold of the mic and say his name. Jesus Christ.
And okay, and what do you do?
I'm a licensed plumber.
Okay, very cool.
Yes.
And now, what do you look for in a woman?
I look for a woman that's not promiscuous and has a career going for herself.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
This guy's fucking jacked, dude. What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the shirt, but like the proportions look fucking crazy right now. He seems like maybe he's a short king. I don't know, but his arms are fucking massive. What are you, underwater plumbing? I don't know what that joke was. Just maybe because it's harder underwater, something. It just kind of came out. I don't know. Let me know what you think.
So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go
Okay.
ahead and go on over there and see what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, if we can have your...
This dude's arms are freaking me out. This dude kind of looks like Geodude to me.
Your name and age and why you popped your balloon.
Hi, my name is Karma. I'm 24. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to say the pop in the balloon proper. Got you. For me, it just did not work. I didn't feel like I had chemistry or I wasn't fully attracted to you, and I feel like that counts if we are going to be going through a dating show, you know?
What are you talking about chemistry? He hadn't even grabbed the mic yet. Do you not see his fucking arms?
Yes, the feeling is definitely mutual. So that's okay. Thank you. You did me a favor.
You know, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have a great day.
Thank you, Queen. You too.
Okay, well, let's go ahead.
Okay, that was uncomfortable. You should have just said respect, huh?
All right, we got to pop over here. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Hi, my name is Jara. I'm 22.
Okay, and why did we end up popping our balloon?
The comment you made didn't really. I like a more humble person. That's the one that responds.
Nice. Poor baby. So much cringe. Thank you. That was painful to hear. I'm sorry.
Fun.
What? I didn't take my chastises? Oh, I'm dumb.
And so, defensive-ish. Yeah, that's really it. I
Yeah.
didn't really necessarily like.
What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? I don't like the look on his face right now.
Fine. Hey, I could just.
Yeah.
All I can do is be honest.
I mean,
you know.
yeah, be honest,
I
be your
came
authentic
over
self,
here to,
that's okay.
To find a match.
Sure.
That wasn't matching. That's
Sure, I
all,
mean,
Queen.
I 100% understand.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Sure.
And I was, she someone that's your type?
She all right. You know, you're not really my type. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No,
you know, but if I see you in public, I wouldn't reach out to.
Totally fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And we did get a pop balloon over here. Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
I'm Lex, and I'm 23, and I popped my balloon because I feel like you could be a tad bit disrespectful. Like,
what?
How you, like, I don't know, arrogant, a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, just that.
Well, voicing my opinion is not arrogant. You know, she asked me if she would be a good fit for me. If I like what I see, you know, it's contrary to the truth. So
Of course.
that's all I can do is just state what I see. That's not a good look for me. That's all, Queen. But
I love you, baby. I can't wait to play Wing. You prefer that game, don't you? True. At least get to level 11. At least get to level 11. Well, level 11. It's a max. After that, it's always the same. Yeah? Oh, yeah, but I can join your solo game whenever. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is it? Oh, okay. to do with my trophies. No, I can't. No. I don't want to sell them. I'm gonna keep them. They. Yeah, but they take space. I don't know what they are. Yeah, but it takes space and. F. Oh! Are you serious? Architect mode. Here you go. Now it's here forever. I just had to learn to read. That is so cool. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? That means it's not important. Ah ouais. J'ai pas été faire quelqu'un depuis un bout, moi, depuis un matin. C'est peut-être Diane aussi qui était aux toilettes tantôt. Tu peux flusher toi aussi, Mathieu. Exact. Oh non. Ah non, non. What did you say, baby? What did you say? I just realized that I can't keep the Valentine pillow. It's an animal pillow. It's a waifu pillow. You cannot see it yet because of how dirty it is. I don't know. Dirt. Dirt, 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 dirt. Ah! But I do have to buy stuff. Because you didn't use your webcam pretty much all day. It does help. Does this one? Because I was too busy.
Yep. How about I put the drops online and say that one why
it's not loading.
Yeah.
It didn't
Okay.
load. I think it's because since I don't go on the sport,
Yep.
it doesn't load. It only loads the moment I go on it. It's so stupid.
Yeah!
Come
on!
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
How about I put the top and say that?
Hey! Come on!
I go around the grave. I got lost. I'm going to put spirit. I'm going to 12 to 20 to 100. But I'm going to say that if it is still the road songs on the prison.
It's mine. But it's
earlier, I could have done something that I would have probably more of the straight go the problem was man that. Okay. I can love wearing the great guy also what I would have put a post birds. I must have but I would have straight through there about right water 12 lot 5 to 20 to Hungary, but I would say but there's okay. There's where things on them that Brishan. After when I go there, I put a E3 the row, those also.
My friend opened the server. I want to ask him. I don't want to do too much either. I want them to at least get the game. I don't have a thumbs up. I need a thumbs up. Who is with your uncle? Wait. I don't remember you told me anything about that. Yes, I remember. want a crown, a tiara. It's yours and your mom? Is it sour? Do we have here? Do we have some here? In Canada? I don't know. I don't know if we grew up with that. People fat. Yeah, but it's only if you eat like non-stop the entire bag in one day. That is fat. You're gonna eat it all in one day? It's a Reese's. Some people bench. Smudge myself in peanut butter. Ew, I will hate that. Ew, no. It's because I wanted to say it, but I didn't. really do. It's on the bottom of the box. It's plugging. I don't know why. This is different. Bought it when I don't know, 3, 2. I'm talking just about the box. I changed box. It's a new box. That's the thing that always fucked up. When I put the cord in the box, there's always some flemish. It does a It's exactly. No, it's the cord. I need a new cord that doesn't do that. Yeah, but it's cheaper to just buy a new cord. No, I don't. It works perfectly fine. Something cheap. It's just I'd rather have stuff that I really do need. The same. It's because I had one, but I think I forgot it in the US. So I have to buy a new one. I don't know. It's a big screen. It's been a while. No, it's okay. No, I know. Oh, I should have done something. C'est pour ça que je le laisse dans le can. Je le laisse dans le can, le beau catch. Je l'enlève. Why is it not steaming?
But thank you. You did me a favor as well.
Oh no, come on, dude. You can't say all I'm doing is being honest, it's really not disrespectful, and then look her up and down and be like, thank you though, you did me a favor. That's just straight up disrespect.
Yeah. Also, what I have to say is, it's not what you say. This is what I mean by what I said. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yes.
You could have rephrased a lot of the things that you have been saying to me as well as the other girls differently. But that's all I have to say.
But one thing about me is I'm not going to change who I am
Of course.
to fit somebody else's liking. You know, I'm just going to tell it how it is. If you're not it, that's not it. You know,
Cool.
the one that is it, I'm going to let it be known.
Okay.
You know, for surely, yes.
Respectful.
Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Brianna, 26. My eyes are up here, baby. Are you looking at the tattoo?
No, I'm looking at the hair on your arms.
This guy really doesn't have a filter.
You know, women I deal with, they don't have hair on their
Don't
arms.
do too much.
Hey, I'm just being honest,
Don't do
Queen.
too much.
You know, I don't like that. That's all I was looking at. You trying to say if I'm looking at particular body
You just
parts,
wasn't
but
looking at
that's
my
not
eyes.
what it is.
That's
No, I was
all
looking at the hair on
pointing
your
out. Anyways,
arms, Queen.
she asked me the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in heels and you ain't tall enough.
Okay.
Don't do too much,
Well,
though.
you're not qualified, baby.
All right,
so that's all good.
This is just all, you can't fire me, I quit. On steroids.
Okay. So we do still have 3 unpop, but she looking like you gonna pop? Okay. Okay. All right. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25. I popped because I have hair on my arms.
Hey, just because you got hair on your arms, that's okay, though, Queen. You look phenomenal, though.
Thank you.
You know, she ain't fit to my liking.
Jesus Christ. This guy's fucking brutal. Brutal. No, I can excuse the hair for you. That's totally fine. No, you're up to my standards. She definitely is not at all. You know, shave the arms, you know? Or you? Totally fine.
She ain't even fit to. Hey, excuse me, Queen. I'm talking to this woman right here. Oh, well, I could look anyway. I could look any way I want to. You know? But yeah, can y'all give her balloon back, though?
She don't want it.
Yeah, do you want your balloon back, Queen? We're not talking to you, sweetheart.
Okay.
You already been, I already let you know. I'm not interested in. You got more hair on your arms than me, baby.
All right, it's getting a little uncomfortable now, a little bit.
Okay, so he's saying get your balloon back, but how you feeling, him?
I'm not gonna give my balloon back.
Okay.
What's he gonna say? This guy does not take rejection very well. I think that's what we can suffice it to say.
All right, no problem. So we do still have 2 balloons.
Yes.
Do we still have 2 balloons? No. Okay, let's go over here. I saw you hesitate. That's why I had to ask. So if we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Kayla. I'm 23. Originally, I was not going to pop my balloon because I know a lot of them popped it because he was being, I guess, arrogant. But to me, I like my man that's not going to sit in every girl's face and, you know, complimenting them, you know? So I didn't find that offensive to me. But when they started that, what was going on, I'm very, like, I don't want to say I'm argumentative, but I don't want my man to argue back with me because then I feel like it's going to always be a problem. That was the only reason why I popped my balloon, because I was just like, dang. But then with me, you kind of got a little bit catty with me. You a little sassy just a little bit. And since you want to come at everybody over here, I'm going to get at you too. You kind of look like a Ninja Turtle. You're not that cute.
Yes! Maybe that's what I was thinking about. Although Geodude was pretty good, but Ninja Turtle's pretty fucking good.
You stocky as hell. And I was trying to be respectful, but like you was really coming out like I didn't like it. I'm from the South and I can handle like a lot of criticism and stuff like that, but the way you was coming, you just ain't like you got it all like that. And I guarantee you probably got a roommate at home and it's just not giving anymore.
Yeah. Well, let me say this, Queen. I'm a licensed.
I can't even. I don't even want to hear. I mean, I'm gonna play it. I want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, but I just he's been getting ready for this retort. Let's see what it is.
I stay by myself, Queen. You know, and you're not even qualified to be even
You
dealing
say
with
everybody
me.
not qualified.
You definitely not. You know, if anything, it was one of these two. I wasn't even looking your way. You
And
ain't
the one
my
that you
type.
wanted popped
If I
up
seen, that's fine.
what?
That is totally fine. But
Okay.
one thing about me, I could pull 100,000 on the bank. Can you do the same?
Get this
yeah, you
man
can't
out
do
there.
that. You can't do that
Let's
though,
move
baby.
on.
Yeah,
Let's
in a real
move
way.
on.
You
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that though, Queen.
All right, if we can have your name and age.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
And Esther, you still have your.
How is she not popped? I guess, I mean, I don't mean to be, I'm not gonna try and judge someone's height, I guess, but I think that guy is pretty abrasive. That seems clear. I think he's got maybe somewhat of an anger issue too, maybe.
Your balloon and pop. Why so?
Are you done?
Oh, yeah, I'm down with the rest. Yeah.
Okay. Now we go. Okay.
In a way.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I
What are you
look,
looking for?
a woman, like I said, not gonna be promiscuous. A woman gonna be consistent. A woman has a career and things going for herself. Cause I have the same thing going for myself.
Okay.
You know, well, I don't need a woman to give me her money or anything. I'm just looking for devotion and some loyalty. That's all. And some honesty.
You believe in God?
Oh, certainly. Yes, ma'am. I'm a God-fearing man. I practice monotheism. You know, I won't tell you what I identify as religion-wise, but we can get to that at a later date and time, you know, if you choose to leave here with me.
Okay. Do you know the Bible says that love is kind?
Yeah, certainly.
Are you here for love, or are you here to just insult?
I'm trying to create a family, you know, that's what I aspire to do. Yes, ma'am.
You're good? Sure, we're good. Oh, okay. All right. Any questions for her?
No, not at all.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Do you want kids?
I do. You
How old
gonna
are
give
you
me
again?
some? Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 29. How old are you?
23.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You know, we might as well get up out of here right now. Yeah.
They're all like, how in the fuck? They're like, good luck. Good luck. Don't take them. Good luck.
Here, let's step that way real quick for me. Step that
Okay.
way. All right, so it seems like there's a little vibe here. So is it gonna be?
Is she gonna pop her balloon? Maybe she led him on just to reject him in the final seconds. We can only hope. Or not. I kind of maybe think that they're good together, weirdly. Like, I don't know. There's something there. I feel like maybe they'll get married and have kids.
Yes for you for him?
God says save souls, so.
Oh, and is it a yes for you
It's
for her?
gonna be a hell yes for me.
Okay, we got a match. All right, let me take this mic and y'all can go on off.
What the fuck? I mean, that was like very unlikely to me, but bro is disrespectfully polite. He was basically like, "You're ugly, Queen. Thank you." You know what, folks? I am thoroughly enjoying this show. We have one more clip here. It's a short one.
Deal breaker, you have to have open communication. If you don't have open communication, you can't be trustworthy, then it's a deal breaker.
All right, so we did get a pop balloon over here.
Yes.
So let's go on over here. We can have
Hello,
your
sir.
name and age.
My name is Kim. I'm 27. What's up, Tyra? How you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, so I popped the balloon because honestly, like, I was supposed to go to lunch with her like last week, but she ain't hit your boy back. So I mean, like, on to the next. Like, but she's like a winner. Like, she cool. We've been knowing each other. She cool. You know what I mean? But that's why. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Tyra. What?
Holy fuck! Wait, all the boys. The boys gotta stand together sometimes, you know? They're like, you didn't stand up my boy, did you? Pow! I like that they all came to his defense there. That was nice. Also, it is really funny that she was like, open communication is the most important thing. Right away, she gets exposed for doing the exact opposite. What a way to start the day, you know? Let me know if you want me to watch more of these clips by hitting the like button right.
What's good, y'all? We just having.
Pow! Sorry to.
Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a horror thriller films from 2012, titled The Collection. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. This movie is a sequel to The Collection that I recapped in my previous video. So if you haven't watched the first one, I suggest you see it first before watching this recap. Or you can just skip ahead to this one.
No.
Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a horror thriller films from 2012, titled The Collection. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. This movie is a sequel to The Collection that I recapped in my previous video. So if Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a horror thriller films from 2009, titled The Collector. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie opens with a couple drunkenly returning home from a night out. When they go upstairs, they discover a sketchy box sitting in their bedroom along with a note that says for the collection. The box rattles, piquing the husband's interest. Despite the wife's objections, the husband, Larry, decides to open the box. On the next scene, we get introduced to Arkin, a handyman hired to fix up a fancy Victorian house that belongs to a wealthy man named Michael Chase, wherein he lives with his wife, Victoria Chase, and their daughters, Jill and Hannah. While Arkin is working, Hannah excitedly walks up to him and asks him to play tea party with her. However, not long after Arkin sits down with her, he sees this.
Whoa, excuse me.
Just in time, Michael Chase walks in and interrupts them. Arkin, who realizes he's overstepping, decides to excuse himself, and exits the house to resume his work.
Hey, there's a wasp nest over there.
When he's taking a smoke break later, Michael Chase's teenage daughter, Jill, walks up to him and makes small talk with him before climbing back inside her house. Jill then meets her mom, and throws a teenage tantrum at her mother for making her come with on a family vacation. After Arkin gets off work, he goes to visit his daughter, Cindy, and his wife, Lisa. There we learn that Lisa is being sought after by loan sharks, and the money Arkin just made is not nearly enough to repay her debts. Arkin promises he'll get her the money tonight, and this is where the story gets exciting. Arkin goes to see a man named Roy, and based on their conversation, we learn that Arkin is an ex-convict who actually has been planning to rob the Chase family's house for some time. Meanwhile, Roy is also an ex-convict, who Arkin owes for doing a solid when they were behind bars. He tells Roy that he has located the Chase family's safe, and that he wants to rob the house tonight. Arkin agrees to split their earnings by 60-40, and heads straight to the Chase family residence. When Arkin sneaks his way to the vast yard of the Chase's residence, things don't look good for him, as a dog suddenly appears and lunges at him. The guard dog makes him stagger back a little, but he resumes his mission and proceeds to the front door. Arkin makes his way inside, and finds the house eerily quiet. He then finds the family's safe, and uses his expertise to unlock it. However, he is interrupted when he hears footsteps heading upstairs. Thinking it must be one of the Chases, Arkin hides inside a room, but we can see that there is another figure inside the house looking around. When the figure passes by him, he slips his way back downstairs and attempts to exit the house, but finds the door locked. Arkin hides some more, and returns upstairs once the masked man, who from this point on we shall refer to as the Collector, enters the basement. While Arkin continues trying to unlock the safe, screams can be heard through the vents. The cries and screams don't go unnoticed by Arkin. He then moves to hide in a closet once more, right when he stumbles upon a bloody and badly injured Michael Chase. Thinking that it was Arkin who did this to him, he reaches for the nearest weapon, but then some sort of weird, confusing chain reaction happens. Michael gets caught on a trap line apparently installed inside the house and gets dragged away, before falling down to the floor. As if on cue, the collector appears and drags him away. Back upstairs, Arkin comes out of hiding and discovers a thunderstorm outside. Now knowing something bad is going on, Arkin reaches for the phone but soon winces in pain, when he realizes that nails are now embedded on the ear rest. He tries pushing his hand through a gap on a boarded window, but as it turns out, a makeshift razor blades trap have been installed on it. We can now conclude that dangerous traps have been meticulously placed all over the house. Arkin then begins hearing footsteps in the distance, so he goes to hide inside the kid's room. After the coast is clear, he heads downstairs, where finds a set of blades installed on a fallen chandelier, but he is unable to take the blade for himself. He tries to open a window, but finds that yet another trap is wired to it. Arkin fearfully ventures around the house some more, and accidentally walks into a set of wires that are splayed right in front of him, making it impossible for him to reach the door. Left with no choice, he retreats and enters another room with bare traps laid all over the floor. He manages to evade them, and avoids another trip wire. He then finds another set of stairs, but this one has nails sticking out of them. Shortly after, Arkin hears the collector step downstairs, and hurriedly walks through the nearest unlocked door, which leads him to the basement. He carefully navigates his way in the dark, until this happens. Arkin comes face to face with a horribly injured Michael Chase, who is now strapped to a chair. Arkin tries to calm him down and tells him that he didn't do this, and that he now wants to help. Michael then tells Arkin to find his wife and youngest child Hannah, and to retrieve a gun stored inside a safe in the main bedroom. After learning the password, Arkin finds Michael's wife Victoria inside the basement's bathroom. He takes her gag off and is about to take off the tape covering her eyes, but finds that it is sealed with some sort of needles piercing her skin. She tells him that her daughter Hannah is still hiding somewhere, and the psycho hasn't gotten to her yet. Hearing this, Arkin promises to find Hannah and tells her to scream as loud as she can to draw the collector's attention, so that he may slip out of the basement unnoticed. The plan worked. As the collector steps downstairs, Arkin manages to slip back to the first floor unnoticed. While Arkin rushes to look for little Hannah, the collector punishes Victoria for screaming by maiming her tongue with pliers. Afterwards, he moves to torture Michael. Upstairs, Arkin returns to the very safe he tried to unlock earlier and finally opens it now. He takes the guns inside as well as the pricey gemstone he initially came to steal. But because the movie has to keep going, the gun isn't loaded and Arkin has no idea where to find the bullets. As he searches for them, he begins hearing noises coming from the closet. Thinking it might be Hannah, he opens it, only to find the red box we saw in the beginning of the movie. It turns out to be Larry, the guy from the beginning of the movie. He tells Arkin that the collector maims people and collects them alive, and only kills those he doesn't want. Also apparently, the collector only lets one person stay alive during every house invasion. Larry then begins shrieking and acting insane, so Arkin tucks him back inside the box. He returns to the hall, and comes across an open window. Taken over by excitement, he heads straight towards it, but as it turns out, the collector has installed a trap all over the floor, and we even see the family's house cat trapped in the sticky, corrosive yellow goo. Arkin takes his shoes off, and jumps onto the bed. Before helping the cat escape, he tosses the cat to the window, but there is a trap set on the open window, which kills the cat instantly. All the commotion in the room attracts the collector's attention, so he rushes upstairs to ambush, while Arkin quickly throws magazines over his stuck shoes and hides. Once the collector leaves, Arkin sneaks back downstairs, and witnesses a gruesome sight. Michael has been gutted to death. He then moves to the other room and frees Victoria with a bobby pin, while claiming that he doesn't think Hannah is in the house, because he looked everywhere but couldn't find her. Arkin then instructs Victoria to follow him and keep her eyes on his back the whole time, and not make a sound. But upon seeing the sight of her dead husband, Victoria loses it. She screams in panic and runs upstairs. The collector stabs her repeatedly, before going downstairs. Arkin immediately hides under the desk, and rushes back upstairs. The collector then drags the barely conscious Victoria back inside the bathroom. Now alone with the psychotic masked man, he cruelly sews Victoria's lips shut, while Arkin shakenly tries to break out through the boarded window. Right then, Jill arrives back home with her boyfriend. The teens are clearly unaware of the danger lurking inside the house, and proceed to spend time hooking up in the house. However, when the two are passionately making out, this happens. The boyfriend tries facing off against our homeboy Psycho, but of course ends up losing. He gets cornered, and pushed into the one room full of bear traps and dies. Unfortunately, Jill gets apprehended by the collector not long after, making her dial 911 in panic. Arkin comes to her rescue once coast is clear. But Jill starts panicking right after he releases her. She ends up recklessly moving about the house, which gets her killed, thanks to the many traps around. Having had enough of this, Arkin finally finds his way outside the house and is seriously about to leave the premises, but stops upon seeing a figure on one of the mansion's windows who is none other than little Hannah. Not entirely heartless, Arkin returns inside to save the child, who is now in danger that the masked Psycho has discovered her whereabouts. Arkin manages to take her with him, and the two find shelter inside a room, while the Psycho goes after them. Seeing that the room has a TV and an aquarium, an idea spurs in his mind. Once the collector finally breaks in, it appears that the collector has Larry with him, and instead pushes him to the floor, which electrocutes him to death. Like a ninja, the collector proceeds to throw blades at Arkin, who also begins dodging the blades like an immortal character. Arkin takes Hannah with him and escapes to a different room, wherein he somehow accidentally gets pierced in the ear with a fish hook. Arkin then squeezes Hannah through a small opening, while the collector finally breaks through the door and scuffles with Arkin. Arkin manages to see the guy's face before passing out. He then gets taken to the basement, handcuffed, and his movements limited by a series of fish hooks pierced into his hands and back. The collector forcibly takes out one of his teeth, and gets distracted when he hears a noise in the background. As it turns out, Hannah is in the room with him. To keep the collector from getting to Hannah, Arkin taunts him, which only earns him more pain. Later on, a police officer arrives, and proceeds to look through the window, wherein he finds the boyfriend's mangled dead body. Not long after, he comes face to face with our homeboy masked Psycho. Unfortunately, the dog from the beginning of the film shows up again and rips the officer's throat. Back to the basement, Arkin painfully frees himself. It is at this point that he learns that the collector has rigged a set of explosives in the basement, and gets ready to escape with Hannah. They tie themselves to each other, and proceed to squeeze through the dumbwaiter, while the collector comes after them with his dog. Crafty and fast-thinking, Arkin burns a few papers in the trash can and dumps the burning paper on the dog. He then walks up to the Psycho and dumps the dead dog on him. Arkin faces off once again against the masked Psycho, and manages to gain the upper hand this time. Arkin and Hannah now rush to the locked door and attempts to open it, but soon realize that the key is broken. Meanwhile, the collector gets back up, and begins maniacally shooting his shotgun at the door. The collector then finds them, but it's just a reflection of them in a mirror, and Arkin releases the trap. Now that the Psycho is injured and the door is broken, Arkin and Hannah make their way to freedom. They finally come across the rushing police cars, but Arkin gets run over by one of them. While Arkin slowly loses consciousness, he sees the Psycho is about to get the girl, but then turns into the police. Luckily, he is just hallucinating. Around them, medics and police come to their aid and take them to safety. But just as we thought all is well, this happens. Later on, Arkin gets questioned by a police officer about the identity of the collector. As it turns out, Arkin recognized the guy as one of the exterminators summoned to the Chase's residence earlier that day. As Arkin gets taken away by the ambulance, we learn that he at least managed to steal the gemstone from the family's safe after all. But the story won't end in this simple way. As expected, the crash was caused by the collector, and the two once again scuffle on the ground. The collector gains the upper hand, and stores Arkin into the box as his latest collection. In fact, the movie actually doesn't end here, as I will recap the sequel in the next video.
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Okay guys. That's all the recap of The Collector 2009. Thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a horror thriller films from 2012, titled The Collection. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. This movie is a sequel to The Collection that I recapped in my previous video. So if you haven't watched the first one, I suggest you see it first before watching this recap, or you can just skip ahead to this one. The film opens with a little girl named Elena, sitting inside a car next to her father. The father consoles her about the recent passing of her mother, and promises to always be there for her from this point on. Right when another vehicle crashes into theirs. We are then shown the movie's intro, which features various news coverage about how the collector is wanted by the police, and is responsible for the disappearance of 50 people. The latest person he took was our favorite ex-convict, Arkin. We then skip to the future, where Elena is now a fully grown young woman. She puts on her hearing aid, and receives a call from her boyfriend, Brian, who tells her that he won't be able to hang out with her tonight. Just as the call ends, Elena receives another call from her friend, Missy, who invites her to go to an exclusive party. Elena lovingly gives her sleeping father a kiss and quietly exits the house, before entering Missy's car where she finds Missy, and her brother Josh there. Once they arrive, the three of them walk down a sketchy alley, and gets past an even sketchier doorman that only lets them through once they utter the party's password. The party inside is nothing short of wild and festive, but Elena's celebration is cut short, because it doesn't take long before she finds her boyfriend Brian, among the crowd, making out with a random girl. Devastated, she punches him in the face, and retreats to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to her, there's already a trap set up in the club, and we can see that she nearly triggers a tripwire installed on the floor. As she enters the bathroom, she comes across the iconic box we've gotten to know in the previous movie. Elena wastes no time before opening the box. As expected, a very bloody looking Arkin tumbles out. But unfortunately, setting Arkin free sets off a very elaborate chain reaction installed by the collector, which activates a deadly trap that consists of a set of huge rotating blades right above the dance floor. The rotating blades swoop through the crowd, killing dozens in a blink of an eye, including Missy's brother Josh. Back inside the bathroom, Elena, who is freaked out by the sight of a bloody Arkin, exits the bathroom, only to find an even more horrific sight once several partygoers activated the tripwire that she almost ran into earlier. Elena then tries running towards another direction, and comes across Missy, who is now trapped inside a cage with a sinking ceiling, with the collector standing atop it. Watching her best friend get crushed to death is the only thing she can do at this point in time. Meanwhile, Arkin frees himself from his restraints, and exits to the hall to look for an escape, right when he sees Elena. The collector apprehends Elena, and Arkin, who fears for his life, jumps out the window. Elena gets stuffed into the red box, while Arkin finds his arm and leg broken from the fall. The collector then stares down from the window, and Arkin doesn't waste any time. He takes this chance to make a break for it. On the next scene, Arkin gets rushed to the hospital. The medics take note of a series of self-inflicted cuts on his arm. The chaotic atmosphere soon overwhelms Arkin, causing him to fight the medics off, who inject him with a sedative. Right then, a group of police officers storm inside the room and handcuff him. While unconscious, Arkin begins having flashbacks about his traumatic encounter with the collector, and he wakes up in a hospital bed with his wife by his side. The wife then takes a greeting card off the desk that ominously says,
Get well soon. Can't wait to meet family.
Instantly realizing the message was from the collector, Arkin asks his wife to go hide over at her mom's, and to not tell anyone about where she's going. Later that night, Arkin gets a visit from a man named Lucillo, who introduces himself as someone working for Elena's father. Lucilo wants to recruit Arkin to join his team in finding and killing the Collector.
What's the plan?
After Arkin agrees, Lucilo makes a call to Elena's father to confirm Arkin's participation, and Lucilo promises to bring her home tonight.
Find her.
We are then taken to a flashback scene, which is none other than the aftermath of the car accident in the beginning of the movie. Elena is stuck in a slowly burning car, until Lucilo comes to her aid. Back to the present, Elena is now stuck inside the box. She then pokes a hole to look out, and sees a man chained to a table with the Collector next to him. The Collector cuts off the man's tongue, and puts it inside a jar. He then clips a gruesome mask on his face and dragging him away. Luckily, the Collector leaves her alone for now. On the other side of the story, Arkin sits with the rest of Lucilo's men to discuss their game plan. Arkin tells them that he's willing to help them find the Collector, but he refuses to go inside the building. Lucilo agrees with these terms. After settling the deal, Arkin tells the team that while the Collector held him captive and was driving him back to his lair, Arkin drew cuts on his arm to mark every turn. Hence, starting from the spot where he is being held captive, he now should be able to locate the Collector's hideout. The team proceed to gear up, and uses Arkin's guide to take them to the Collector. Afterwards, they arrive up at an abandoned hotel, and Arkin helps them pick the door lock. Meanwhile, inside the box, Elena decides to take her bra out, and uses the hook to unlatch the box. She then finds another box in the room, and moves to open it. Horrified, Elena tries to exit through the door but finds it locked, and then all of a sudden, she hears a set of footsteps approaching. Luckily, Elena finds a hiding spot behind a set of jars on the shelf. Meanwhile, the Collector, who knows she is hiding somewhere, decides to unleash huge spiders to roam free in the room. It doesn't take long before the spiders find Elena. But then, the house alarm is triggered by Arkin, and the rest of the team breaking in, which saves Elena for now. Outside, Arkin is in for a surprise because, as it turns out, Lucilo is forcing him to step inside with them.
The same deal, Arkin.
After being threatened, Arkin relents and steps inside the building with them. Unbeknownst to the team, the Collector is watching the group through the CCTV cameras. He then puts his iconic mask on and gets ready. Meanwhile, Elena finds a way to escape. She tries to pry open the vent and crawls inside. Elena then comes across the Collector's ferocious dogs but keeps going. Back to the rescue team, unbeknownst to the others, one of them gets ambushed by the Collector and gets brutally stabbed to death. Meanwhile, Arkin, who is looking around, comes across this. As it turns out, the assailant was the same guy who we saw chained to a table in an earlier scene. They unmask the guy to assess him, and conclude based on the way his pupils looked that the guy was drugged out of his mind. Not only that, they discover a pile of mutilated human limbs nearby, and then all of a sudden, more and more of these drugged, zombie-like people come at them, and the team proceed to kill them one by one, until they are forced to escape to another room. One of the team members attempts calling for backup, but they are unable to receive a signal because they are underground. On the other side of the building, Elena climbs out of the vent, and finds yet another box with a woman inside. We learn that the woman's name is Abby, and she reluctantly follows Elena out of the room. Back to the team, they stumble upon an injured man who's mumbling about not making it in the collection.
Didn't you make the collection?
A bomb was strapped onto the man, and to make things even worse, yet another member of the team gets killed by another trap. While the rest of the team stand around trying to process what just happened, Arkin slips away and sneaks his way through a wall lined with spikes. He arrives inside a room with flickering lights, while the Collector sneaks up behind him. Elena treads through the halls with Abby, who begins freaking out right when she discovers that Elena wears a hearing aid. According to Abby, the Collector does not spare those with disabilities. She begins yelling, which draws the collector's attention. Elena runs for her life when she sees the psycho. The collector stops pursuing when he sees that Elena has disappeared, but she is actually hiding on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Arkin enters the exact hall that Elena just escaped from. He tries every door but finds all of them locked, and even gets his hand cut by another trap. He then trips into another trap where blades swing at him. Arkin finds a chute with human remains below. He is then forced to hide inside the chute to avoid one of Lucilo's men. Unfortunately, Arkin's grip slips and he falls right on top of the pile of dead bodies. He climbs back up before more of the zombie-like people get to him, and continues to explore. On the other side of the story, Elena comes across a hallway lined with bear traps and carefully makes her way through. Arkin stumbles upon the collector's display room, which is filled with morbidly arranged, preserved body parts. He then runs into a woman nailed to the wall but couldn't help her, because the collector enters the room right after. He slits the woman's throat before leaving again. Arkin picks open a locked door, and proceeds to another room, while on the other side of the building, Elena finds an opening on the wall.
Somebody help me!
Meanwhile, Arkin finally gets ambushed by the team. They pin him to the ground and try to tie him up, while the collector looms in the background. One of the guys is hooked by the collector. He gets down and fights everyone. The only woman team member whose name is Paz gets hooked on a trap line and gets dragged away, while everybody else dies except for Lucilo and Arkin. The collector manages to get back to the top and leaves. The two men begin to argue with Arkin, insisting that they should focus on finding a way out of here, but Lucilo is still determined to find Elena. Abby suddenly appears and says she knows where Elena is. Abby leads the way, and the two men follow her, but soon after, they hear a scream from the distance, and so does Elena in the other room. Though it's clearly a dumb decision, the three walk towards the scream. Lucilo hesitates because he's sure it's a trap to lure them, but Arkin, who has a heart of gold, insists that they should help Paz. Apparently, even Elena is drawn to the scream. Arkin and Abby wait in the hall, while Lucilo walks in first. As it turns out, Lucilo has been walking towards a speaker playing a live voice recording of Paz, who is still alive somewhere in the building. On the other hand, it is Elena instead who finds the real Paz, and now can be heard trying to save her. Arkin, who realizes this is indeed a trap, shouts to get out of there. Arkin breaks the glass, and beyond the mirror, they find Elena and Paz. Elena then guides the group to the exhaust fan she came across earlier. With 2 bullets left in Lucilo's gun, Arkin comes with an insane plan. Arkin explains that when someone gets shot, the police would naturally be called to the scene. And as it turns out, Arkin is right, the police and medics arrive in no time. He then fires another shot to let the police know exactly where they're at. But then, Abby betrays them. Paz, who is frustrated, punches her, making her stagger backwards, and accidentally fall into a trap which instantly kills her. The collector walks in the room, and begins shooting at them. The psycho then takes Elena with him as he leaves. In the aftermath, Arkin and Paz come up to Lucilo, but the man is stuck. If he tries getting up, a set of blades above would crush him to death. Arkin and Paz are forced to leave him behind. Outside, a SWAT team has been summoned to the scene, and are getting ready to get in. Arkin and Paz find Elena strapped to a table and moves to save her, but they are then trapped inside a cage. The collector walks in the room victoriously, and we learn that there are barrels of gasoline sitting in the corner of the room. Which makes it concerning when the collector does this. He then leaves the room. Not just that, he proceeds to pour gasoline all over the building. Realizing what the collector is trying to do, the three desperately try to pry open the cage, but the knife they're using to do it falls to the ground. Running out of time, Arkin comes up with an insane idea once again.
I need you to step on my forearm. I need you to re-break it.
Right then, the collector set fire to the building. With his arm now re-broken, Arkin is able to angle it down just enough to open the cage. Once they break free, Paz realigns Arkin's hand before they proceed to escape by going down the chute. Our three protagonists make it to the display room, right when the collector ambushes them. Unfortunately, Paz gets killed while Elena and Arkin get beaten down. And just when it seems like all hope is lost, Lucillo somehow manages to survive. He valiantly faces off against the collector, and even manages to wound the psycho, but then Lucillo lost. Seeing this, the furious Arkin steps in his place, and finishes the job. Arkin drops the guy down the chute, before dropping the burning paper. While this is going on, Elena screams for help, and manages to draw the attention of several firemen right outside the door. While the firemen try to break through the sealed door, Arkin gets trapped in the fire, but Elena is determined to save him. She reaches for Arkin and together, the two head toward the door. Later on, Elena's father arrives at the scene, and she moves to embrace him. When Arkin decides to walk around, he stumbles upon the collector's mask, but no body, signifying that the collector might still be alive. We then move to the next scene, where a man enters his home, and opens the radio. However, the music on his radio suddenly gets switched. He then walks around curiously to check things out. As it turns out, the intruder is Arkin, who went out of his way to trace the collector's whereabouts and has now found him. Arkin is now out for vengeance, but we are unable to see the collector's face. In the end, Arkin attacks the unknown man, and pushes him inside the red box. This is where the movie ends. Okay guys. That's all the recap of the collection 2012. Thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a thriller horror films from 1991, titled The Silence of the Lambs. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The film opens with a fateful day in Quantico, where a promising young FBI cadet, Clarice Starling, is summoned by her superior, Mr. Crawford. As she waits for him at his office, she studies his wall full of news article clippings, and gruesome crime scene pictures of a serial killer named Buffalo Bill who the FBI is currently after. From what they gathered so far, Buffalo Bill murders overweight women, and skins different parts of their bodies. Mr. Crawford assigns her the task of visiting a prison to interview an infamous psychiatrist turned cannibal, Dr. Hannibal Lecter, and hand him a questionnaire. The reason why Clarice is chosen is because she has a double degree in both criminology and psychology, which should equip her in dealing with Hannibal Lecter, who is a brilliant psychiatrist. Crawford believes Hannibal's insight could prove useful in the pursuit of Buffalo Bill. Before Clarice leaves, Mr. Crawford warns her of how manipulative Hannibal Lecter can be, and advises her not to talk about anything personal to avoid getting Hannibal in her head. At the Baltimore State Hospital for the Criminally Insane, Dr. Chilton guides Clarice to Hannibal's cell, while making suggestive remarks to her. He then begins telling her how dangerous and intelligent Hannibal is, so that whatever happens, Clarice must not touch the glass barrier. He tells her that a few years back, Hannibal complained about having chest. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a thriller horror films from 1990, titled Buried Alive. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie starts at a construction site, where a successful contractor named Clint enters his office, and makes a telephone call to his beautiful wife, Joanna. He tells his wife that he feels sad as she is leaving for the weekend, but he will get off work early to see her off, but we notice the wife seems annoyed by this. Clint is next shown tending to a visitor, while Joanna, back home, takes a parcel out of the mailbox while a dog continuously barks in the background. The scene shifts to show Clint driving down a road, when he is stopped by a sheriff. Sam, the local sheriff, approaches Clint, and asks if he would be interested in going fishing with him. Clint gives an open and honest assent, responding that since Joanna is gone for the weekend, he has a free spot available. The sheriff then lets him go, and Clint immediately heads home. As soon as he arrives home. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of the horror thriller films from 2003, titled High Tension. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The movie starts with an injured woman in a hospital, uttering, "I won't let anyone come between us anymore." The scene then switches to a woman sprinting barefoot through the woods. Despite her numerous wounds, she reaches the road and grabs the attention of a passing driver, prompting him to stop his vehicle. Desperately tapping on his window, she pleads for assistance, and just then, she awakens, revealing the incident as a mere dream. The girl, Marie, is a college student, and she is with her bestie, Alex. They'll spend the weekend at Alex's family's house deep in the countryside. Marie then confides in Alex about her dream, recounting how she was injured and fleeing from someone, only to realize that her pursuer was none other than herself. As the friends enjoy the music-filled ride, we catch glimpses of Alex's mother and her younger brother, Tom, eagerly awaiting their arrival. During these joyful moments, we can see someone not too far from the house having a good time. But then, a crazy thing happens as the man coldly discards a girl's severed head from his truck, exposing a dark and sinister reality lurking in the area. As the sun sets, Alex suggests taking a shortcut on their way home. Strange occurrences begin when she insists on stopping the car after spotting someone in the fields. She steps out to investigate but doesn't return, leaving Marie increasingly concerned. Worried about her friend's safety, Marie enters the fields, and then not long after, she hears the car engine starting. To her relief, it turns out that Alex is alright, and was just playing a prank on her for fun. Shortly after, the friends arrive at Alex's house, where Marie is introduced to her family and shown around. Following a satisfying dinner, Alex excuses herself to freshen up in the bathroom, while Marie steps outside for a smoke. As she's sitting on a swing outside, we can see that she's a pervert. She sits there watching as Alex takes a shower, which makes us think that Marie might have more feelings for Alex than just as a friend. As the night deepens and everyone sleeps, we spot what appears to be the truck we saw earlier driving toward the property. After the man stops in front of the house, the doorbell rings, startling Marie and making her cautiously look out the window. Simultaneously, Alex's father investigates the disturbance, only to face a horrifying fate. He is attacked by an armed man, the very same man spotted throwing a woman's head from his truck earlier. While Marie is still in shock from what she has just witnessed, we see the killer breaking into the house and further torturing Alex's father. First, he drags him to the stairs, and sticks his head between the spindles. The killer then strikes a table into the father's head, causing it to separate from his body. While Alex remains asleep, the disturbance awakens her mother and brother. Sensing danger, her mother instructs Tom to return to his room while she cautiously heads downstairs to investigate. Here she discovers her husband's lifeless body on the stairs, just as the killer emerges, wielding a razor. Meanwhile, Marie can hear the woman's painful screams, yet she is paralyzed by fear and unable to offer assistance. Time is running out as the killer begins ascending the stairs, so Marie quickly restores the guest room to its original appearance, leaving no evidence of her presence. By removing any traces, she ensures that the killer won't suspect anyone beyond the family. The killer then enters the room, meticulously scanning every inch, but Marie's efforts ultimately prove successful. He departs without noticing that she is actually at the bottom end of the bed. Once he departs, Marie breathes a sigh of relief, unaware that her best friend is next in line to face his brutality. As the razor is pressed against her throat, Alex abruptly awakens to the chilling sight of the man telling her to keep quiet. Meanwhile, Marie decides to venture downstairs in search of working phones. While searching in the parents' room, she is interrupted by approaching footsteps, compelling her to hide in the cupboards. Suddenly, Alex's mother crawls into the room, and finds a phone to make a call. But before she can take any action, the killer enters and mercilessly slits her throat, resulting in her agonizing demise. Marie is so shaken up by the horrific events she witnesses that she is rendered speechless. After the killer departs, Marie emerges from the cupboard to sit beside Alex's mother, and the woman utters a single word in her final moments. Why? With those haunting words, she passes away. Marie attempts to call the police, but the phone is non-functional. With no other options available, Marie decides to seek Alex's help finding a working phone. As she enters the room, she discovers Alex chained to the bed with her mouth gagged. Marie is giving it her all to free Alex, but she is unable to unlock the chains. Suddenly, the piercing screams of Alex's younger brother Tom capture their attention. Peering out the window, they witness Tom running into the fields with the killer following him with a gun. Tragically, the next sound they hear is the crackling of a fire, indicating the killer's brutal act against Tom. With her family now gone, Alex is overcome with tears, but Marie remains a steadfast friend. She now has to locate the family's phones, but Alex is too shocked to provide any information, so she quickly makes her way to the kitchen, where she is confronted with the grim reality that the killer has already severed all the wires. But just as Marie is about to return to the room, she is horrified to discover that the killer has already abducted Alex. After placing her in his rusty truck, the man hurries back into the house to retrieve Alex's picture from the family portrait. As he busies himself inside, Marie quietly joins Alex in the truck. However, their escape plan is interrupted when the killer unexpectedly arrives outside. Marie remains vigilant, clutching a knife, prepared to defend against the man. Yet, the situation takes an unexpected turn when the killer unknowingly shuts and locks the truck door, unaware of Marie's presence. As the man drives the vehicle, Marie relentlessly attempts to free herself and her friend from captivity. Meanwhile, the killer adds Alex's photo to the rearview mirror alongside the pictures of his other victims, revealing that he has done this crime many times before. Back to Marie, she finally succeeds in unlocking the door. Soon, the vehicle stops at a gas station. While the killer is occupied refueling, Marie discreetly hands Alex a knife for protection, then slips out of the car to seek help from the gas station attendant. She manages to enter the shop, and quickly instructs the cashier, Jimmy, to call the police. However, as the killer approaches the shop, Marie is forced to find a hiding spot. Although uneasy with the man's presence, Jimmy maintains his composure to avoid arousing suspicion. Suddenly, he notices blood on the killer's hand, prompting him to reach for his gun. But before he can react, the man requests a drink. And as Jimmy goes to fetch the bottle, he is viciously attacked by the killer with an axe, meeting a gruesome fate. On the security camera, we see him approaching the store door, putting up a closed sign, and turning off all the lights. Witnessing the unfolding murder, Marie swiftly escapes from the store, and seeks refuge in the bathroom. However, it becomes apparent that the killer has become suspicious of her presence. It could be the reason why he killed Jimmy, as he might have learned that Jimmy was hiding someone from him. In the bathroom, the killer comes dangerously close to Marie's hiding spot, but fortunately, he fails to discover her. After using the restroom, he departs, giving Marie the opportunity to come out and quench her thirst. Just then, things go downhill when she hears the truck driving away. Driven by the determination to rescue her friend, she contacts the police from the gas station phone, though she struggles to provide them with a precise location. After recounting the events to the authorities, she finds Jimmy's car keys and revolver on the counter, takes his vehicle, and begins tailing the truck. As they enter the woods, Marie loses track of the vehicle, only to realize that the killer is now behind her. She attempts to use the revolver but is upset to find that the killer has already emptied its cylinder. Left with no choice, she accelerates the car, with the killer relentlessly pursuing her. Due to the darkness and the car's speed, Marie ends up getting into a crash. Luckily, she pulls through even though she's got a bunch of injuries. In a desperate attempt to hide from the killer, she swiftly departs from the scene, and seeks shelter in a nearby greenhouse. While tending to her wounds, she spots the killer approaching, his footsteps getting closer. She stays low to avoid him, and unexpectedly discovers a bundle of barbed wire. Acting quickly, she fashions a makeshift weapon by tightly wrapping the wire around a piece of wood. But before she can make a move, the man suddenly emerges from behind and viciously chokes her with a plastic bag. After knocking Marie to the ground, he attempts to cut her throat. But with all her strength, Marie seizes an object from the floor and strikes it against the killer's head. As blood flows from the man's wounds, Marie grabs her weapon and hits him repeatedly until he can no longer move. To confirm his demise, she approaches him, only to be shocked to find him still alive. He tries to strangle Marie, but she fights back using a plastic sheet, ultimately choking him to his death. Meanwhile, as the police reach the gas station, they discover Jimmy's lifeless body. The captain then stumbles upon some sick CCTV footage catching the crime that's gonna blow his mind. The footage reveals that Marie, rather than some eerie old man, was the one responsible for Jimmy's death. On the other hand, Marie retrieves the keys from the killer and frees Alex, who greets her with fear and anger. Holding the knife Marie had given her earlier, Alex warns her to stay away. Marie keeps telling her that the man is dead, but Alex seems to have no idea what she's talking about. As the movie flashes back, it's revealed that Marie was the one responsible for Alex's family's demise. There was no other man involved. Marie is either delusional or suffers from multiple personality disorders, shifting between different personas. Back to the present, to escape the danger, Alex slices Marie across the face and stabs Marie with the knife. Marie, once again transitioning into her alter ego, grabs an electric saw from her old truck, relentlessly pursuing Alex with the intent to kill her. Fortunately, Alex manages to seek assistance from a passerby, a man whom Marie had dreamt of seeking help from in the opening scene of the movie. Anyways, Alex desperately urges the man to start the car, warning him about the imminent danger. Unfortunately, luck is not on their side, as the car
Oh, no. I didn't know if it was you. Voices in the movie. Yeah, it is.
I can love marrying the great guy got
More.
also without I put a post
Yep.
I was up but I would ask there's about
Come on.
12 Lord 5 to 20 to Hungary but I was able to there's a scene with his work sings on them the position.
Okay.
After when I go there I put a tree the row those also to axel when your blabs on the window
Yeah.
also so the window bows was also better would be
Okay.
more actual for all the paper stuff.
Yep.
I can love marrying the great
Yep.
guy also without I put a post I was up but I would ask there's about 12 Lord 5 to 20 to Hungary but I was able to there's a scene with his work sings on them the position.
Okay.
Yep. I can love marrying the great guy also without I put a
Okay.
post I was up but I would
Yep.
ask there's about 12 Lord 5 to 20 to Hungary but I was
Yeah.
able to there's a scene with his work sings on them the position. I can love marrying the great guy also without I put a post I was up but I would ask
A lot of gibberish. On the Discord? Who's that? Ooh, hello. Is she voluptuous? What? No, she's a fanboy. That's what you get when you talk about sheeness on Discord and you get some sheeness ladies. at me. It's just a question. No, it's not specific. Not even. Oh no. Don't see it. It's okay. No, no. Yes. Yes. Or you want to eat first because, you know, I told you I wanted to play League earlier. But I want to know first if you want to eat before. Normal question. Ah! But you're hungry. You cannot not eat. No, 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 no. That's unhealthy. I don't not eat. I eat at least a couple times a day. No, just a couple of snacks in the day. Waiting for a real meal at night.
Morning.
Do you have any chunky soup or Alfredo, like tomato cans, and you dip your bread inside this? Yes, yes. Yeah. You can just. Yeah, but does it not hurt your stomach? Okay. Okay. nice for her to have one at one point. She is a type of. That's cool. That's probably her. And I love my Italy. I do. Like my Mexican. Don't know. Or you mean the 3 honors? No, it was Shane. Shen. Oh no, he's gay. So gay. Mazar. Is that prestige, Mazar? No, that's not prestige. That's a normal. But Tarek? Tarek finally got a new skin! His last skin was Space Groove, I think. Nasus! Oh, look at him, he's so cute. Mm-hmm.
Bon, ok, Mathieu, c'est vrai, bon, tu veux. Là, bon, Mathieu, qu'est-ce qui arrive? Fait que là, je fais toutes plusieurs affaires à soir si je t'en forme. Parce que là, moi, je vais chez Maxi. Après ça, je vais payer mes impôts. Puis après ça, je vais.
It's because I'm stretching. I'm stretching his head.
Je sais pas si ça tente d'aller au Walmart des fois.
Ouais.
Ok, cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ah, super, ok, ça tente. Parce que les impôts, ça va être pas long, là. Parce que c'est tout dans mon chemin. C'est tout dans mon chemin. Les impôts, après ça, ça va être celui à Saint-Jérôme. Je vais aller au Walmart pour ramener ça en même temps.
Oh, that's so fast. What the frick? So cool.
Maxi circulaire. Ok, tu quelque chose?
That's funny.
Ok, ben le nouveau fromage, j'imagine, ou le vieux?
Okay, can I go on the game? I'm stuck here. Thank you. No, I'm talking to me.
Ah, je veux un nouveau. Ah, prends le nouveau,
Il est où? Il pleut?
Ah, le nouveau, tu le vois là. D'habitude, il est à gauche et on met toujours à gauche dans le côté.
Mm. Oh, nice.
C'est du niaisage, là.
You didn't pick up Vagar. Baby. Oh.
Ok, moi, je vais chercher le bon.
Sorry.
Ah, c'est pas joli.
Asti de niaisage. De trop de cochonneries dans ton poste. C'est beau, c'est beau. C'est juste de
Bon, je vais aller chercher des crackers vraiment pas chers. Elle est 1,77.
J'essaie de me retrouver.
J'espère qu'il y en aura pas que je fasse une fois différente. Ça, je vais aller faire ça.
C'est de la merde. De la merde.
Ta gueule! Fuck!
Car fails to start. Before they can escape, Marie catches up to them, wielding the electric saw to brutally kill the man. She then gets down and walks over to the side window, making fun of Alex's super freaked out screams. Using a metal rod, Alex shatters the windshield, and manages to escape the vehicle, but not without sustaining injuries from broken glass. Though free from confinement, she finds herself unable to run. The man, or rather Marie, closes in on Alex, repeatedly questioning if she loves her. Alex reluctantly confesses her love as she doesn't want to be split in two. This confession momentarily calms down Marie, and it is revealed that Marie loves Alex so much that she has to eliminate anyone who could come between them. All of a sudden, Alex retaliates and impales Marie's chest with the rod. Despite being stabbed, Marie proclaims she'll never let anyone come between them. The movie concludes by returning to its opening scene, where Marie repeats the phrase from the beginning of the movie, "I won't let anyone come between us." We see her being restrained to her bed in the mental hospital. Peering through the one-way mirror, Alex gazes at Marie, but then, Marie looks directly at the mirror as if she knows Alex is watching her. Okay guys, that's all the recap of High Tension 2003. Thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a thriller drama films from 2020, titled Alone. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. The film opens with a recently widowed woman, Jessica, shoving her things down a cargo trailer for a road trip. Once she is done with the preparation, she opens a map app on her phone, which reveals that she is leaving for a 4-day trip out of town to start a new life. Her trip out of town seems to be going well, and she enjoys the drive for a while, until she finally arrives on the highway in the middle of the woods. At some point, she finds herself driving down a quiet road, with a black car ahead of her behaving strangely. The black car is moving too slowly, and whenever she tries to overtake it, it begins to speed up. Jessica doesn't want to wait any longer, so she decides to speed up and swerve to the other lane. However, the car matches her exact speed to keep her from returning to the right lane. To make it worse, a huge truck appears to be driving towards her, but the black car still refuses to slow down. Fortunately, she successfully overtakes the car, just seconds away before the truck hits her. But in a matter of seconds, the black car speeds up to catch up to her, and starts honking at her. They then part ways at an intersection, and she makes a stop to catch a breath from the adrenaline rush. Later that evening, she's filling up gas at a gas station while on call with her dad. Based on the phone call, it appears that she's not in good terms with her mother, despite her father's plea for them to make up. In the middle of the call, she gets distracted when she sees the black car from earlier pull up at the gas station, before quickly driving away. Afterwards, she decides to rest up and spend the night at a small motel in the town. She receives a call from her mother while she is there, but she chooses not to answer. Before going to sleep, she looks at pictures of herself and her late husband, and thinks about the good times they had together. Sadness overwhelming her, she lets out a few tears before deciding to go to sleep. In the morning, when she's about to leave, a shady-looking stranger with an arm cast walks up to her. Jessica is a little surprised when he introduces himself as the guy driving the black car.
C'est dans la poche. Mais là, faut que je trouve ça absolument. C'est dans la petite boîte.
Non.
Ah, je l'ai trouvé. All right. Yes.
Mhm. Non.
C'est bon,
Non.
je me prépare tranquillement. Je mets tout aux poubelles. Ah, ok, t'as pris mes champignons. Oh, Mathieu, Mathieu, garde-moi ça pour mon spaghetti ce soir.
Excuse-moi, laquelle?
Tu me garderas un peu de champignons pour mon spaghetti pour ce soir, ok? C'est juste ça, ça serait correct pour moi. Si tu...
C'est tout. Moi, j'ai
Ah, t'as pas besoin d'autre? Ah, good, ok.
Le mien.
Fait que good, je vais regarder ça pour ce soir. Pour mon bac à spaghetti.
Avec les champignons.
Ouais, avec les oignons, c'est ça.
Because I want to play
Je
mommy.
vais mettre ça dans un plastique. Ah, ok, ah, tu as besoin du plat pour couper? Ok, excuse. Hey, j'ai trouvé mon carton! Yes. Fait que je replace tout ça à sa place. Je replace la bouteille, où est-ce qu'elle va. Le problème, c'est que je sais plus où est-ce qu'elle va, la bouteille. Ah! Elle va là-dedans, justement. Quel bord qu'elle va.
He awkwardly apologizes for what happened the other day, saying that he was texting while driving and didn't pay attention to what was going on. He then proceeds to ask her more questions, such as if she lives nearby and where she's headed, which creeps Jessica out, so she excuses herself and resumes on her way. Soon after, she finally leaves the town, and now drives on a highway through the forest. But after some time of driving, she once more comes across the black car parked in the middle of the road, with the shady stranger looking lost. Jessica appears wary and locks her car right away. She then rolls down her window a bit, and lets the guy plead his case, during which he claims that his car engine just died. So he's asking for her to give him a ride to the nearest gas station. Worried about her safety, Jessica suggests that she could just hit up the gas station and send some mechanic to help him. The guy, however, refuses and is adamant that she come out and help him, so she hits the gas and drives away out of suspicion. She only makes her next stop way later that night at another gas station. While taking a break, Jessica finally picks up when her mom calls. The mom sounds upset by the fact that Jessica decided to skip town without notifying her family, but Jessica has made up her mind as she is doing it to move on from her husband. To her surprise, she finds the same damn car again, pulling up to the parking lot as it enters the resting area. Jessica gets scared and returns to her car immediately, because it is clear that the guy is following her. As expected, the stranger walks up to her window, but she begins driving away before he gets to say anything. However, on her way out, a white van swoops in and blocks her path, enabling the creeper to walk up to her again, saying that he's just here to use the bathroom and that Jess is overreacting. Jessica decides to ignore him, and drive away as soon as the white van moves out of the way. She begins driving as fast as she could, as she's able to see the black car from her rearview mirror. It is at this point that she decides to call 911 to report that she's being followed, but she begins to get frustrated when the operator asks her where her location is, which she doesn't precisely know either. She panics even more when the black car begins speeding up, but unexpectedly, it passes her and disappears into the night, showing that it wasn't the shady stranger's car after all. Jessica then tells the 911 that the report is a false alarm, and she starts to calm down a little bit. But I may have spoken too soon, because right after, she suddenly loses control of her car, and it derails by the side of the road. When she goes out to check, she finds that one of her cargo trailer's tires has burst. Conveniently, the black car begins driving towards her, instantly activating her fight or flight instinct. She quickly unhooks the cargo trailer from her car and climbs in, but she fails to start the car in time. This time the shady stranger decides he's had enough of pretending to be a nice guy, and breaks her window right away. Jessica fights against him for a short while, but he's stronger, and he's quick to inject her with a sedative. The next day when she wakes up, she finds herself inside an unfamiliar room with barred windows and a barbed-wired fenced lawn. She tries looking through the locked door, but finds nothing that could help her. She then begins hearing footsteps outside, which belongs to none other than the shady stranger. He simply looks at her smugly, and tells her to keep quiet when she begs him to let her go. The man doesn't come check on her until later that night, when he shines his flashlight inside the pitch-black room, and walks up to her with a lewd smile. She yet again pleads for his mercy, and offers him money in exchange for her freedom. The man doesn't budge, and creepily replies that she's not the first person to say that to him, clarifying that he's a serial killer. Like the freak he is, he asks her to take her clothes off, so she tries to trick him by saying that she needs to use the bathroom. But as soon as she sprints towards the door, he beats her to the ground. He then drags her to the middle of the room, before kneeling on top of her and caressing her face. Up next, he takes out her iPad, and shows her a video of happy moments of her with her husband. He then looks at the wedding ring she wears as a necklace, while asking if her husband divorced her. Though initially reluctant to answer, she finally admits that her husband died by suicide, but the serial killer wasn't satisfied with that answer. He forces her to admit that her husband shot himself, and that she found his dead body. In the morning, she wakes and immediately tries the door, but it doesn't budge. When she looks through the keyhole, she sees that the key is sticking to the other side of the door. Therefore, she looks around the room, until she finds a nail sticking to a beam, and pulls it out with all her might. Afterwards, she flattens her jacket, and slides it outside the door, and pushes the key out using the nail. Once the key falls, she slides it inside the room, and uses it to break out. Just then, the serial killer came home from grocery shopping, forcing her to hide inside the closet, right when he enters the room. She nervously watches him through the door gap, trying to stay quiet, while the serial killer answers a phone call. It turns out that it's from his family. He appears to be talking to his young daughter, sweetly telling her to say hi to mommy and to tell mommy that his business trip is taking a bit longer, so he'd be home in a couple of days. He then hangs up the phone and heads downstairs to look in the basement. Jessica sees this as a chance, so she dashes out of the house, and into the woods as fast as she can. She's soon followed by the serial killer, who realizes she has escaped. Jessica keeps running until she trips, and finds that a twig has punctured her foot, forcing her to painfully take it out. Her scream while doing so drawing the killer's attention. But this doesn't deter her, she limps her way forward, until she has no other choice but to step into the river as the killer finds her. Although she might drown, she decides to jump in the water, and let the stream carry her towards the other part of the woods. At this point in the film, it isn't the right time for her to die, so she survives. The stream has washed her over to the side, so she continues to tread down the woods, using a stem to help her walk. But then all of a sudden, she hears footsteps, prompting her to hide and wait, before hitting the man with the stem. As it turns out, it is just an old hunter, who is taken by surprise by the sudden attack. She immediately apologizes and begs for his help, saying that someone is trying to kill her and asks to borrow his phone. But unfortunately, it's now broken because she smacked the shit out of him earlier. Feeling sorry for the woman, the hunter guides her back to his car, and lets her borrow his wife's hunting boots before they drive away together. He kindly lets her eat his lunch sandwich during the drive, while he tries to calm her down. But then suddenly, they come across a fallen tree blocking their path. This causes Jessica to freak out and try to move the tree out of the way, but it's obviously too heavy. And as if on cue, the killer drives up towards them, and the old hunter tells Jessica to calm down. The man then proceeds to tell the hunter that Jessica is his mentally unstable sister who ran away from the house, which confuses the hunter. At this moment, the hunter starts to believe him, and allows him to get her. The killer then proceeds to try apprehending Jessica, but the way he roughly handles her gets the hunter suspicious, so he raises his gun, forcing the killer to release her. As Jessica runs into the woods, the confused hunter demands to borrow the killer's phone, because if Jessica really is his sister, then the police could probably corroborate his claim. But it won't be that simple. He beats the old hunter bloody, and shoots him with a hunting rifle to finish him off. At the same time, Jess starts running away deep into the woods as the now armed killer looks for her. Night falls, Jessica finally takes a rest by a rock under the raging storm. But unlucky for her, the killer is nearby, shining his flashlight around looking for her. Once she thinks it's safe, she moves to leave, but it is revealed that the man is still there and shoots her in the leg. The adrenaline-fueled Jessica still manages to slip past him though. She hides under the bushes while he looks for her yet again. The killer then starts trying to scare her. He tells her that with a gunshot wound, she has 2 hours to come out, otherwise she will bleed to death. Thus, he suggests that she come out now to fight him while she still can. To taunt her even more, he even puts down the rifle, and says that she's free to try and grab it for the next 1 minute. He continues to taunt her, even going as far as mentioning about her dead husband, and calling him a coward to spark her anger. The longer Jessica refuses to come out, the more impatient he gets. He begins yelling and saying that he's coming to get her. Kudos to Jessica though, she doesn't go for the rifle, and instead waits until the killer picks it up and leaves. Afterwards, she comes out of hiding, and walks some more, until she falls asleep under a tree out of exhaustion. The following morning, she wakes up and finds herself still in the middle of the forest. She then forces herself to keep walking through the difficult terrain, until she hears the sound of a running car, which belongs to none other than the killer. He takes out the dead hunter's dead body, and drags him into a shallow grave he made. As he goes to bury the body, Jessica sneaks up to his car and tries to open the car door. It's not locked, so she enters it and proceeds to look for anything that might help her, until she finds his phone. Unfortunately, once she finds it, the killer has finished burying the man, so she quickly rolls up to the back, as he re-enters his car and starts driving again. There she finds a tire wrench to arm herself, and starts dialing 911, but is unable to say anything clearly because she can't make a noise. It doesn't take long for the killer to notice that his phone is missing. He looks around for it, and stops the car when he can't seem to find it. Realizing there's only so much time before her position's compromised, she decides to jump out and starts beating him with the tire wrench. The man then starts driving like a maniac, while repeatedly trying to stab her with his hunting knife. Up until she hits his arm and gets him to let go of his knife. She then chokes him with the tire wrench repeatedly, and stabs him in the wrist, causing him to lose control of the steering wheel, and sending them to a car crash. Jessica crawls out of the wreck afterwards, and she witnesses a helicopter pass while her vision blurs. Hopeful after seeing the helicopter, she gathers the strength to stand and walks, until she reaches a clearing. Meanwhile, back at the wreck, we see that the killer is still alive. Jessica still has the killer's phone with her, and decides to call the man's wife to reveal to her that her husband is not away on a business trip, and that he's actually a serial killer. When she sees the killer approach, she puts the call on speaker to let the man know that she's told his wife. Jessica proceeds to inform the wife her full name before saying that if she dies today, it's because her husband's killed her. This of course infuriates the killer, who immediately ends the call after Jessica threw the phone at his direction. The killer's face shows pure desperation, and since both of them have nothing to lose, they end in a violent brawl. He uses his knife in this fight, but Jessica has her metal tool to fight back against him. She manages to land quite a few hits with the wrench. Until at one point, the man stabs her on her limb and almost kills her, but she manages to fight back, and bite the wound on his arm. And now it's Jessica's time to do the fatality move. She stabs him deep in the gut, pinning him down. Once she's sure he has no strength left in him, she lays on the ground due to tiredness. Her eyes fill with madness as she watches him die. Before the film ends, the helicopter finally finds her, and swoops down to pick her up.
Not again!
Okay guys. That's all the recap of Alone 2020. Thanks for watching. See you again in the next video. Hello everyone. Back again with film recaps. In this video, I'm going to recap one of a thriller films from 2019, titled Only Mine. Before we get to the storyline, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and great day. Without further ado, let's get straight to the storyline. This movie is inspired by a true event. The film opens with a thrilling scene of a young woman named Julie, running through the woods while a figure shoots at her. The bullet misses and she keeps running, up until the bullets finally hit her again and again, and she collapses to the ground.
Welcome.
The movie then takes us way back to the past, to our main character, Julie, who gets pulled over by a cop because she was caught speeding. The cop walks over to her, and introduces himself as David Bargan. We can clearly see that both him and Julie are attracted to one another, as they keep flirting with each other throughout this encounter. The officer kindly lets her off with a warning, and she resumes her way to work. Julie works as a waitress in a small town diner to save up for college. The patrons who frequent the establishment seems to like her, one of them being Evelyn, who leaves Julie a $50 tip for being a bright and kind young woman. That day, Tommy, the diner's cook, decides to ask her out, but she politely says no, because she already has eyes for someone else who is none other than David Bargan the cop. As if on cue, David walks into the diner. We learn that David just moved to town, so Julie boldly asks him to show him around, to which he says yes. Later that evening, Julie and David meet for their date, and he sweetly gifts her a music box before they proceed with their night. During their date, as it turns out, Tommy the diner cook is also spending his evening at the same place. Later that night, when Julie and David are flirting outside, Tommy passes them, prompting David to ask Julie if something's going on between them, because Tommy kept staring at Julie the entire night. Julie is a bit surprised by the question, and she insists that there's nothing between them. David then begins to tell her that he has a toxic ex named Alicia who cheated on him, and so he doesn't want another relationship like that. He also voices that he wants to go steady with Julie and make things right this time. David and Julie's relationship then progresses, to the point that Julie decides to introduce him to her mom. During dinner with Julie's mom, David remains charming and pleasant. He and Julie talk about how they first met. On the next scene, David takes Julie to his family cabin in the woods just outside of town. They go through David's family pictures, and David tells her how hard his childhood was, because his father died when he was young and his mom became emotionally unavailable. Growing up, the town sheriff, Chief Dodd, was the one who took him in and raised him. At some point, they come across a picture of his ex Alicia there, and David turns grim for a second, but luckily, Julie is there to calm him down. One afternoon, Julie comes home from work and is surprised to find David there. Apparently, he somehow made his way inside. Acting as if nothing is out of the ordinary, David straight up tells Julie to watch out for Tommy the cook, because David is for some reason convinced Tommy has bad intentions. Julie once again tells him not to worry and simply embraces him. Things only go downhill from here. Days go by, and we now see Julie babysitting her best friend's daughter, Kinsey. Suzanne, the best friend, leaves them alone, and later that night, Julie suddenly hears a knock on the house's door, and it turns out to be David, who looks agitated. He starts scolding her for not checking her phone. This guy claims he's been trying to call her, and he's so worried for her safety that he even tried reaching Julie's mom to look for Julie. It is at this point that David shows his true colors, which is someone overprotective and controlling. He demands to always be informed in regards to Julie's whereabouts, and promptly asks Julie to leave with him now. Luckily, Julie's best friend cuts in, so David relents and leaves. On the next day, Julie talks to Suzanne about David, who sends her a bouquet of flowers to apologize for his behavior the other night. And not long after, Julie hears the music box David gave her start chiming. She finds a note tucked on top of it saying that David is out in the backyard. With disbelief, she goes out back to check things out, and actually finds him there, meaning he once again snuck into her home unannounced. Before giving her any chance to speak, he apologizes and offers that they should spend some time alone at the cabin again. Julie, however, seems reluctant, which grinds his gears. Like a freak, he picks up a rake and proceeds to passive-aggressively love-bomb her while holding the rake to her throat, as if giving her a subtle threat. After David leaves, she recounts to her mom about what just happened, which prompts the mom to report it to David's superior, who is none other than Chief Dodd, the very man who raised David like his own son. Chief Dodd confronts David about the report that he snuck inside Julie's house and threatened her with a rake. David denies all the allegations, insisting that Julie was just being emotional, and it was nothing but lovers' quarrel. When Chief Dodd lets him off the hook, David irritatedly walks out and comes across Gail, who clearly has a crush on him. She tells him to cheer up and not let a girl like Julie bring him down. On the next day, Julie is supposed to pick up her best friend's daughter, Kinsey, from school, but she is unable to find her. Julie panics and begins shouting Kinsey's name. When she finally finds Kinsey, the little girl is standing next to David. David gives Julie a serious look and begins to gaslight her, saying that he's offended because Julie has been spreading bad, untrue rumors about him sneaking in and waving a rake around, all of which are untrue, according to him. Feeling threatened, Julie begins walking away when just so happens, Chief Dodd suddenly arrives. Seeing Julie looking upset, he goes up to David and tells him that whatever is going on between them, it is best that he stays away from Julie. David promises to heed this advice. That evening after work, Julie hangs around with Tommy outside the diner. Seeing that she looks distraught, Tommy tries asking her what's going on, but she doesn't open up. Julie then excuses herself and is ready to head home. She enters her car and is about to drive away, but out of nowhere,
So can start the anime. Well, does Game Grumps have a new episode? She changed position.
Afternoon.
Money up, sir, no, madam. No, says I when as this camera, I don't know when it's too late, long to title, but what is a way was a first, so them with them, what are they?
Over here.
Okay.
Actor when I go there, I cut a tree, the road, those also the axle, your blabs on the window, also some of the window bows, was also better wood of labor were actual overall, lot of paper sassing. I can love wearing the gray guy also, but I would up a post ferret, I must have but I would ask to there's about water, 12 to 5 to 20 to hungry, but I would say that there's a scene with his war sings on them, but it's your hen. Money up, sir, no, madam, no, says I when as this.
Okay.
Ah, that was oil. Mais non, ça tombe. Non. J'ai juste donné au chien. Elle dans son bol. Je sais. Yay, finally! Oh, Raph. Oh, she had a bad moment. She's crying too. Oh. Right in her boobs.
Okay. Yes.
Come on,
Yeah.
Hey, little baby girl. No, I cannot. It is her. What do you mean? You don't recognize me? Does that mean she saved Kendra or she awakened her?
Ok, Mathieu, je t'attends. Ah oui, c'est les 5 d'épicerie, là. Je sais plus où ils sont rendus, les 5 d'épicerie. J'en ai plus pas en tout. Ok, il y en a un ici. Good. Ok, parfait. Ça. C'est bon, Mathieu, tu viens-tu?
She just pooped swords and daggers. No, yes, you do. Rough, maybe? Aw. Oh, she caught her. Ah! Yeah, what the fuck is that? to talk. Aw. Petra? Oh no, it's her. They're both biting each other. There. It's preliminary. What is it? Foreplay? Biting? What is that? The pig? Why would she throw the pig at her? Why her hands are giant? What? What an absolute what? Brown? Real. Fuck! Great spirit. Daughter? Yes. Oh yeah. I'm happy he brought him back. Dippy, Dippy.